A very good morning. Welcome to Hove for the third day of this county championship match between Sussex and Leicestershire. I'm Adrian Harms. Just a quick shout out around the ground. We can see people waving from the top. I think that's Tim over there. Hello, Tim. Good old Tim, our technical guru over in the Spend Karma Pavilion, who's no doubt refreshing his passport, getting ready. Getting ready for trips to European places with the Albion next season, because it's going to happen. It just depends whether it's Champions League, Europa League or Europa Conference, but it's definitely going to be one of them after Brighton won yesterday. I'm Adrian Harms. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester alongside me. Bring Richard in a moment as the umpires make their way out to the middle. The good news is we're starting on time, and I say the good news because it's very grey, very overcast and chilly at Hove this morning. The ground staff, I spoke to them last night, they were putting on the covers and they said, oh yeah, we're expecting rain. Now it hasn't really rained. I drove through a bit of rain this morning around the Crawley area, about 15 miles from here. Only sort of dribs and drabs, but irritating rain. And it looks like it might rain during the day, but at the minute the players are coming out, they're all huddled up. It's not very mid-May, I have to say, but it's more early May, isn't it? But we're going to start on time, which is the good news. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we don't see the floodlights on fairly shortly, as Ollie Robinson comes out with John Simpson. Last night I spoke to Daniel Hughes. That interview's available on the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed. Good to hear from Daniel, having made a very good 100 yesterday. And without further ado, a very good morning to Richard Ray from BBC Leicester.
Good morning, Adrian. Good morning, everybody. My word, the umpires look thoroughly well wrapped up, understandably. Michael Goff and Suri Shunmagan with an awful lot under their white coats, I would suggest. And no floodlights, as you say. So
I'm surprised.
Well, it hasn't rained in Brighton. I can say certainly from about 6:30 when I was up and around. It's been cold but dry. It's a permanent threat, but it just hasn't rained, so the old South Downs are doing their thing for us, I think. Although I think the rain has come the other way.
Yeah, you know, I'm not too sure it's
from France.
Well, I thought it was coming from France, and someone else said they thought the wind was coming from the east today,
It's from the north.
But it does feel like a cold. You put me to shame up at 6:30, and no doubt Richard is. For those of you who don't know Richard, he's a very keen runner. So how far did you run this morning, Richard?
I went past the statue of Steve Ovett, a
Oh.
great Brighton man, past Sea Lanes. My word, that's a facility.
Yes.
Yeah,
it is, yeah.
Brighton's, what a pool.
Yeah.
What a pool that is.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It is.
Fancy that.
Well, yeah. Well, Ben Green's going to get us underway without his fan club, who were here yesterday. He's in a bowls and Robinson is forward, plays into the covers. There is no run. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, there was a group of lads on a stag do. In fact, there were a couple of stag do's, but a group of lads who, they thoroughly enjoyed themselves. They had their umpires' coats on, they had a few beers, yeah, they had a bit of a sing-song. But I think I didn't speak to the Sussex boys about it, but I think the Leicestershire lads quite enjoyed it, didn't they?
They thoroughly enjoyed it. Stevie Eskenazi and Ben Green said it got them through the day. They got them through the day.
Green is in over the wicket bowls, and Robinson's beaten outside that off stump taken by Cox, and there is no run. And they adopted Ben Green as their sort of hero for the day, and he picked up a wicket at the end of the day of Jack Carson, so a great roar and a greeno and all sorts of chants were going on. And there was a couple of people I spoke to at lunchtime who were slightly grumpy about them, but you know what, I said we've got to encourage people to county cricket, and if it means a bit of singing, well, I thought they were okay. Green in bowls, Robinson clips this one nicely down to fine leg and picks up his first run of the day. He goes to 14 and Sussex to 3, 87 for 8, and the lead is 59. So you're up and out, so go on, Richard, how far did you run this morning, just to put me to shame?
It was only 10k, so up to
only 10k.
Past up the there's a theatre beyond as you go towards Rodine,
okay,
on the seafront there, but just next to the marina.
Right. Okay.
So I turned around there.
Right.
And then came back along, past the pier.
And you would have worked
the sights of Brighton.
Right. Yeah. People about? Well, you said there was people in the sea yesterday. I would doubt if there were this morning.
Nobody in the sea this morning.
No, I thought it was a bit rough actually. Was it?
Yeah. It looked grey and a few white tops.
Yeah. No, not good. Not good swimming weather today. Green around the wicket bowls to John Simpson, who plays uppishly. Wow, to mid-office, fielded eventually by Ian Holland, but that was in the air for a long time. Very loose shot by John Simpson. First up this morning, a little fortunate to get away with that. Just stopped on him a little bit, punched it in the air to mid-off, and it very nearly carried to Ian Holland. John Simpson, who batted beautifully yesterday, he's on 89, within sight of another 100 for Sussex, which will be his 11th. Comes Green and bowls. Simpson defends the track, and there is no run. You could probably hear the wind howling away in our effects microphone. It is very un-May-like today. Yesterday was the most glorious day, and actually you can't think of anything more different. And if you're coming along today, well, bring a coat, bring a hat, because it's chilly. We have got some special guests coming in today to keep us company. Tom Alsop, the Sussex batsman, is coming in at 12 o'clock for half an hour to have a natter. Be good to catch up with Tom, who's been out injured so far this season. As Green is in bowls, and Simpson plays one hand off of the bat and plays it to point, and there is no run. So end of the opening over. Ben Green as tidy as ever, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 58. We're going to have Keith Ridge from the Sussex Cricket Museum coming up after lunch to have a natter about some exhibitions in the museum and some events that are going on around the county, to talk about those. And we're hoping that Lewis Hill from Leicestershire is going to have a natter away to Richard as well sometime this afternoon. So plenty of guests, which means, luckily for the listeners, they don't have to listen to me, and we can have an enjoyable day. We just hope the weather plays ball and we get a full day's cricket. So whatever you're up to, if you're sitting inside with a cup of coffee or watching the live stream, which is being operated by Jack today, so well done Jack, and I think Alex as well, I'm sure we're going to have a good day's cricket.
Tom Helm is coming in from the sea end and bowling to off stump. Robinson covers up very correctly, pushes it out into the offside where Jake Weatherald is the fielder. Just as Adrian had a chat to Dan Hughes yesterday, I had a chat to Tom Helm, and I suggested it must have been hard work, the number of overs he bowled. This is his 24th coming down, so 20 yesterday, 3 the evening before. If he hadn't been playing too much, in he runs and bowls to Robinson and beats the outside edge of the ball that just straightens a touch on him. He said it wasn't too bad at all. He said he was in fairly good shape coming down the slope. He said it makes life a lot easier. It is a pronounced slope here at Hove, coming down from the Cromwell Road end, and he thoroughly enjoyed himself basically. But what he did say, Leicestershire supporters, is that he may or may not be available next week at Essex. In he goes and bowls and edges. No, he doesn't edge, because that mark moved a lot, and Robinson, having played and missed as it turned out, turned and looked backwards, which always makes you think, well, maybe he did edge it. But that one moved quite a lot, or straightened quite a lot. So the movement is still very much there, it would appear. Helm, economical run, is in and bowls, and Robinson covers up on off stump, just pops it out into the offside and indicates with his right hand, yep, there is still movement there. And so there is.
Are you online now, Richard?
It's I think it's firewall issues, Windows is telling me, so I shall,
that's annoying.
I shall try and switch all those off as best I can, and let the Wi-Fi do the rest. In goes Helm and bowls, and looking, well, not really intently to drive. He's pushing half forward, is Robinson, thick inside part of the bat. The ball runs up towards mid-on. I should say Lewis Hill's presence in the commentary box post-lunch is dependent to a certain extent on Leicestershire taking the last 2 Sussex wickets this morning, because Lewis is the designated fielding substitute, the fielding 12th man. He's not out there at the moment, as in goes Helm and bowls. Robinson leans forward, blocks out towards point where John Tattersall is the fielder, and that is a maiden to start with for Tom Helm. 24 overs, 6 maidens now, 3 for 3 Helms figures, 387 for 8.
And I think consistently yesterday, Richard, he was the pick of the Leicestershire attack.
Unquestionably, yeah.
He certainly
Absolutely.
caused a lot of problems.
Questionably.
I'm sure if Leicestershire were able to keep him, they would love to. Talk about fast bowlers yesterday. Extraordinary story down at Cardiff with young Norton. I forget his first name now. Picking up a hat-trick on debut for Glamorgan, and then taking another couple of wickets. They reduced Somerset to 32 for 6 last night. Nick Webb, our colleague down in Wales, had all sorts of stats about players taking hat-tricks on debuts, and all the bails have blown off. Which gives you an idea. And in fact, I think the umpire's got gloves on.
Yeah, he's very well wrapped up.
He is.
Sorry, Sean.
In fact, both umpires have got gloves on. In comes Ben Green. Around the wicket and bowls, and Simpson drives onto the onside, picks up a single fielded at mid-on by Steve Eskenazi, his former teammate at Middlesex. John Simpson goes through to 90. And Sussex 88 for 8. So Sussex needing 12 more runs to get to their 4th batting bonus point. They've got another 6 overs and 5 balls in which to get those runs, and conversely Leicestershire have got the same amount of overs in which to pick up another wicket. I think Ollie Robinson's got something in his eye, maybe a bit of dust or something. It really is, for those spectators who are here, so well done Tim and everybody who's come here today, because it's a really cold day. As in comes Green and bowls, and Robinson is forward defensively, placed a point, there is no run. And anyone who's sort of come, like I said, fellow sitting over there in shorts, and he's probably thinking, I might have just undercooked it a bit today. But great news, we have got play, and certainly the weather forecast earlier on in the week was that it was going to hose down all day today, and that's changed. So hopefully with a breeze it's going to blow any rain away. So, but it is gloomy, and I don't think we're that far away from lights being on territory, because the numbers on the scoreboard are standing out quite proud at the moment, as Green is in and bowls, and Robinson again defends back down the track, fielded by Ben Green, and there is no run. The field, 2 slips and a third man. There's a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance. John Simpson at the non-striker's end, 10 runs away from what would be the 21st first-class 100 of his career, the 2nd of the season, and 11th since he came to Hove, which is quite extraordinary, really. In comes Green, bowls, and Robinson's beaten. Good delivery by Green, and I guess if you're Ollie Robinson, you're thinking, well, I've been beaten outside the off-stump by a ball that's lifted a little, and there's still some help for the seamers. The Sussex seamers will be noting that. As Green ambles back to his mark, and wheels round in front of us. On his way, well, he's on his way, and he's stopped his run. Yeah, I think I might have been a gust of wind. Your commentary team today, to say myself, Adrian Holmes, Richard Ray, and Nicky Chowdhury is our third voice, who's brought in some macaroons today, which we're slowly working our way through. No, they're not homemade. In fact, they're in what looks like a very expensive box, I have to say. In comes Green and bowls, and Robinson right in behind that, plays to win off no run. And well done to Paul Weaver, who's sitting in the press box next door to us, who, on seeing there was no biscuits available this morning, said, I'm going to go to the local shop and buy some biscuits. So we're going to be well catered for today. Changing the field. The mid-wicket is going out to a deep mid-wicket. That's Jake Weatherald. So which suggests maybe there's going to be a short delivery, or maybe a double bluff from Ben Green. We shall see. Number 6 on the back of his shirt. Green is in bowls, and Robinson is solidly and stoutly forward, plays into the offside. Just the 1 run off the over from Ben Green. 388 for 8. Ollie Robinson, who's averaging just a tad over 70 with the bat this season, made a very good 100 at the Oval last week, the 2nd of his career. The first coming over 10 years ago up at Durham, but he's also made a couple of handy 40 not outs as well, and it's a very new Ollie Robinson we've seen batting this season. I think it's fair to say, and I'm sure Ollie would agree, perhaps his batting stats over the last few years have not really done justice to the talent he does have with the bat, but the skippering seems to have brought some added responsibility for Ollie this season, and he's 48 balls for his 14, and these are valuable runs that Sussex are adding. The lead now is 60.
I guess their first priority will be the 12 runs they need for another batting bonus point. And they have 6 more overs to get those 12 runs, so that shouldn't be an issue. Round the wicket comes Tom Helm and bowls to Simpson. Good falling stop away to his left by Jake Weatherall, two-handed on the immaculate Hove square. Keeps Simpson in his place. Lots of hands in pockets out there among the Leicestershire players, grasping their hand warmers, I'm sure. Third man is being summoned up to point, I suspect, because Budinger has gone back from, in fact he's sort of backward point almost, sort of on the 45, as Helm is in to Simpson, who covers up to a straight ball, plays it out towards Tattersall in the covers. Budinger went back from point to the point boundary, just forward of point.
Just had a note through, we were hoping Tom Alsop was going to come in today, but he's just been in touch, Tom, to say that training has been rearranged.
Right.
So we're not going to have Tom. So I'm sorry about that. No, I don't think we are. He's not in today.
Helm is in, bowls again, straight, middle stump, back on his stump. Simpson drops it out on the on side towards short leg. Weatherall, equally well wrapped up, comes running into field.
But it was good value. Tom came in a couple of weeks ago during the Warwickshire game, and it was great to catch up with him, who's had a frustrating start to the season with injury, so I'm sure we'll get Tom on a future occasion. He'll be hoping to get back fit with lots of T20 cricket around the corner as well.
Helm is in, and Simpson is going to get that one away. He goes back and turns it off the thigh pad out towards deep backward square. Weatherall had actually gone back. They're looking almost to give Simpson a single, though that was just the 4th ball of the over. He takes it happily enough, because as we've been saying, Robinson is batting with an extremely responsible attitude at the moment. Simpson on to 90 from 127 balls, so good strike rate as well. Helm will have a couple of deliveries potentially at Robinson, just the 2 slips as he comes down the slope and bowls outside off stump, leans forward, pretty much on off stump really, in fairness. Robinson leans forward and blocks it out towards in front of point. Tattersall runs to his right to field, and there's no run.
I think we are very, very close to floodlights coming on here, Richard. It's very, very gloomy. I know we're behind slightly darkened glass here, but even so.
Yeah, there are sort of lighter patches as well. I think the umpires have been, this season, they have been less inclined to call for lights, or certainly to take them off for bad light. In goes Helm and bowls a touch short. Robinson swats it away, doesn't time it, hits it hard down into the ground. There isn't a mid-wicket though, just Budinger out on the leg side boundary, and so Robinson can take one, and does. It's come up on the board as a dot. I'm not quite sure why, because that was clearly one, and there it is. It's changed now, 2-1. So he keeps the strike. He moves on to 15, 390 for 8.
And the emails are up and running this morning. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. I know it was a big day for Brighton Hove Albion men yesterday. It is for the women today, who are in an FA Cup semi-final against Liverpool. So a place beckons at Wembley for Albion's women. And I know we've got a sport programme on BBC Sussex later today. As in comes Green and bowls Robinson. Well, this time he does give it the long handle, Ollie Robinson, and he doesn't quite time it, but it's going to still race away for 4 runs. Decided the time was right, Ollie Robinson. He doesn't want to muck around and miss out on this extra bonus point. It was in the slot, and he's belted that over mid-on for 4 runs. Robinson goes to 19, Sussex to 394 for 8. Ben Green's been very economic this morning. umpire Sean Mangan looks absolutely frozen standing with his head, doesn't he? He's really wrapped up. It is look at it in Holland shirt, it's billowing away in the wind. They are very unpleasant conditions this morning. As Green in again, bowls, and Robinson this time he's annoyed with himself. He was looking to cut that one away through backward point. Goes through to keeper Cox. And it's sometimes not easy to bowl when it's this breezy, Richard, because he's probably running into a gale here. Do you remember at Grace Road it was really windy, and poor old Ben Green spent most of that match running into a gale as well. But he's got his short sleeve shirt on, and he's running away from us up the hill into bowl to Robinson, who defends into the offside to backward point, and there is no run. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Holmes, Richard Gray, Nicky Chowdhury, your commentary team. 2 slips in place, a third man, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So far, no alarms for Sussex, resuming this morning on 386 for 8. They've added 8 runs so far today in the face of some accurate bowling from Green and Helm. Sussex nudging their way towards the 400. And a 4th batting bonus point. Green in bowls. Robinson again has to defend out into the offside, and again there is no run. So good, tight, accurate stuff here from the Leicestershire seamers. The Union Jack, which has been pinned to the fence at the far end, is still there. It's got Hinkley written on it, so I'm assuming it's some Leicestershire fans who have come down, who probably enjoyed the sunshine today. Sorry, yesterday, which was the most glorious day. The weather has really turned on its head today. As the 2 slips are waiting, and Green is on his way from the C end of the ground, meaning he's running up the slope into bowl to Robinson, who is caught at backward point. There's a good catch, a cry of catch. The catch is taken, and Ollie Robinson is on his way. A wicket for the persevering Ben Green. Ollie Robinson goes for 19, and Sussex still 6 runs short, Richard, of picking up another batting point.
Yeah, saw Budinger the catch. Just didn't quite get on top of it, did he, somehow? And Budinger at point did have to dive to his left, but he got 2 hands underneath it. It did sort of loop towards him. So as long as he got 2 hands underneath it, a disappointed Robinson leaves the field, but the lead is still 66.
In fact, that's a repeat of the wicket of Jack Carson, because that was caught Budinger bowled Green as well. So Ollie Robinson departs, and last man out is the man who was capped yesterday, Henry Crocombe, cap number 166 for Sussex. So Henry, who's well, he's certainly in the side as a bowler. He can bat, but Sussex won't want to miss out here on a 4th batting bonus point. We were discussing this yesterday, that a point here, a point there, and people say, well, does it matter? Well, yes, it does. We saw last season how important that was in the battle for relegation when Durham went down and Hampshire stayed up. So having got this close, Sussex won't want to miss out. Leicestershire, of course, will think, well, that's okay, we've got our maximum bowling points, so Leicestershire will be very pleased about that. They've picked up 5 bonus points so far in the game.
Nottinghamshire were 449 when their overs ran out last week. Not that it concerned them too much, but they would have taken maximum points from the game had.
Yeah.
But they only needed, I think, 2 from the final over, and
didn't get them.
And somehow didn't get. They swished and mished a few times. Swished and mished.
So, Henry Crocombe is going to face, as in comes Ben Green over the wicket, bowls, and Crocombe lets that go through to Ben Cox, and there is no run. So John Simpson is 9 away from a century.
How will he play it? Will he trust Henry Crocombe?
Sure, I think he will. I think Henry's a better bat than people think, actually. He's made useful runs for Sussex. I think if there's a single to beat, if they spread the field, I think John Simpson will have confidence in Henry Crocombe. But also, John, I think will be thinking. I don't think he'll be thinking about it. Well, will he be thinking about his 100? It'll be at the back. I think his forefront of his mind. He's a very selfless cricketer. I think his priority here will be to get Sussex this batting point. The field is spreading, so they're allowing John Simpson the single. Let's see whether he takes it or not.
Looks around him, sees the only close fielders are the wicket-keeper Ben Cox and the first slip Rishi Patel. Even Holland is deepish at mid-on. Round the wicket goes Helm and bowls to Simpson, who dabs it out into the offside and is perfectly happy, as Adrian suggested, to take the single edge as Patel comes running in from backward point, deep backward point on the boundary in front of the pavilion over there.
But probably makes Henry feel a bit better as well, actually, because he's got a partner who thinks, yeah, no, I think you are capable of doing this.
Well, this season, Henry H.T. Crocombe has scored 32 runs in 6 innings, 3 of which have been not out, so obviously coming in at the end. He's often left stranded. But it does mean he's averaging 10.66 he's averaging.
Oh, there we go.
And all that, 10.66. One of the greatest books of English literature. In goes Helm and bowls, and Crocombe, the most correct back foot defensive shot you can possibly imagine. Everything neatly together, head right over the ball, and he's pleased with it because he rehearses it and plays it again a few times.
I noticed Johnson just wandered down and probably said, well done, Henry.
Yeah, nice. Spot on there, mate.
Yeah.
Tom Helm turns, in he comes and bowls, and beautifully deflected on the back foot down through the vacant gully area, down to third man by Crocombe. Really nicely played. It was a short-ish delivery on off stump. Looked to come back a little bit. He's a tall young man, Henry Crocombe. He got up on his toes and deflected it very competently down through the gully to green. So he takes one, gets off the mark, brings Simpson back on strike. The Leicestershire field retreats again, despite Crocombe having demonstrated his competence with the bat. In goes Helm, bowls, Simpson drives, doesn't put his weight into it, just pushes it firmly out through mid-off. There's a single to be taken wherever he hit it, and so he took it. I'm entirely, as I say, convinced of this approach from Leicestershire. It may work.
Yeah, it is a difficult one, isn't it? I guess if they pick up the wicket, it's exactly what they plan to do. Just 3 needed now for Sussex for this point.
Helm in, Crocombe gets a bouncer, he ducks underneath it.
John Malone has been in touch. He says, hello lads, cloudy and nippy along the coast in Bexhill as well. Yeah, Richard said it was nippy running down by the sea this morning. A good day's cricket all round yesterday. Was listening in as I was working at the Albion. Looking forward to another day on the stream today. Good pictures and sound that you can hear the blustery sounds from the outside microphone. Thank you, John, who's normally out in his garden listening away to us, but he's sounds like he's inside today.
Helm in, bowls, edged, not edged, bounced and moved away, held its line, and just that little bit of extra something from Tom Helm, and Crocombe on the back foot couldn't help but fence at it. Didn't get anything on it. Looked like he did for a minute because the movement is still there, and although Robinson will be disappointed to have been dismissed, obviously he will, he'll also be slightly encouraged at the sight of that movement continuing. For the Leicestershire Seamers, 6-5, the bonus point situation at the moment should be about to become 7-5, and that will be that.
So, Ian Holland is having a natter away with Ben Green. John Simpson on 93. 397 for 9 here on BBC Sussex, BBC Leicester. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray as Ben Green is in, bowls to John Simpson, who's down the wicket, driving firmly. They've taken one, they're going to look for 2 here. He was a good bit of fielding actually. It's very difficult to take 2 to that part of the ground here at Hove, but John Simpson was certainly looking for the second run. 398 for 9. Simpson goes to 94. Sometimes when we get emails, I'm wondering whether someone's trying to catch me out. So I'm not going to read that one just for a moment.
Read it carefully to yourself.
Yes, I will. I'm going to do a bit of research before I read. I've been caught a couple of times when I've read things out because I'm too trusting, really. And they always say at the BBC you should, read things before you read them out on air. So I'm just going to pause before I read the next email. The light's got a bit better, actually, as Green is in and bowls to Crocombe, who drives down the ground and picks up a single. Nice-looking shot by Henry Crocombe. Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Drilled it down the ground. Good stop by Ian Holland, but not before Crocombe had gone through for a single.
A very correct on drive.
Yeah, that would have pleased Grant Flower, who I'm sure has spent time with Henry batting-wise. So one needed for Sussex to get to 4 batting bonus points. The field spreads again. John Simpson needing 6 to go to 100. I doubt he'll go for the 6. I think he'll just push the single here. As in comes Green and bowls, and it blooms high outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox, and there is no run. Simpson not to be tempted and wanders away to square leg. John's dad often listens to our commentaries. I don't know whether he's listening, spends quite a lot of time in Spain enjoying the golf and the sunshine, so if you are listening or tuned in, it's been another exhibition from John in this innings. 94 not out, on the verge of his second 100 of the season, 21st of his career. In comes Green and bowls, and there we go. John Simpson flicks that one away down to fine leg. They've taken one, they're going to come back for 2. In fact, they don't need to come back for 2 because it's run away for 4 runs, and John Simpson moves to 98 and Sussex to 403 for 9. So 4th batting bonus point secured for Sussex. So that's mission accomplished. And will it be mission accomplished now for John Simpson as well? 98 of 132 balls. As Ben Green is back to his mark. Green running in from the C end of the ground to bowl to John Simpson. He's in and bowls, and Simpson pulls onto the leg side, and that's gone all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. And there we are, 6 to John Simpson. That's carried all the way over the ropes, and the run machine that is John Simpson since he has come to Sussex simply continues. He takes off his helmet, raises his back towards the dressing room. It's the 2nd century of the season for John Simpson, the 21st of his first-class career, the 11th since he arrived here at Sussex. It's a quite magnificent record, and another terrific innings by John Simpson. He's 104 not out, and he's carried Sussex now past the 400, 4 batting bonus points. Sussex now 409 for 9.
An outstanding knock. I think it was 14 4s and 2 6s as well for John Simpson.
In comes Green around the wicket bowl. Simpson back and punches that back down the green, down the wicket. Fielded off his own bowling. There is no run.
And it was a very Simpson-esque 100 as well. There was nothing really violent about it. Just, full of very correct shots, beautifully played. And yet, with those 2 6s as well, all about timing and style. And I think if you've watched county cricket and you saw that 100, or you saw a few of the shots from it without necessarily being told who the player was, you'd have a fair stab that it was Simpson, because just the way he played it. And he leans on his bat. He can be thoroughly pleased with himself. I'm sure he isn't, but he can be. No declaration for those who thought that they might, but why not? Keep going, and I suspect they'll maybe look to put back to ball a little bit more often now.
Yep.
Helm is in to Crocombe, who is beaten on the outside edge by a ball that straightens. Update coming, I think, perhaps for BBC Radio.
Yes, that's the one update we're going to do today. Do you mind if I take over?
No,
Just
no.
That's kind of you, Richard. Thank you. And then I'll make way. So 409 for 9. Helm is back to his mark and turns in, runs down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and Crocombe is right in behind. That is Henry Crocombe. Plays out into the offside. Playing very correctly is Henry, and he's done his job. He's coming. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Well, we couldn't have a more different day than we had yesterday. It was a beautiful day here at Hove yesterday, but today it's cold and blustery and the spectators are well wrapped up. However, they've been entertained by another century from Sussex's wicket-keeper, John Simpson. He's gone through, he's 104 not out, going to his 100 with a 6 over square leg, the second 100 of the season and the 11th since he arrived here at Sussex, and put Sussex in a very good position here in this match. They're 409 for 9 after Leicestershire made 328. In other games, Surrey still batting against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. They're 255 for 4, still trailing Notts by 160. Pretty much even Stevens down at Bristol, where Kent have been bowled out for 327. They need Gloucestershire by 2 runs. For the benefit of our listeners in Sussex and Surrey, there will be a sports special from 12 o'clock. We'll keep you up to date with all the scores in the Surrey and Sussex games. The Kent updates will continue coming on BBC Radio Kent. But here at Hove, Sussex 409 for 9.
And for those just listening online, just one ball missed. It was a wide-ish delivery from Helm that Crocombe reached for, but couldn't quite reach. Helm is in, bowls to him, he drives in the air, bounces just short of Tom Scrivener to wide-ish mid-off. So an indication perhaps that now Simpson has got his 100 and now Sussex have got their 4th batting bonus point. Crocombe is going to look to try and score rather than just try and stay in. 409 for 9 as Helm turns. Almost jogs in and bowls a little bit short on off stump. Nicely played off the back foot by Crocombe out through backward point. Weatherald had retreated to the boundary to give Crocombe a single, and Simpson was happy to call him through for it. It means that Crocombe will keep the strike. He moves on to 3, 4, 10, 4, 9. Well, if he can bash 40 off this over, a la Louis Kimber, there'll be another batting bonus point, but I think that's unlikely. What did Kimber take off that Robinson? Do you remember that? Was it 43?
43. Yeah, look at those spectators all wrapped up at the back there. Well done, lads.
Hoodies.
Yeah, hoodies.
Boys.
Yeah, I mean, it was extraordinary, wasn't it? 43 off there. But I do remember them walking off, and I mean, I remember Ollie Robinson got quite a lot of stick in the papers the next day for the record.
Yes.
And I remember him walking off and patting Louis Kimber on the back. You know, it was just an extraordinary exhibition of batting. I'm going to make way, and Nicky is going to come in and join you for the first time this morning with Richard.
Thank you, Adrian. Ben Green will continue from the C end. Bowls to Crocombe, who leans forward on off stump, just blocks it out into the offside. John Tattersall fields. So 7-5 is the final, I think we can assume, bonus point return. So if the game is drawn, Sussex will take 15 points from the game, Leicestershire 13. But obviously both sides are still hoping for the win, and the lead now is 82. It beginning to feel significant because there is still movement out there for the seam bowlers. Green is in, bowls a bouncer. Crocombe ducks underneath it, adjusts his pads and clothing. Holland begins to windmill his arms and do some chest stretching and shoulder stretching at mid-on. Morning, Nikki.
Morning, Rich. How are you?
Not as warm as I was yesterday,
Yeah.
but it's all right behind glass. These are the days when you don't mind being behind glass.
We're
in
lucky
the
that
commentary box.
we're lucky that we're inside.
Green is in, and bowls clipped away off his legs very nicely and successfully by Crocombe to the backward square boundary. 4-4. Used the direction and pace of the delivery, helped it on its way really. Nice backlift and nice follow through as well. A bit of a flourish really. Crocombe picks up his first boundary and moves on to 7, 414 for 9. The lead up to 86. shirt sort of half out of the back of his trousers, is in, lofted in the air, back past green by Crocombe. No chance for him to change direction and stick out a meaty right hand. It lands well short of a very straight mid-on. Holland runs around to field, and one is taken. Crocombe on to 8. I know, Adrian, talking to Dan Hughes yesterday, Hughes was disappointed with the lead that they hadn't sort of ground Leicestershire down to a certain extent, but they are doing this morning, and every chance of that lead going to 3 figures, and as I say, it feels sort of significant now. A lead of 100 is well worth having.
Absolutely.
Again, Holland retreats from mid-off to long off, ditto mid-on to long on as they look to give Simpson one. Green is in and bowls. Simpson is going to take it. Oh, a lovely punch off the back foot. Could go all the way. It will be cut off actually by Weatherald, running along the ropes, flicking it back with his left hand, and Simpson picks up 3 instead of 4.
That was a lovely shot. Sweet sound off the bat. Weatherall nearly losing his trousers in the process of retrieving that delivery. But, oh, that sounded lovely off the bat. Crisp timing.
He's a very correct player, Simpson. And there's something in that. I know these days it's the result that counts, but
it does
sometimes
help. It
the
looks
coaching
a bit,
manuals have a point, don't they?
I think there's a reason why they were written in the first place. There's only so much you can fender off from it, can't you?
Well, the Leicestershire field has retreated on the offside because this is the last ball of the over. Green bowls. Is it edged? No, it isn't. It holds its own, and Crocombe plays and misses on the back foot. Almost fends at it. Cox takes it diving so far to his right that I thought it must have been edged, but it wasn't. No reaction from the Leicestershire fielders. Green philosophically takes his cap, gets a pat on the back from his captain Ian Holland, which suggests that Holland may take over from him at this C end, but in the meantime it will be Helm who will continue from the Cromwell Road end.
Very, very overcast here at Hove. There's a strong breeze, and safe to say Leicestershire look very cold outside. Everyone's got a long sleeve jumper on, and I don't blame them. Tom Helm has ball in hand. He's going to be coming round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. 107 to his name. Helm in off the back foot. This is dropped into the offside, down towards deep point, and he'll take the single. Leicestershire very happy for Simpson to just be at the other end, as that takes him on to 108. Sussex 419 for 9. Want to bowl a majority of those deliveries to Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, I suppose the fact that Simpson is happy to take the single from the first ball, the indication of his confidence in Crocombe's batting.
Changing field as majority of players get brought in. Square leg stays out. 2 slips in place for Helm into Crocombe now. Short ball, this one's ducked underneath and goes straight through to Ben Cox with the gloves. You know what? Yeah, I was just going to say, you know what fascinates me about the weather in England is that how it can do a 180 in less than 24 hours. Yesterday we had people in the stands on a stag do basking in the sunshine. Some people even took their t-shirts off so they could get a bit of tanning done. And now today we look like you could send them to après-ski.
It hasn't been it's been a dry start to the season, but it hasn't been a baking start to the season, has it, for the most part? That's why yesterday was so nice.
Helm in again, and Crocombe forward pushes this to mid-wicket. A very strong bottom hand swing on his in his game, Henry Crocombe. Two slips, deep third, backward point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, deep square leg and a fine leg in place. As Helm runs down the slope into Crocombe. Moves forward, drives, gets his past extra cover, comes through for a single. That's come off the toe end of the bat and has made an awful clang.
Yes, he's having a good look at his bat, making sure it's in. Not cracked.
That is a bat breaker though. That sound is a bat breaker sound. Just a little mark at the bottom.
Somebody said you can now, told me the other day, you can now buy a bat that costs £1,000, but
Really?
Even I raised my eyebrows at that one.
Helm over the wicket to left-handed Simpson. Short ball is ducked under and balloons into the hands of Ben Cox.
Let's look at each other, but
I guess with bats it's a funny one, right? Because the better quality the bat, yes, it's more expensive, but it also means that the bats that have better ping, the grains are a lot tighter, so you actually will go through your bats a lot quicker because they don't last as long. They're better for a short period of time, but you won't really have one that lasts you an entire season. You might go through 2 bats in a season. As Simpson awaits, Helm, short ball, this is pulled away, beautiful control, and this should go away for 4, and it does. Deep square leg tries to cut it off, but the ball's got too much speed on it, and that's a boundary to end the over. Sussex 424 for 9, Simpson moves on to 112.
yeah, lovely shot, lovely controlled pull/hook. Some of us didn't go through a bat in our careers.
So yeah, it's a funny one. You want a good quality bat, but you also know that if you pay the big bucks, it's not going to last you as long, just because they're made to be more impactful as opposed to have a longer shelf life. But then £1,000 for a bat, I'm sorry, that's unless you're being gifted that by a sponsor.
Exactly. all these chaps, I think for them, I can't imagine there are many who don't receive a consignment at the start of each season.
I wonder how many bats some people carry. You know, you hear stories, some players have 6, 7 bats in their bag, but then that makes it really heavy, and then who knows?
Green continues from the sea end. Is it raining? As he bowls straight to Crocombe, who turns him competently enough out towards mid-on, leans forward. Our colleague Mr. Harms indicates that the little bit of moisture in the air now. But the clouds, the lower clouds, although there's a high,
I can
lighter layer,
see raindrops.
they are moving. Yeah, just on the side of the window. So maybe it's just on the wind at the moment. And they will continue for the time being. Green is in a bouncer that Crocombe ducks. And 1 for the over. Notwithstanding the fact Crocombe ducked, says umpire Shunmugan. 4-4 for 9. Lead creeping ever closer to 3 figures. Simpson looks at the bottom of his bat. His record score, or his first class best, came against Leicestershire up at Grace Road a year or so ago. Got a double 100 up there. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump. Slower ball, very nicely played off the front foot, sort of cut off the front foot. Square driven down towards wideish third man almost by Henry Crocombe. It is chased back and in by Tom Helm, but Crocombe still picks up 3. Hindi moves on to 12.
My goodness, they ran that 3 very quickly.
And the score up to 4-7 for 9. The lead now 99. If they could obligingly either declare or get bowled out with a lead of exactly 100, that would save us lots of tricky maths throughout the rest of the match, if that's all right. The field retreats as Leicestershire look to give Simpson 1. Round the wicket goes Green, bowls a bouncer that Simpson almost contemptuously ignores. He was already sort of preparing himself for the next delivery as it sailed wide past his left shoulder. Green does look like a figure from a sort of 1970s American TV show. Turns, Magnum. Perhaps 70s, maybe 80s actually, Magnum. In goes Green and bowls, tucked neatly as ever. Everything he does is neat, John Simpson. Out towards mid-wicket. 1 is taken. He moves on to 113, and that is the 100 lead for Sussex.
I'm surprised the floodlights haven't come on. It is looking quite gloomy outside. Maybe it's the tinted glass, but I think Adrian's had a nip outside, so I'm not sure if it's actually darker outside.
It's dried up a bit, the drizzle on the side windows of the commentary box, so it was just on the breeze. We are yet to lose a ball. Green is into Crocombe, who drives and misses. It was a wideish delivery, and it was arguably for the first time a little loose from Henry Crocombe. First time he's sort of looked like a number 11. It was an outswinger that went wide, and he had a bit of a wahoo at it.
A bit of a wahoo. Sussex will be saying wahoo though with a lead of 100.
They will.
As both batters kept together in the middle. And a change in bowling as it's been announced on the PA announcement. Ian Holland to replace Tom Helm from the Cromwell Road end. Going to be coming round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who's done an incredible job. 113. Holland in now. Simpson forward and opens the play down to the deep third. Will take a single. And before he even reaches the non-strikers, then the entire field comes in as Crocombe comes on to strike. Not a single soul in the hospitality area compared to yesterday. Can't see anyone.
One well wrapped up person
Well wrapped up person, that's
with
probably.
a bobble hat.
I can see a spectator in one of the balconies on the flats to the right hand side of the ground, just behind the scoreboard. 2 slips in place for Crocombe, taps his bat, awaits, looks up. As Holland runs into him, back of Valenta's forward in defence, into the offside, no run. Yeah, if you are planning on coming down to the county ground, please bring layers. Yesterday we told you to bring sunscreen and a hat. Today, please bring scarves, gloves, puffer jackets. Holland into Crocombe, forward. This one's bounced on him as he takes his bottom hand off the bat. Ball goes to mid-on.
43 runs added by Sussex this morning for the loss of the Robinson wicket. They're important runs, these. They just emphasise the fact that Sussex are on top in this game and getting further on top all the time.
Holland in, Crocombe forward in defence. Ball goes to point. I can tell you what, Sussex won't mind when they do bowl. I think Finn Hudson-Prentice could be quite useful with these conditions. Holland with ball in hand at the top of his mark. Sets off against the wind. Crocombe forward, defends, straight back to Holland.
A little bit of movement back in. I think Leicestershire felt yesterday that the pitch didn't offer quite as much as it had done on day one, which is often the way of things. But there is still a little bit there. No question about it. How old is this ball now?
Holland in now. This one's driven into the offside. They'll come through for a single, which means Crocombe keeps strike. He moves on to 13. Sussex 430 for 9 at the end of the over. And Sussex women are also in action today in the Metrobank One Day Cup. They're playing against Northamptonshire. They're currently 90 for 3.
Of how many overs is that?
In the 24th over.
Okay.
Yeah. 90 for 3. Phoebe Wilkinson currently out there in the middle. She's on 37 not out. And she's with Bella Johnson, who's got 5 to her name currently. Izzy Collis out for 18 at the top of the order. But over here, we're going to have a change in bowling from the C end. Ijaz Patel.
Yep, 24 overs, 1 for 97 for Patel, which, given Carson's 4 for 40, I think it was, in Sussex's bowling at Leicestershire, are figures which he'll be a little bit disappointed with. Likewise, the fact that he was never able to tie an end down, really, to spell the seamers. He was picked off at 4 and over as he goes in and tosses one up to Crocombe, who leans forward and turns the straightish delivery out to mid-wicket, where Holland is the fielder. Patel is in, back goes Crocombe. It's going on down the leg side. He misses his attempt to turn the ball into the leg side, thumps into the knee roll of the pad, but for me, as I say, that was going on down. It was indeed worth a shout, just in case, but you could almost see all 3 stumps by the time it hit the pad. In he goes and bowls Crocombe forward, pushing the ball again towards Holland at mid-wicket. That single plane with its little engine is being buffeted around a bit in the wind. Up there, Patel is in, back, and surely his leg before this time. Yes, he is. He's very disappointed about that, Crocombe. He was starting to run there, but he went back. It skidded onto him again, hit him on the back pad, the right pad this time, and umpire Shanmugam decides, yeah, well, that's absolutely plumb. Quite what Henry Crocombe was surprised about there. I'm not entirely sure. He went back, he missed it, it skidded on and was going to hit about 3/4 of the way up middle stump. So Sussex are now all out, but in a very strong position. 430 all out, which means that they lead by 102 on first innings. But we'll let you hear the applause for John Simpson, who leaves the field on 114 not out. Another outstanding innings by Simpson, really. He's hurried off already, and the chilled crowd barely got into their stride in terms of applauding the former Sussex captain, we should say, but obviously still hugely important player to them. And that was the... And with respect to Hughes, it was a different sort of century to that by Hughes, who scored 136. But I mean, there's the difference between the 2 innings, really. 2 Sussex players went on and scored good hundreds. None of the Leicestershire players who got in were able really to go on and make a big difference. Well backed up with a half century from Jack Leaning, 44 from Charlie Tier. Next highest score, 19, but by Robinson. But there you go, the importance of hundreds shown once again. Right, we will have a 5-minute break while the players reassemble. We are at the halfway point of the game, and there's no doubt, Nikki, that Sussex are well on top.
Absolutely.
Back with you shortly.
Well, welcome back to Hove, where the umpires are making their way out to the middle, suitably wrapped up because it's a very cold, grey, overcast day here at Hove. We've had a couple of spits and spots of rain, but we're still going for the time being, and I think that what the weather forecast is suggesting, I don't think it's going to change much during the day. We just have to hope that we're not going to get too much rain. Sussex will certainly be hoping that because they're in a very strong position in this match, as the Sussex fielders come out to the middle. And I should report that the floodlights are also on, so overcast skies, floodlights on. These are not going to be easy batting conditions for Leicestershire. If you're just joining us this morning, the news from the middle is that John Simpson took the honours this morning. Yet a terrific batting display by John Simpson, his second 100 of the season, going to that 100 with a big 6 over square leg. And during that innings, Sussex got their 4th batting bonus point, which was what they were after this morning. Henry Crocombe was alongside John Simpson when that particular milestone was achieved. So, in terms of the game itself, Sussex bowled out for 430. It means the lead is 102. So Leicestershire with much work to do here, and there's not going to be helped by those factors, I say, that it's very overcast and the floodlights are on. And Ollie Robinson is coming in, a ball in hand from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Rishi Patel, who's beaten first up by Ollie Robinson, looking to drive through the covers, and very nearly nicks that one through to John Simpson. But he doesn't. There are 4 slips in place, all 4 with hands in pockets, unsurprisingly. Coles at first, Clark at second, Leaning at third, Ibrahim at 4th. Sussex will be hoping their catching is better in this innings than it was in the first, when they put down 6 chances. But it's almost excusable today, with it being this cold, that I'd imagine they've got sort of hand warmers, which you probably don't expect on May the 10th. But anyway, in comes Robinson, down the hill, bowls, and Patel drives sweetly to mid-off, fielded by Daniel Hughes, who I spoke to last night. Always good to catch up with Daniel. That interview available on the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed and also on the Sussex website. So, 4 slips. Charlie Tier's at backward point. He's got hands in pockets as well. Hughes hands in pockets at mid-off. Jack Carson at mid-on, hands in pockets. Mid-wicket is... who's that at mid-wicket? In comes Robinson, bowls, Patel is forward. First runs for Leicestershire. That's a lovely looking shot by Rishi Patel. Drives it away through the covers. Charlie Tier is in hot pursuit. He gives up the chase. He loses his hat in the chase as well. And 4 to Patel. Nice way to get off the mark. Leicestershire arrears down to 98. Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket, who got his county cap yesterday. And down at fine leg, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who looks suitably chilly as well. Floodlights on. Cloud cover. New ball. And you would imagine in these sort of conditions that Ollie Robinson might be quite a handful. Leicestershire have started off with a positive shot from Rishi Patel, who waits as in comes Robinson, bowls, and Patel is forward again and plays firmly to mid-on, fielded there by Jack Carson. And there is no run. Nicky Chowdhury is alongside myself, Adrian Harms. Lovely to see, well, John Simpson from a Sussex point of view, I don't mean from a Leicestershire point of view, going through to yet another 100, Nicky.
Oh yeah, it was a cracker of an innings from him, wasn't it? Calm, controlled, and it was one of those, it was like a slow burner, especially I think from Leicestershire's point of view. Like, he was keeping the clock ticking, but he didn't go super crazy either, did he? So those ones hurt a little bit more.
Robinson motors in, bowls, and Patel drives. More runs here. He's not going to get 4 on this occasion, but Charlie Tier's in hot pursuit. Charlie Tier loses his cap again, but not before Patel comes back for a couple of runs. Rishi Patel, he made 45 in the first innings. He was run out in the first innings, as indeed he was at Grace Road in the fixture earlier on this season. So 2 out of the 3 dismissals that Rishi Patel has had against Sussex this season have been run-outs, and I would imagine he's probably rather keen for that not to continue today. Robinson wheels round at the far end of the ground and comes in. Bowles and Patel lets that one go. Outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. 6 without loss. Patel is on 6. Weatherald is yet to score. The lead for Sussex was 102. That's now been reduced by 6 down to 96. Very quickly, just around the other games to give you an idea of what's going on. Down at Somerset, down at Cardiff I should say, Glamorgan, get this right Adrian, Somerset 91 for 8, leading Glamorgan by 216. There was a hat-trick down there yesterday from a young 18-year-old making his debut, whose name I shall give you in a moment. His surname was Norton, but how about that, picking up a hat-trick on your debut. And let's get his name right. Here we are, Tom Norton, remember the name. And his figures in the second innings of Somerset's 91 for 8 are 4 for 48, but he picked up a hat-trick yesterday, so well done to him. In other games, Surrey 273 for 4 against Notts at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 329 for 4 against Yorkshire at Edgbaston. That's a big lead of 324. And the other game, Hampshire 106 for 3, leading Essex by 68 at Chelmsford.
Here's Hudson Prentice from the CN. This one down the leg side to the left-handed Weatherald.
But impressed with Jake Weatherald. Watched him. His first game that he had was against Sussex in the opening round of matches up at Grace Road. He'd only just sort of stepped off of the plane and batted impressively there. And I thought he was impressive here in the first innings. And Richard was saying, you know, he's been a really good signing for Leicestershire at the top of the order. And much will depend on him in these. You know, these are difficult batting conditions now, with the lights on.
Hudson Prentice from the CN runs up the slope. Weatherald forward in defence.
I was referencing the flag, the Union Jack at the far end of the ground that's nailed to the or nailed, hanging on the fence.
Oh yes, I can
and
see it now.
it's got Hinkley on it, so it's obviously a Leicestershire. Well, we presume it's a Leicestershire supporter who is has put that up. And I've had an email about it from Don Seabright. Thank you, Don, for getting in touch. I'll read your email in a moment. sussexsport@bbc.co.uk.
2 slips in place for the left-handed Weatherald. Full delivery, and that's just flicked straight to mid-wicket. Bit of a fumble, they'll come through for a single, but that was hit hard. So it hit mid-wicket's hand and then ricocheted just a few metres away from him.
So Don says, have the supporters flying the Union flag at the Cromwell Road end of the ground realise they're displaying it upside down? This signifies an emergency or distress or can be taken as an insult to the monarchy. He says attached is the correct way of displaying the flag. So there we are.
I would not have even noticed it was upside down.
We've got it on the... No, it's upside down. Thank you, cameraman, for showing us that. So...
Doesn't it look just the same, though?
Well, no, obviously not.
Hudson Prentice in on this one.
Grown, yeah.
Outside the off stump, has a swash at it. There's Patel.
Emergency or distress or can be taken as an insult to the monarchy.
Emergency or distress.
Well, I better take that. In some countries you'd be in all sorts of trouble, wouldn't you? You better get that hung up the right way, I think, who's got your Hinkley flag up there.
Yeah, but then it would say Hinkley
yes,
upside down.
Yes, it would say Hinkley upside down, you're right. Yeah, that wouldn't be great, would it?
And then that would look wrong.
Thank you, Don. I wonder whether Don has got some sort of a military background knowing that sort of thing. That the Union flag is upside down at the Cromwell Road end. But thank you for getting in touch.
Hudson Prentice to Patel. This one's jagged back. It's caught him on the thigh pad. That's going to sting, especially if it's a part of the thigh pad doesn't actually cover the thigh. You know what I mean, Adrian? You always have protection, but I feel like whenever it comes to getting hit, the ball will find a spot where there is no protection.
Yeah, and there was a really awful one up at Headingley a couple of weeks ago where Sam Whiteman for Yorkshire got hit somewhere, you know, in the painful area. And poor guy was down for a long time. That wasn't nice.
Patel awaits. It's bat waving in the air. Is forward and watches this one go by. That's going to conclude the over. 1 run from it. Leicestershire 7 for no loss.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms, Richard Ray and Nikki Chowdhury, your commentary team. Phil, thanks very much for your email, which I'll pass on to Richard. Very good of you for getting in touch. A couple of emails from yesterday that I missed. I'll just read these. This was from Benjamin, who said, I've been following the day's play. This was yesterday, and I seriously thought Sussex were going to pile on the runs and gain a hefty first innings lead. Which they... Well, 102. In fact, Daniel Hughes said last night that the feeling was in the Sussex dressing room that the middle order rather gave their wickets away, and he said, I include myself in that. Here comes Robinson, bowls, and Weatherall plays a nice shot, just beautifully timed through the backward point, well fielded by the athletic Jack Carson, and it's 2 runs to Jake Weatherall. He's on 3, and Leicestershire go to 9 without loss. If you just joined us, Sussex all out for 430 this morning. John Simpson completing the second 100 of the season, 21st of his career. He's now got the gloves on. He's very pleased to have the gloves on, actually, today.
Do you think he's got hand warmers inside the gloves?
I don't know. In comes Robinson and bowls, and Weatherall. Well, there's an appeal from behind the stumps, but Ollie Robinson wasn't interested and just turned and walked back to his mark. And there is no run, 9 without loss. Robinson in his second over. Sussex's over rate is showing on the scoreboard as -1. So Ollie Robinson will have a bit of an eye on that. Although we understand, and I didn't know this was common knowledge, maybe it isn't common knowledge, but I'm very grateful for Richard for pointing it out to us, as in comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls, and Weatherall is solidly forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. That is that apparently over-rate deductions don't come in until an innings has lasted for more than 8 hours. And I was completely unaware of that. I just presumed if you were behind on overs at a certain time, then you lost points, but apparently that isn't the case. And we think that's a new rule for this season. So I don't quite understand. I mean, of course, what it does mean, of course, you can't get too far behind in case an innings does go beyond 8 hours. Robinson in again, bowls, Weatherall is forward, works that one down to fine leg. The howl was from Ollie Robinson. Not sure Weatherall intended it necessarily to go down to fine leg, but it was safe enough and fielded by Charlie Tier, who runs in for field. Charlie Tier, who batted nicely yesterday for his 44 before he was out to the first ball with the new ball, bowled by Tom Helm, who was very much at the pick of the Leicestershire attack, having come on loan from Middlesex. Robinson already back to his mark, floodlights on, and now just the 3 slips in place. He's down the hill, bowls to Patel, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Simpson. Quicker delivery from Ollie Robinson, who just got the feeling he was just warming to his task. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, but actually bowled a lot better than his figures of 3 for 85 suggested. Certainly went past the outside edge on numerous occasions on the first morning. As he turns and comes down the hill to bowl to the right-handed Rishi Patel. He's in, and Patel, that's down the leg side. Now, I don't know if he got any bat on that, whether it's come off thigh pad. Well, they're giving us byes, actually. Oh, no runs. They are giving us runs, so he got a little nick on that, so that wasn't very far away from John Simpson down the leg side, who was diving across, hence the hands on heads. Let's just see this one again. Clip down the leg side. Just didn't quite get there, did he, John Simpson? He dived across a long way. But Rishi Patel picks up a boundary, and in so doing, he goes through into double figures. He's on 10. Jake Weatherall is on 10. And Leicestershire have made a confident start in reply. They are 14 without loss. And very helpfully on the scoreboard that we have in the scorebox here, it shows the arrears are 88.
Hudson Prentice at the top of his mark from the sea end, in for his second over. This is left alone outside the off stump by Weatherall. Staying over the wicket to the left-hander here. This ball just moving away from him.
Apologies to Edward, who sent an email in yesterday because he'd been to the football and then came back to watch the cricket. That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
2 sports one day.
Yeah, and he says, we were there on my mum Liz's birthday. We sat in the North Stand. We were brilliant. Europe next season, says Edward. Yeah, lots of Albion fans are big Sussex fans as well. So, thank you, Edward.
Hudson Prentice in. This one just played off the hips of Weatherall down towards fine leg. He'll come through for a single. He moves on to 5. Leicestershire 15 for no loss. International season starts today as well, Adrian. England
does.
have been taking on New Zealand at Chesterley Street, and it's not raining there, which is good news. And New Zealand batting first there, 84 for 2. Tilly Courtine-Coleman made her England debut at just 18 years old and has picked up her first wicket as well. So, so far, looking good. Ahead of the World Cup next month. Hudson Prentice into Patel, who's forward and plays this to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, it's a big summer for women's cricket. There is an international here
On
against
Monday,
New Zealand. Yeah,
the 26th, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, which is Bank Holiday Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Because Sussex that day are playing at Kent, I think, in the T20.
Blast starts soon, that's exciting.
Yeah, it's only 2 weeks away, isn't it? It's time is rushing on.
So with Hudson Prentice as he's in through now, Patel defends into the offside.
Just back at what we were saying about Tom Helm's figures for Leicestershire in this game. 28 overs, so he bowled more overs than anybody else. 6 maidens, 3 for 85. And closely followed by Ben Green, who bowled 27 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 87. I thought they were very much the pick of the Leicestershire attack.
Looks like the floodlights have just got brighter.
Yeah, which might mean it's getting a bit darker.
Mm.
The clouds just seem to be a bit higher though, so fingers crossed.
Hudson Prentice in, back of a length, a bit of width. This is cut away by Patel, and this will race away for 4. Bit too much width there from Finn Hudson Prentice, and Rishi Patel is going to make sure he gets everything on that one. He moves on to 14, Leicestershire 19 for no loss.
Yeah, good job by Rishi Patel, who... I mean, it's not easy out there, is it? With the lights on and this heavy cloud cover and a new ball. Leicester starting off in positive fashion. Richard was, as Richard was saying, I mean, a lead of 100 just feels significant, doesn't it? But these two have made a decent start for the visitors.
Hudson Prentice in, tries to adjust, and this one goes down the leg side. Realised he was a bit too generous with the width on the previous delivery. Ends the over. Leicestershire 19 for no loss.
Yes, if you're just joining us this morning, the news in the middle was that Sussex eventually bowled out for 430. That was a lead of 102. John Simpson finishing not out on 114. Ollie Robinson making 19 this morning. The last man out was Henry Crocombe, who was LBW to Ajaz Patel for 13. So Sussex securing 4 batting bonus points. And Leicestershire securing the maximum 3 bowling points. And Sussex striving to make inroads into this Leicestershire second innings. 3 slips go down. James Cole's at first, optimistically in his sun hat, as in comes Robinson bowls, and Weatherall is forward, placed a backward point fielded by Carson, and there is no run. The slip line-up completed by Tom Clark and Jack Leaning. Jack Carson is at backward point. Cover is Ollie Carter, who's on the field, so somebody's gone off, obviously. We'll have to see who that is in a moment. Ollie Carter is definitely on the field. I need him down here at fine leg. comes Robinson, bowls, and Weatherald is really squared up by that delivery and plays it to backward point. I was saying I thought the light had improved. I don't think it has now. I think it's got a little gloomier. But one thing that is still blowing fiercely is the wind. The flags on the clock tower scoreboard can tell us that, and the trees around the ground here are swaying in what's a bit more than a breeze, to be honest. It's very windy down here on the south coast, as you can probably tell by the wind in our effects microphone. Now, changing the field, Jack Caster's come into more of an orthodox gully position rather than backward point, as Robinson makes his way in again and bowls, and clipped by Weatherald. That's a nice shot, and you can probably hear it hits the advertising hoardings, and the ball comes down and lands in the gravel just below our commentary box. And Dan Ibrahim, you'll probably hear his footsteps in a minute. There we go. He retrieves the ball. Nice looking shot by Weatherald. Ollie Robinson just erring down the leg side and just helped it on its way with a nice shot. He goes to 9 and Leicestershire to 23 without loss. Nicely played by the Australian. Now there is a change in the field. Charlie Tier has come into leg slip, so there are now 3 slips and a gully, plus a leg slip. Daniel Ibrahim still down here at fine leg, but it's a fairly finish wide-ish fine leg. Daniel Hughes at mid-on. In comes Robinson again. Bowls, and Weatherald is forward and played to mid-on, and there is no run. That is Daniel Hughes. So I'm just trying to work out who's off the field. Finn Hudson-Prentice at the mid-off. It may be Henry Crocombe who's off the field momentarily, but certainly Ollie Carter is on. A member of the Leicestershire coaching staff walking around with a bobble hat on. It is that sort of day. And those spectators that are here, and there aren't that many, but they are well wrapped up this morning. There's Robinson again, looking for this breakthrough for Sussex. Around the wicket, bowls to Weatherald, who is right in behind this, plays it down the onside of the track, and again there is no run. Robinson completes the fielding off of his own bowling. This is Alfonso Thomas who's making his way round, and he is well wrapped up.
He is.
Big puffer jacket on. Leicestershire head coach. Yeah. Wandering around the boundary edge. He'll be pleased with the way Leicestershire have started this second innings. They've reduced the arrears from 102 down to 79. As Robinson makes his way in again. Bowls, and Weatherald stretches forward, then just lets the ball go through to John Simpson behind the stumps. Sussex sort of hastening their way between overs. I like to see that when the keeper runs between overs and get things moving. 23 without loss. Patel on 14. Weatherald is on 9. Nicky Chowdhury and Richard Ray, Adrian Harms, your commentary team. Richard back with us at the end of this over from Nicky.
Sure, you are, I think, going to have to adjust the rota now, though, Adrian, because I'm confused with what's going on.
Yeah, we were hoping Tom Alsop was going to come in today, but Tom he was due to come in for training, but training was cancelled for some reason. So we'll go back to where we were yesterday, I think. So Richard and I will do from 12:30 to 1, if that works for everyone. And we'll rejig the rota for this afternoon.
Sounds good. Hudson-Prentice in. This one defended by Patel into the leg side at mid-wicket. They think about the single, but decide against it as the fielder is quickly upon the ball. We could just see Alfonso walk around the boundary, and for a split second from where we're sat right now, I thought he didn't have full-length trousers on.
No,
but it's just the branding on the Leicestershire kit that makes it look like he's got trousers on until just to his shins, and then it cuts off. Hudson-Prentice in. This one's left alone outside the off stump, and I did think, I was like, it's a bit cold to be wearing 3/4 lengths.
I agree.
But you know what? You do get some people who will wear shorts no matter what time of the year it is. It could be -2 outside, and they're in shorts. They've got a beanie on, puffer jacket.
But shorts.
But shorts.
Yeah, I've got a mate of mine who's always wearing shorts. With the postmen are the classic, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's almost like a badge of honour for the postman, to wear the shorts even when it's snowy.
Hudson-Prentice in, and this
bowling.
beats the bat of Rishi Patel, goes into the gloves of Simpson.
Just looking at those Leicestershire bowling figures, we mentioned Tom Helm and Ben Green, who picked up 3 wickets apiece. Ian Holland, 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 71. Tom Scriven was expensive, wasn't he? 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 82. And Ajaz Patel picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 97 in 24.4 overs. So he only used the 5 bowlers, did Ian Holland. What did Sussex use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hudson Prentice in. This one's dropped down towards deep third by Patel. Waits for it nicely. He'll come back for a couple of runs. Takes him to 16. Leicestershire 25 for no loss.
Well, I think these two will be pleased with the way things have gone for Leicestershire, because, as we said, you would think that with the lights on that these are conditions that you'd quite like to bowl in. Probably not bowling into a sort of a howling gale, but it's lights on and cloud cover you'd have thought would favour the seam bowlers.
Hudson Prentice strides away from us. This is defended by Patel to extra cover. Yeah, that breeze is also just picking up. Floodlights look like they're on pretty much on full whack right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little surprised they weren't on when Sussex were batting actually earlier on this morning, so I'm not sure the light is any better now than it was then. But no, you're right, they're on full bore.
Hudson Prentice into Patel. Off the back foot, drops this. It's fielded by Slip. It's on the 1 bounce. That will conclude the over. Leicestershire 25 for no loss, and that should also conclude my my stint in this chair for the next half an hour. So I'll make way for Richard Ray.
Thank you, Nikki. Elsewhere, Hampshire 110 for 4 at Chelmsford, leading Essex by 72. Somerset 114 for 8, leading Glamorgan by 240. That's something of a recovery actually. They were 32 for 6 at one stage, and not for the first time. Tom Abel is the man who's leading them out of trouble. He's on 38, and Lewis Gregory, who's such a fine cricketer, he's also on 38. So there's a good recovery from Somerset, which will be the destination for Sussex this coming Friday down to Taunton. Surrey 293 for 4 at Trent Bridge, trailing Notts by 122 as in comes Robinson round the wicket. Bowls Weatherall. Well, he throws the kitchen sink at that, and that has gone all the way. I thought it had gone for 6 for a moment.
Well fielded.
Yeah, gentleman
On the bounce.
gets out of his seat and fields the ball. The ball bounces once, but he took a chance there, Jake Weatherall. Threw the kitchen sink, big edge over the slip cordon for 4 runs. Yeah, that game at Trent Bridge. Dan Lawrence on 99. Adam Thomas, very fine young player, made 100 at the Oval last week. He's 40 not out for Surrey.
He did take a chance there, Weatherall, but no third man, so I'm sure he was aware of that and went at it hard.
Robinson in again. Bowls. Lets that one go. Taken by Simpson. No run.
And once again, Weatherall has got into double figures. 83 and 31, 96, 104 not out, 14, 38 coming into this match, 43 in the first innings and now 13 not out. So needs to take advantage of the starts he's had, really. Once again, he's got another start.
Robinson. Wicket bowls to Weatherall, who covers up and plays into the covers. There is no run. But you know, listening to those stats, that looks to me like a good overseas signing, Richard. You know, I mean, it's not easy over here in April and May.
It isn't, and although Australian Test opener, Leicester should have expected nothing less. You know, he hasn't played over here before, and it is a very different challenge. And he's sort of adapted. Again, you expect it. This is what you get the big bucks for.
Robinson in bowls. Oh, very nearly plays on that. Didn't miss the stumps by very much at all. We might catch a replay of that. He was forward, was Jake Weatherall, and that ball very nearly sort of bounced back onto the stumps.
Sort of inside edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it was wide enough.
No, I guess you're right. I mean, someone coming over, you say you're a test opener, so you're paying the big bucks because this is what he's expected to do. But it's not easy. I guess the conditions this year have been better than some Aprils, and then it's been very dry. Robinson noticed it again, bowls, and Weatherall's bowled off stump out the ground, and Ollie Robinson has done the business for Sussex, and what a sight that is, with the off stump uprooted. Jake Weatherall is on his way for 13. Ollie Robinson gets the breakthrough. He celebrates in style, and Leicestershire lose their first wicket on 29. Weatherall the man to go. Robinson picking up his 4th wicket of the match.
He was driving. I mean, a little bit of in swing, but that wasn't a great shot, I'm afraid, in the circumstances. He went for it. Did come back. It was fullish outside off stump, and gets a bit of a send off from Robinson. And point made, I think, by Robinson, and England selectors take note. Australia Test opener comprehensively bowled by Ollie Robinson.
He had a dart at one, hadn't he, earlier on in the over, Jake Weatherall, the one that went over the slip cordon.
He had, and this is slightly the point I was making when I went through his run of scores, that he'd got starts every time, but only twice really has he gone on and really made it count. And he faced 20 deliveries, and after 20 deliveries, I know in Australia they say if Pete Hanscom is in for 20 deliveries, he usually goes on. I think it's 20, it could be 30, 20 or 30 anyway, but 20, you've had a bit of a look. And he wasn't able to go on. He really did launch himself at that one. Did come back a bit, might have just been a little bit of an inside edge, but
Yeah.
it was almost as if he was done for a little bit of pace as well.
Well, we did say in the previous over that he just looks like he's warming to his task, Ollie Robinson. But a point well made by Richard, and I was sort of extolling the virtues of Weatherall, but as you say, if you're paying the big bucks for an Australian opener, you're expecting
Got to go on.
perhaps a little more. Robinson, 2 leg slips in place now, comes in a bowls to Budinger, who's forward, plays into the offside there. And Sussex really on the attack there, 4 slips in a gully, 2 leg slips.
Yeah.
End of the over, 29 for 1. Patel 16, Budinger yet to score.
That would make a great photograph if in the next over that Robinson bowls, that little, 8 fielders in a sort of semicircle behind the bat. Only a couple in front of the bat. Interesting, that sort of 2 leg slips, or a leg slip and a leg gully. Robinson, as I say, I really like him as a captain from what I've seen of him so far. He's prepared to try different things, different ideas, original ideas, make the batsman think. Finn Hudson-Prentice, he's bowled a couple of beauties at Rishi Patel that have straightened. In he charges and bowls. Patel is forward solidly, playing the ball back up the pitch towards Finn Hudson-Prentice. 29 for 1 then, still trailing by 73, Leicestershire, and their test opener back in the pavilion. Sussex firmly on top at the moment. If they can pick up another one before lunch, 1 or 2, they'll have high hopes of taking 23 points from this game. In goes Hudson-Prentice and bowls. Patel drives pleasantly, checks the shot slightly though, makes sure he gets everything behind it.
It's a little brighter actually. I'm just looking out towards the west. I don't think it's quite as grey as it was, but it's possibly this strong wind is helping carry away the murk and the gloom. But
I don't think we've seen the light meters out yet, so we haven't had a definitive
no, I don't think we have.
Reading as such, which is good, a good sign. You can see the floodlights reflected in the glass of the flats opposite. As in goes Hudson-Prentice, drives a little airily, gets a thick inside edge. It runs out towards deep mid-wicket with Tia in hot pursuit, pulls it up about a yard inside the ropes and throws. Rishi Patel picks up 3. He moves on to 19, 32 for. Wanted to just turn in his hands a little bit the bat there, so didn't quite get it out of the middle. But Rishi Patel too, another sort of good start for him. Can he go on this time? 19 off 24 balls. Budinger, his first appearance of the season in red ball cricket. Looks around him. 2 slips, single saving field, but with 2 shortish mid-wickets as Hudson Prentice is round the wicket. And Budinger adjusts at the very last minute on off stump. He looked uncertain there, didn't get in a big stride, and a little late twitch from Budinger. And that won't discourage Finn Hudson Prentice and the Sussex fielders.
No, you're right.
Hudson Prentice looks at the ball. Seems to like what he sees because he doesn't do any more polishing. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, grasps it in his right hand, walks in, bowls, runs in even bowls and draws Budinger into a most uncertain looking drive. The ball swings past the outside edge. He was a little bit anchored in his crease and he was reaching for it. He's still got that left-hander's grace, Sol Budinger, but that was an uncertain shot. And again, it's a nervous looking start for Sol Budinger. He's been playing second team cricket and for his club over in Nottingham. In he goes. It's a shout for leg before his caught. Was he bowled? Has he flicked the stumps? It has flicked the stumps. Lovely delivery if it has. Yeah, it's taken the bails off. That must have straightened on him. He was on the back foot. It straightened, flicked the top of off stump, and Budinger's uncertain start comes to an abrupt end. Lovely delivery, pitched off, straightened, and Budinger playing inside the line loses the top of his off stump. Well, Hudson Prentice has bowled really nicely this morning, and Leicestershire really are deep in trouble now. 32 for 2. Still 20 minutes to go until lunch. Still trailing by 70 runs. The Foxes in danger of subsiding to a 3-day defeat.
I was just going to say, actually, before Finn Hudson Prentice, he was unfortunate in the first innings. I thought he bowled very nicely and didn't pick up a wicket. 19 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 62. So he probably deserves that wicket for the way he bowled, not least in the first innings. So good start for Sussex. And, the skipper coming in an important moment now for Leicestershire, because they certainly won't want to lose another one before lunch. But just to reiterate, it's, the lights are on. It is cloudy conditions, and Sussex probably couldn't have wished for better conditions in which to bowl this morning. No. But they bowled well. You've still got to pitch the ball up. Just keep an eye on, I know we don't like to talk football in our commentaries, but just keeping local people informed. In the FA Cup semi-final, it's Liverpool 2, Brighton 1. There will be some Albion fans who are in the ground and just wondering how the women are getting on today.
Well, the Sussex cricketers are well on top.
Ollie Robinson in bowls to Rishi Patel, lets that one go through to John Simpson, and there is no run. So suddenly I don't know whether we're going to get that field again. We've obviously got 2 right-handers in now, but for the previous over, Ollie Robinson had 4 slips, a gully and 2 leg slips. So wickets in back-to-back overs for Sussex.
Yeah, that was for Budinger, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, I hope John Mallock got a photograph of that for one of the photographers.
Yeah. John's well wrapped up as well today.
Yes,
he very wisely brought his bobble hat down with him in his suitcase for the trip to the south coast. In comes Robinson again, bowls, and Patel nudges that one down to fine leg and picks up a single, fielded by Jack Carter. One more to the total. Patel goes to 20, 33 for 2. The arrears are now 69. It brings the skipper Ian Holland onto strike. Now the leg slip is in place for Holland, so 3 slips who are Coles, Clark and Leaning. Back will point Charlie Tier, Dan Hughes at mid-off, Dan Ibrahim in at leg slip, Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket, as comes Robinson down the hill, bowls, and Holland is forward and plays that with a degree of uncertainty, but nonetheless he's on his way. He'll feel better for that. Ian Holland, who grafted away in the first innings and top scored for Leicestershire, he made 63. And it was a grafting innings. It was never easy for Ian Holland in that innings, but he showed the necessary grit and determination. And we'll need a bit of that this afternoon as well. There's
a lot of that, yeah, right.
Yeah. And Robinson again. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and Patel defends down the pitch. I like Rishi Patel. He's
a classy player.
Yeah, he is.
No question about it. And
moved from Essex, is that right?
yes,
Yeah.
originally, yeah. Chelmsford area. His parents still live over there. Family still live over there.
Right.
So, sort of looking forward to next week. He'll be able to stay at home.
You off to Chelmsford next week?
Yes.
Right, okay. Robinson makes his way in, 3 slips go down, he's in a bowls, let go by Patel, taken by Simpson, no run.
Run out for 45 in the first innings. Rishi, so his record is not dissimilar to that of Weatherald. That first game against Sussex aside, when he scored 4 and 9 and was run out, as we've already discussed, in extraordinary circumstances. Then 164, 79, 37 and 53 and 45 in the first innings here. So lots of starts, one big go on, 164 against Surrey at the Oval.
Robinson in again, bowls, Patel drives, that's a lovely shot. Slightly over pitched by Ollie Robinson. I'm not sure that's going to go all the way actually. It's running up the hill. Hughes is in hot pursuit and he pulls the ball up just inside the boundary rope, but Rishi Patel comes back for a 3rd run. Nice looking shot. Ollie Robinson takes his jumper and cap from the umpire at the end of the over. Leicestershire 37 for 2 and Rishi Patel has got 23 of them, and that sort of makes the point really. That was a lovely shot.
Indeed. But Leicestershire need probably 2 players to score big hundreds if they're going to put Sussex under any sort of pressure in their second innings. Give the bowlers something to bowl at on a 4th day pitch, and by something you'd think at least a sort of 200, which means they're going to have to score sort of 350, 400 really to. You would think. Remember, with that first innings deficit of 102, Hudson Prentice is in to Patel, who stretches forward and is beaten on the outside edge.
See, Henry Crocombe is warming up at backward point, which suggests maybe that Ollie Robinson is going to have a break. 5 overs, 1 for 26. Is that right? No. Gone for a few more runs than normal as Ollie Robinson. But he picked up the important wicket of Jake Weatherald.
He'd have taken those figures, I think.
Definitely. Yeah.
For the extraction of the Weatherald off stump.
Yeah.
Going into lunch. Hudson Prentice bowling beautifully is in to Patel. Bowls slightly short of a good length, so Patel can go back on off stump and block the delivery out into the offside. It doesn't move too much.
Well, it's been a sort of a new opening attack for Sussex this year. I mean, not Ollie Robinson, but I mean Hudson Prentice, who's normally been sort of change bowler for Sussex. But I think he's worked well. He's bowled consistently well for Hudson Prentice this season. I guess when you've got Robinson at the other end, nagging away, what you need is someone who can keep it tight at the other end as well.
Turns, runs in, bowls, seams back in. Hits Patel on the just above the pad on his left leg as he looks to defend it. Bounces out into the offside. A few sides have done this. Leicestershire don't often, for example, when he's in the side, open with Hull. They leave the sort of fastest bowler of the side which Crocombe is for Sussex, to come on as first or second change, perhaps when the lacquer is off the new ball.
Yeah.
Traditionally, of course, the fastest bowler takes the new ball, but some sides don't do that. Hudson Prentice in, outside off stump, holds its own off the seam, is allowed to go through by Patel.
Another wicket's gone down at Trent Bridge. A third of the innings for Josh Tongue. They've got such a strong bowling attack.
It's a heck of an attack, though,
Yeah.
isn't it? So the score there is now
305 for 5 are Surrey. Dan Lawrence out for 104. Adam Thomas, who made his maiden first-class century for Surrey last week, actually on his first-class debut. Another in the long list of...
found another, have they?
Yeah, 46 not out. Now that's some going against that attack.
Hudson Prentice is in and bowls fullish on towards Midland leg. Patel waits for it and turns it out towards mid-on. And in fairness to Surrey, we all say money bags and signings, etc., but they don't half produce some good young players.
Well, they do. I'm just looking at this top order. Burns, Surrey player. Sibley, I know he went to Warwickshire, but Surrey player. Smith, Surrey player. Patel, Surrey player. Lawrence came from Essex. Thomas, Surrey player. So there we are, 5 of the top 6 have come through the ranks. I mean, I agree with you. I do think they get a bad rap sometimes.
Hudson Prentice in, but doesn't deliver. He gets to the crease, maybe a big gust of wind or something like that.
Yeah.
Just to put him off as he got to the crease. He's bowled 5 dot balls out of 5 so far.
Then you go further down the order, then there's a few others. I mean, Jordan Clark came from Lancashire, Sean Abbott clearly Australian, Gus Atkinson, he's come through the ranks, and Dan Worrell. But look at that bowling attack for Surrey. Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott, Gus Atkinson, Dan Worrell. I mean, that's a strong attack.
Hudson Prentice is in, bowls straight, and a nice straight bat from Patel blocks the delivery back down the pitch on the onside. Nice maiden over from Fid Hudson Prentice, his first. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11 even, his excellent figures this morning.
And as you were saying, Richard, Leicestershire played Nottinghamshire last week. The Nottinghamshire attack this week: Josh Tongue, Ollie Stone, Fergus O'Neill, Liam Patterson-White to bowl spin, and Lyndon James, the all-rounder. So there are some good attacks around the First Division of the County Championship.
There are no real weaknesses there, are there?
No. Well, we thought Ollie Robinson might come out of the attack, and indeed he has, and he's going to be replaced by Henry Crocombe, who's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. He's been just raising a few eyebrows, Henry Crocombe, with his performances this season. 18 wickets, Henry. Got his county cap, as we were saying yesterday. The Crocombe family were here en masse to watch him do it. I'm sure they were all very proud.
That beard makes him look older, doesn't it?
He's only... I mean, he does seem...
No, but he's got an older face now.
Yeah. He just... and he just seems like he's been around for a long time, because he's played so much first-class cricket in a relatively young career, Henry Crocombe. But he's coming in to bowl down the hill to Ian Holland, and Holland is forward to his first ball, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So I'm just looking here, Henry Crocombe, this is his 44th first-class match. So for someone who's...
Yeah, bearing in mind what you expect to... Even if you played them all, that's a full 3 seasons.
Yeah,
really,
it is.
Isn't it, really?
Yeah. And he missed quite a bit of last season with injury. He didn't play, I think, the first 6 matches. In comes Crocombe bowls, driven by Holland into the covers, fielded by Tier, and there is no run. He had a shoulder problem that he was really struggling with, and I believe in the end had some sort of keyhole. They thought it might be a major operation he needed, but he's...
Presumably that's his bowling shoulder, is it?
Yes.
His right shoulder.
Yeah. As he turns at the Cromwell Road end and runs in over the wicket, bowls and played into the offside by Holland. There is no run. I remember on his birthday's in September, and I remember 3 or 4 seasons ago up at Durham, him chasing a ball to the boundary edge, saving it and putting his shoulder... I don't know which shoulder he injured then, whether that was his bowling shoulder or his other shoulder. But he certainly does bowl at good pace. He's coming down the hill with 3 slips in place. Henry Crocombe, He's in and bowls. Caught a second slip, wicket goes down, and Crocombe has done the job. Ian Holland just turns and waits. He wants to make sure that the catch was taken cleanly, but it was. Henry Crocombe does the business. A third wicket goes down before lunch, snaffled in the slip cordon, and Leicestershire in trouble. 37 for 3. It was Tom Clark who took the catch, got a safe pair of hands as Tom Clark, the Leicestershire skipper, has gone. And another Ollie Robinson bowling change. It pays off. Leicester 37 for 3.
Yeah, really good catch actually, because it was low down and he got two hands underneath it. Holland checked with umpire Shanmugam that it had carried, but umpire Shanmugam quickly raised his finger. It did unquestionably carry, and there was no way Sussex were going to drop 6 catches again, as a point that Dan made when he was talking to you yesterday, didn't he?
Yes.
That well, he said we'll try not to drop 6 again, and they haven't, and that was a really good catch. And Leicestershire now absolutely on the ropes, still needing another 65 simply to make Sussex bat again.
So that was Henry Crocombe's 99th wicket of his first-class career. So wonder whether he'll make it 100. We shall see. But as you say, Johnny Tattersall coming out. Horrible time to come out to bat as well. Just 5 minutes before lunch.
Which will be as ashes in the mouths of the Leicestershire players, I would suggest.
Yeah, it's been a tough morning here for Leicestershire. Oh, look at this. And Ollie Robinson is understandably going on the attack. 1, 2, 3, 4 slips and a gully. There's a leg slip as well. Daniel Hughes in the covers. There's a mid-wicket and a fine leg. We'll probably get one more over before lunch.
Yeah, 2 balls to come in this one, so we should for sure.
As Crocombe is on his way down the hill. Bowls to Tattersall, who covers up and plays down the onside of the pitch. Crocombe fields off his own bowling. There is no run. So, the men out. Weatherald for 13. Buttinger without scoring. Ian Holland for 1. Rishi Patel is still there, much depending on him now. He's 23 not out. But Sussex certainly with their tails up as Crocombe at the end of his run. In bowls, and Tattersall right in behind that, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. It is the end of the over. And a wicket maiden from Henry Crocombe. His first over of the day. And we are going to get a bit of spin before lunch. I can see Jack Carson stripping off.
Again, that's a really interesting decision from Robinson. At 37 for 3, with Hudson Prentice bowling very nicely. 5 overs, 1 for 11. You'd think he'd probably have the last over, but Robinson, again, I believe the modern expression is thinking outside the box, Adrian.
Oh dear, yes. That sounds very corporate, doesn't it? Or even blue sky thinking for Robinson. I do hate those expressions. Low-hanging fruit and all that sort of thing. Dear, oh dear.
Just going to throw this idea out
there. Yeah. Well, he's suddenly got...
Sorry, go on.
I say he's got men gathered around the bat, hasn't he? Which you'd expect, actually.
Slip, leg slip, short leg, short mid-wicket. As Carson steps in and bowls to Patel, who is leaning forward and turning his wrists on the forward defensive, pushing it out to the shortish mid-wicket, who is the catcher, Clark. Carson, one of those spinners who just stops at the end of his run-up and in and bowls. And same again from Patel. It does worry me when these young bowlers bowling with their shirt out, and then you can sort of see this when the shirt is billowing, the back is exposed to the cold winds and things. Oh, yeah. Right now, young man, you wait.
Yes.
Steps in and bowls, and Patel turning it past leg slip, and it is running out towards backward square. Dan Ibrahim comes running in from the boundary, and Patel takes 1, moves on to 24, 38 for 3, Leicestershire. 3 balls to go in the over. Leicestershire will make sure that this is the last over before lunch. Patel and Tattersall have a chat mid-pitch, then Tattersall carefully takes guard. Dan Hughes walks up from mid-on. Ibrahim starts to come running in from the boundary and is only allowed to run in 10 yards or so, so he's still well back as in goes Carson. Bowls to Tattersall forward, pushing it towards short leg on the bounce. Took a very fine catch in there in the first innings, Charlie Tier.
Yes, he did.
As his hands plunge deep in his pockets, trying to keep them warm between deliveries. As Carson is in and bowls fuller this time, clipped by Tattersall, but again only as far as Clark at that shortish mid-wicket, about 3 strips back. 2.5 strips, in fact. He's in a crouching catching position, about 10 yards or so from the bat, as Carson gives it lots of air. Chipped 2-leg slip, but off the pad, and the appeal is choked off. Leicestershire head for the pavilion. Sussex do likewise. It is lunch, and they have had a cracking morning. Sussex, lots of back slapping going on because Leicestershire are taking lunch on 38 for 3, and they still need another 64 runs to make Sussex bat again. Wickets for Ollie Robinson, for Finn Hudson-Prentice, and for Henry Crocombe, and they will be confident, Sussex, I think now, of going on to enforce victory in this game. They still have plenty of work to do, but they have made Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex a very good start.
Yes, I think Ollie Robinson probably couldn't have hoped for anything better, to be honest, this morning, picking up that 4th batting bonus point. John Simpson going through to his 2nd 100 of the season, and then the lights coming on, heavy cloud cover, and not easy for the Leicestershire batters. But I think Sussex have bowled well with the new ball, and I agree with you, Richard. If the weather holds, there's still a long way to go and a lot of work for Sussex to do, but they're in a very strong position here going into lunch on the 3rd day. We're going to take a little breather. We're going to go and get some lunch and back with you again in good time for the resumption at 20 to 2.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session on the third day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Sussex and Leicestershire. Commentary being brought to you by BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Sport. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury and Richard Ray, your commentary team today. Sussex all over Leicestershire at the moment, who are about to resume, Leicestershire that is, in their second innings on 38 for 3. They still trail Sussex on first innings by 64. They need another 64 runs simply to make Sussex bat again. The two not out batsmen, Rishi Patel, who is 24 not out, and Johnny Tattersall, who has yet to score. The Foxes very much up against it. Sussex sniffing out what would be, I think, their third victory of the season and lift them well up the first division. Leicestershire promoted last season, yet to win a game. Henry Crocombe is going to resume the attack for Sussex from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Rishi Patel with 3 slips behind Patel as the tall fast bowler goes in and bowls outside off stump. Patel steps forward and leaves. It has got a little bit warmer. There is still a full cloud cover over the ground. Floodlights are still on, but it has got a little warmer and lighter during the lunch interval when the sun actually threatened to come out. So whether that will help or hinder the Sussex bowlers as they search for movement remains to be seen. Crocombe is in, Patel is forward, and he's going to pick up a run as he guides it down to wide. Third man turns, having completed the first, but it was no more than a gesture really. He knew, I suspect, that there was never going to be a second there. Dan Ibrahim running round from wideish third man to field, and he keeps Patel to a single. Moves on to 25, 39 for 3, and then jogs up Ibrahim to join the 3 slips. He moves in at 4th slip for the new batsman, relatively new batsman, John Tattersall. Down go the slips as Crocombe is in, bowls to Tattersall. He's off the mark with that delivery on to the legs that he works out to mid-wicket. In fact, works it so well. He didn't overhit it in any way, just sort of dropped the bat on it, pushed it through mid-wicket, and the fast outfield saw it trickle over the ropes at deep mid-wicket for 4. So Tattersall off the mark with a boundary. It's a quiet, chilled ground down here at Hove at the moment, but inside the Sussex supporters will be nice and warm because their side very much on top. As Crocombe is in and bowls, Tattersall plays it down into the ground. It bounces up nicely for the bearded Crocombe to reach to his right. It's rather a natty beard. What would you, sort of piratical? Do you think? Would that be a fair description, Nicky?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Appropriately piratical, perhaps, for someone who is on the coast. As went past the marina this morning, as in he goes and bowls, and forward goes Tattersall very correctly. Yorkshireman pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
I heard you were up at a crazy hour of the morning.
6:30 isn't crazy.
On a Sunday, I think it is crazy. If you said to me I was up at 6:30 on a Monday, I'd say, okay, Rach, that's fair. But on a Sunday, and then you decide to go and run 10k at 6:30 on a Sunday. Wow.
Nobody can see me then. In goes Crocombe, and on the back foot, Tattersall drops it out into the offside as I labour along the coast. Went past somewhere called, which I hadn't known was a thing, Brighton Sea Lanes, a fantastic 50-metre outdoor pool, which I wish I'd known. It looks glorious.
Oh, I want to go there now.
Heated pool, 50 metres, proper Olympic-sized pool. May well try it, give that a go tomorrow morning.
I did have a run too, though, this morning,
Good on you.
in my dreams.
Oh. All right.
But I really like the concept of running. As we're going to have a change in bowling from the C end after lunch at Carson.
We did
As
bowl
in,
the last
so, yeah,
over,
sorry,
yeah.
you did. Just realised. Be continuing after lunch from the C end. But a lot of people, especially of my age group, have decided to take up running. And now I'm starting to feel like I'm missing out on something. But I just get so bored. Slip, short leg and leg slip in place for Jack Carson, who's into Patel. Uses his
Yes, went aerial for an awful long way, and 2 men out. He went between them, so as you say, perfect placement. But I don't, and Sussex will mind that at all. Rishi Patel was in his 70s when he got out at deep mid wicket, slog sweeping at Kieran Carlson off spin. Well, he got away with that on that occasion.
and he skips now. Patel forward, turns this to short mid wicket. But yeah, there's a lot of people running nowadays, and I just feel like, how do you? I think it looks really social if you've got a group of friends with you, but then I don't think I'd be able to keep up with my friends.
Well, I think you're right. The key is to join a sort of
Run club.
little group or club, and there are so many now.
Carson in, Patel aerial again down the ground, and this time does have the legs to go all the way as the umpire raises both his arms towards the scorebox.
Well, again, got loads of it.
He really did.
I prefer him hitting straight like that. I think.
Yeah, and there was more power on the
Safer,
shot as
yeah.
well. Ball was definitely going all the way as opposed to the first delivery this over, which he just kind of just placed and it just landed safe in that mid-wicket region. Carson in, Patel with the back foot turns this down towards deep square leg. Will come through for a single. He moves on to 36 as the floodlights have gone off, one after the other, like dominoes. Boom, 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 boom.
Conditions are much more conducive to a summer sport this afternoon. It is warmer and lighter. Maybe Leicestershire looking to hit Carson out of the attack, make the seamers bowl.
Just wants to make sure he doesn't hit it into the wind, as this is defended by Tattersall into the offside. Oh wow, those sea lanes though do look incredible. I've just brought them up.
Aren't they?
Mm.
I think it opened a couple of years ago. I'm just reading on the website. Yeah, I get the word from Adrian. But if we're here tomorrow,
Carson in, offers a bit of flight, and this is turned into the leg side. They look for two, and they will get two quite comfortably as well. As deep square leg comes round to cut that one off. That will end the over. Leicestershire 56 for 3.
13 off the over. I'd say it feels like a deliberate targeting of Carson. It's come very early though. But perhaps that was something that was discussed during the luncheon interval. Camera focusing on a very well wrapped up couple, well, threesome over there in the blue deck chairs, all with their hoods up or caps on and their blankets on. They look like they're Sussex blankets, kindly provided perhaps by the club. Crocombe then will continue from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Down the slope he comes, bowls to Patel. Good lift and bounce, and it came back in, but well left by Patel. Taken round about chest height and rising by John Simpson, the Centurion this morning. Good lift, good carry from Crocombe. Square leg goes back to deep backward square. They've left that big gap at mid-wicket, but lifting Crocombe over there is very different to lifting Carson over there. Crocombe is in and bowls, again slightly short of a length, blocked down towards Wideish Gully. Scrambling to his right is Ibrahim. He gets there, but he doesn't get there cleanly, if that makes sense. And by the time he picks himself up, is it? No, it's not Ibrahim. It is Leaning. Ibrahim was down at third man. Apologies to them both. He's coming up now to go into fourth slip for Tattersall because Patel picked up 1, moves on to 37. So a fairly high proportion of Leicestershire's runs in this second innings so far, accruing to the account of Rishi Patel, who's watching as Crocombe goes in, bowls again. Good lift and bounce and movement from Crocombe, but again well left by Tattersall, taken with both gloves pointing up. Always a good sign in terms of the pace of the delivery by John Simpson behind the stumps. Almost too much lift in a way, took it well over the top of the stumps. Crocombe is in and bowls. Back goes Tattersall and deflects it wide of fourth slip. Ibrahim, having chased up from wide third man, goes chasing back, picks it up, disturbs the solitary gull, which flaps around him as he picks it up and throws it back into keeper Simpson, and Tattersall picks up 2, moves on to 8. Ibrahim comes running back up, says, should I go back in at fourth slip? Robinson says, yes, you do that thing. In fact, it's gully really now. It's sort of fifth slip gully. Coles, Clark and Leaning first, second and third, as in goes Crocombe. Bowls fuller this time, played down into the ground by Tattersall, who's almost down on one knee, holding the pose as it bounced up towards Henry Crocombe. Leeds United have a centre-back called Pascal Stroik, who's got that sort of piratical beard. And he's known as the BSP in Leeds, the big sexy pirate. So whether Henry Crocombe's acquired that nickname in the Sussex dressing room,
The BSP.
I don't know. In goes Crocombe and bowls. Tattersall is... Did he play inside the line of that? I'd have to see the replay. There was nice bounce and movement, but did sort of look as though the Yorkshireman tucked his bat. Let's have a look. I think he had a little feel for that one. And a little moral victory for Henry Crocombe as he takes his sweater and cap from the very well wrapped up umpire Shunmagan. In fact, has he got a snood on, umpire Shunmagan? There looks to be something very he has. You can just see his eyes underneath his cap, and he's gone to the cap. Umpire Goff is still managed to jam on the Panama, but umpire Shunmagan has gone to the sort of baseball cap and snood, and he's just got a slit where you can see his eyes. $59 for 3. I should tell you that, shouldn't I?
Carson loses the leg slip, is in, and this one's tucked around the corner by Patel into that vacant 45 region. He'll come back for a couple of runs rather easily, and he's going to make that 3 as well. Some good running. He moves on to 40. It's a lot quieter in the atmosphere as what it was yesterday.
Missing the stag parties, aren't we?
Well, as I arrived at the ground, I was told that we were expecting another stag party today, but I don't hear them. Leave aside see them. I definitely don't hear them. As Carson's in this time, Tattersall goes to sweep, and this will be swept away for 4. Just beside the scoreboard here at Hove. Straight out the middle of the bat. Firmly struck.
Swept on length, didn't he? But my word, he got all of it well in front of square. Mid-wicket, travelling as well. Look at the breeze taking off the bails, and really is ruffling the players' wings.
Oh,
Things blowing over down there. You can hear it in the effects mic. I think it's survived, but something didn't down below. Advertising hoarding, perhaps.
Carson in, Tattersall forward in defence into the offside.
In fact, the one in front of us has blown over.
It's very gusty. Daniel Hughes in front of us at wide long on. He's got his both hands in his pockets. Now blowing into his hands. Keep them warm as Carson's in. Tattersall uses his feet down the wicket to defend. 7 runs from this over so far. I feel like days like this make you question cricket being a summer sport, because the weather is just, it's just done a 180 in less than 24 hours. As Carson's in, and this is down the leg side. If that was a one-day game, that would have been given a wide.
A little bit of slow turn, but it is a little bit slow. The bounce isn't quite there that he was getting in the first innings yet.
This one left alone outside the off stump by Tattersall, and that will end the over. It's just the 7 runs from it. Leicestershire 66 for 3.
Heavy roller did go on between innings, and often does just take a little bit of the life out of a pitch for a while. That said, Sussex still managed to pick up 3 wickets, and there was plenty of movement for the seamers. So whether they'll continue with the Carson experiment, if that's the right word. One over before lunch went for just a single, but his 2 since have gone for 20 runs. Leicestershire have targeted him rather, so it may be that Robinson will go back to an all-seam attack, which continues now, the attack that is, with Crocombe from Cromwell Road end. Bowls, and Patel looks to carve it away a little wildly through the offside, off the back foot, doesn't get anything on it. Encouragement again for Crocombe. Leicestershire can ill afford to lose Rishi Patel, who's got 40 of their 66 runs so far in their second innings. Trailed by just 36 though now. Crocombe in, bowls, Patel much more circumspect. Walks forward into the defensive press, pushes the ball out to wideish mid-off. Right down Hughes. It is Daniel really, isn't he? He's not a Dan, I don't think. The name isn't often shortened. I don't know whether Adrian will confirm that, whether his Mrs. Hughes has probably been on, saying, call him Daniel, please. In goes Crocombe, bowl short. Patel tries to help it on its way. And, again, bit of a risk. It was very high. He tried to sort of flick it, ramp it almost over the slips, and had he got hold of that, that would have probably flown for 6, but he didn't get anything on it. Could easily have just tickled it. Didn't, but he's still going for his shots, probably wisely. Crocombe getting good lift and carry, is in and bowls. Fuller, and Patel is respectfully forward, a solid forward defensive. Out into the offside, picked up by Tier. Good levels of encouragement from the Sussex close fielders. Coles with a sun hat jammed on at first slip. Clark, one good catch to his name at second, in the second innings that is. Leaning at third, took a good catch in the first innings, Jack Leaning. In goes Crocombe, bowls down the leg side, a short ball. Patel pirouettes as he tries to hook it round. The presence of deep backward square and long leg notwithstanding, perhaps as well for him, he didn't get anything on it. Crocombe is working up ahead of steam here.
He's really got some wheels in him, doesn't he? The ball carries through.
It's lively. Polishes the ball on the bottom of his shirt, then turns. Comes down the slope and bowls. Good leave from Patel outside off stump. Slightly short of a length. There was a touch of movement, but not enough to trouble him. End of an eventful and interesting over. Leicestershire 66 for 3. Patel 40. Tattersall 12. And it was in fact a maiden, but not for want of trying on the part of Rishi Patel.
40, Tattersall on 12. And it's Tattersall on strike. There's Carson. Just stands at the top of his mark. Gives the ball a bit of a shine. And it's ready to go. Skips up the slope, and this is defended by Tattersall. Off the front foot. Ball gets passed round. And back to Jack Carson. He's ready to go again. Low full toss, and this one's driven down towards Daniel Hughes. He's out wide, long on for a single. Patel comes on to strike. Leicestershire 67. As Patel awaits in a stance off the back foot. Turns this to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Stayed a bit low. One did yesterday.
To go again. Skips against the wind. Use of the feet. This is hit uppishly just short of mid-wicket. And they'll come through for a single. Daniel Hughes does the fielding. Down at long on. Both batters here keen to use their feet against Jack Carson. Goes for the reverse sweep, does Tattersall. Gets this fine. Just the single. 3 runs from this over so far. Slip, short leg, 2 men round the bat. As Carson comes through to Patel off the back foot, just turns this to mid-wicket. It's fielded with a long barrier and the over ends. Leicestershire 69 for 3. 3 runs from that over from Jack Carson. He's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8 runs.
Crocombe has. Carson's been a bit more expensive.
Oh, sorry, they completely changed it. It was
It is
4
it is rapid, this scoreboard.
4 overs, no maidens for Jack Carson, no wickets, 24 runs. Honestly, they changed that scoreboard before you can blink.
Crocombe defending those figures and looking to improve them as he comes in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls to Tattersall, who covers up. Very solid Tattersall. There's not much of him compared to these big young chaps around him these days, but he looks a very solid player, Tattersall. Missed the first couple of games, but he's looked pretty good since he came into the side, brought into the Leicestershire side. Goes Crocombe, bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump. Remains on 14. 112, 27, 61. And what did he get in the first innings? Well, he gave an awful lot of chances before getting out for 20. I think he was dropped 3 times, but 4 starts essentially. In goes Crocombe, bowls to him again. He leaves outside off stump. I was just looking up the words for Sussex by the Sea. You'll know them off by heart, of course.
Please don't put me on the spot like that. Adrian
we'll presume you. I won't ask you to say what they are. But, Sussex by the Sea, good old Sussex by the Sea.
Something like that.
In goes Crocombe and bowls. Nicely played because it was climbing on him. Tattersall got up onto his toes and played it firmly down towards gully. Ibrahim moved across to his right and made the stop. Again, Crocombe being asked to put everything in, and he is. Difference a good fast bowler can make is extraordinary. It is the big difference between very good club cricket and first class cricket, is the pace of everything. It's usually that much higher. In goes Crocombe and bowls again. Good lift and taken by Simpson above his head, but well left, well played. Tattersall is playing him well at the moment. He remains on 14 off 28. Calmly, he's playing him calmly, not getting flustered. But it is a lively spell. Crocombe down the slope. Knees pumping, arms pumping, bowls, and Tattersall in the air, and it's only just short of backward point. It's gone through him, and it's gone out to the boundary. I'm not quite sure how far short that was. It was a little bit jerky from Tattersall. Charlie Tier, I think, realised it wasn't going to carry to him. I'm saying that, but I would have to see the replay. Crocombe's hands started to go into the air, but whether one of the cameras has picked it up, it's a little bit hard. It was wide of him, actually. It was in the air when it went wide of Charlie Tier. He couldn't really get. I'm not sure how well he picked it up, but it was a little bit inadvertent, a little bit reactionary from John Tattersall. Flicked at it. He's picked up 4, but not entirely convincingly. The first time he's really sort of played slightly in a reactionary way to the fast bowling of Crocombe. Anyway, Tattersall on to 18, Leicestershire 73 for 3, trail now by 29 runs.
Here's Jack Carson in for his 5th over. Flatter delivery which is worked off the back foot by Patel down towards deep mid-wicket. He comes through for the single.
Lewis Hill is on his way, so we'll have a chat to him if Sussex supporters will forgive us. Lewis, one of Leicestershire's 12th men in this game.
This one's left alone outside the off stump by Tattersall. He watches it past him.
That did turn a little bit.
Trailing by 28 here, Leicestershire. This is worked off the back foot, straight to mid-wicket. No run. Tom Clark does the fielding. As Carson skips through. Tattersall lunges forward in defence. Ball goes to mid-wicket.
Keith from the museum will be able to probably fill us in on the exact lyrics of Sussex by the Sea. I think there's various versions, but it is essentially regimental, or was.
Just
Long off's been posted now.
Yeah, deep cover's been brought in. Slightly short, pulled away, controlled by Tattersall, but there's protection down in the deep. Deep square leg. Jack leaning does the fielding. Just restricts him to a single. Final delivery of the over. As the fielders just drop a couple of paces. Carson in. This is worked to 45. They'll come through for a quick single, which means Rishi Patel keeps strike. He moves on to 43. Leicestershire end that over 76 for 3.
I wonder if that's the.
I don't think that's the stag do.
Could be slightly older stag do. Less riotous.
I thought I'd
Perhaps.
expect at least 6 people though. Maybe 6, 7. They're quite quiet though for us.
Yeah.
They're very well behaved.
Rather isolated in the shark stand. Well, Crocombe is going to continue this effortful spell. Down the hill he comes from Cromwell Road end, now with 3 slips to Patel, who's moved on to 43, again in the 40s. Can he go on? Need to, from Leicestershire's point of view. He needs to. In goes Crocombe, bowls to him. It's outside off stump, a bouncer. That this time he doesn't try and ramp over the wicket-keeper's head. He just watches sail past and then sort of gestures as though he could have played. Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport, all sorts of outlets, and pictures brought to you courtesy of the Sussex County Cricket Club. Very good pictures they are too, live from Hove if you're watching on the stream. In goes Crocombe, and Patel tries again to carve it away through the offside and doesn't get anything on it as it bounces through into the gloves of Simpson. Minimal reaction from the Sussex fielders, however. Leaning has gone much wider, so 2 slips and a gully with Ibrahim down at wide third man. Crocombe with an elastic bandage on his left arm. Very upright as he comes in and bowls. Again, good action on the ball, but outside off stump, and although the bounce is good, Patel doesn't have to play. Doesn't therefore play. .26 behind Leicestershire now, so a recovery of sorts underway as Crocombe is in. That is a good bouncer. Again, it's well played though by Patel, who just sort of dropped his wrists and moved his head to the left, let it sail past his right shoulder. Third wicket fell with the score on 37, so 39 added by these two so far. Crocombe is in and bowls again, short, too short this time really, and a little bit too wide. 1 for the over. Can't believe that's 1 for the over. Says the besnooded Suresh Shunmugan, now standing at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Are you a snood wearer in cold weather?
No,
No.
I wrap myself up in a big snuggly scarf and a woolly hat.
Must be cold for the umpires though, when you can't move. Thermal's order of the day. In goes Crocombe and bowls fullish this time, and it requires Patel to get his weight on the front foot, blocking it back down the pitch on the offside. Another good over from Crocombe, another maiden in fact. 6 overs now, 3 maidens, 1 for 12, but I would suspect he might have a break now because he's given it everything post lunch. Tried to shake up these two, but the Leicestershire batters have played him pretty well by leaving as much as they can.
Just a quick one, probably worth keeping an eye on the door for when Hill does arrive, because it's automatically locking. So I had a few cases this morning where people have been stuck outside. So
He'll let me know. He'll give me a message, but Adrian will have a look.
Jack Carson in a bit short. This is cut away, and this will run away for 4. Short, flat, a little bit quicker from Carson. Tattersall makes space, and that finds the boundary. Leicestershire move on to 80 for 3. Can't offer that much with Jack Carson. He'll have to bring it straighter. He does, and he offers more flight as well. This is turned into the leg side, wide of mid-wicket. They come through for a single. But it really sees a lot of pressure starting the over with a boundary like that as well. Carson almost, in fact, having to work twice as hard to bring things back in line for the rest of the over.
Robinson's starting to warm up a little bit at slip. I'm just scratching my head a bit. Why? He'll probably take a wicket now. Anyway, go on.
Defended by Patel into the offside.
Why Carson is continuing to bowl, really. Hudson Prentice was bowling beautifully before lunch. The seamer's had the ball on a string, really, but he did take 4 wickets in the first innings, but
Skips in now. Use of the feet from Patel. Turns this into the leg side. It's fielded by short leg.
tosses the ball to Simpson, who demolishes the stumps, because he was on the move there. Rishi Patel had to not scramble back, but just be alert and get back.
Here he goes. Down on one knee, sweeps hard. And this will be for man at deep mid-wicket, chases. But doesn't beat that one. That has been hit with pure force from Rishi Patel. He moves on to 47 with that boundary.
Robinson's hands on his heads, two-headed monster, at slip, because it was in the air for a few feet, but he, as you say, he got plenty of it. It's sort of what they want Rishi to do, but he got away with it again.
This turn to mid-wicket, and that will finish the over. 9 runs from it. Leicestershire 85 for 3. Patel with 47 to his name. Tattersall with 24.
So a recovery of sorts underway, and I'm delighted to say that Lewis Hill has found his way to the media centre, which isn't always an easy thing to do. There are all sorts of buildings here at Hove, but somehow the ground works. Afternoon, Hilly, you all right? Yeah, very good. Feeling a little bit better half an hour after lunch than I was just before lunch, I've got to admit.
Good.
I've got to admit, and I would imagine the dressing room is probably slightly more relaxed than it was as well. Rishi Patel and Johnny Tattersall leading a recovery. What is the feeling in the dressing room about the sort of pitch? Is it not doing quite as much? Or?
Yeah, they just obviously shame to do those few wickets just before lunch, but they've recovered really nicely at the minute. But Robinson coming here will be a big spell for them, I imagine.
Down the slope he comes from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to John Tattersall, fullish, outside off stump. Tattersall reaching for it a little bit, strokes it rather than drives it out into the offside. Charlie Tier dives to his right in the covers to field. That was Jake when he came in. Is he the sort of chap who says much when he's dismissed? Or
Not particularly, no. He's
some people get cross, some people say nothing.
No, he kind of just cricket's cricket really. Sometimes you kind of make a mistake and get out, and sometimes you don't.
I guess you get philosophical after a while. Robinson is in, bowls outside off stump. Tattersall steps forward and leaves. So the feeling about the pitch is it flattening a little bit over?
Potentially, a couple of guys said it's staying a little bit lower, probably not doing quite as much as it did on that first day. But as you generally see with pitches, they kind of get slightly easier as you go on, and then they might spin a little bit later on.
So he slips in as Robinson turns. Slightly angled run, comes in and bowls. Tattersall back foot, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he steers it out towards sort of deepish gully / backward point. Ibrahim fields, and there's no run. He looks quite calm out there, John Tattersall.
Yeah, he's a really nice player, to be honest with you. He's done really well this year as well. He got 100 in one of the games.
He did. Yeah, it started in his first innings of the season for the first team.
He's looked really solid so far this innings, so hopefully he can continue.
He seems a fairly almost typical Yorkshireman in a way. In goes Robinson, bowls to him, outside off stump out swinger that he leaves, in that he doesn't look as though he says too much. He's sort of fairly laconic in the dressing room.
Yeah, he is quiet, but obviously he captained Yorkshire. He was club captain for a season, wasn't he? So he has good views about the game, and yeah, he's a really nice fellow as well.
Yeah, you've got to be fairly assertive, haven't you, I suppose, if you're captaining Yorkshire at some stage. Well, you obviously captain Leicestershire. Did you change character as a captain from much, or...?
Probably. I tried not to. Tried to be the same kind of person you do day in, day out, really.
In goes Robinson and bowls. Tattersall defends on off stump. What's the sort of feeling about Leicestershire's start to life in the First Division? Is it roughly what was expected? You know, the attacks are deeper, aren't they? And that little bit perhaps stronger when you get a couple of changes of bowling. I mean, we saw that with Notts particularly.
Yeah, I think
last week.
Division 1's Division 1 for a reason. There's some good teams in this division. We've played well in a couple of games and we've not played so well in a few others, but I think we've kind of held our own so far.
Robinson is in, bowls, defended on the back foot by John Tattersall, out into the offside it goes. And you've had not a change of direction, but you've added another sort of aspect to your cricket this season by doing the work with the boys at Uppingham School.
No, Arundel School.
Arundel, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Is it Rob Taylor who's at Uppingham?
No, Rob Taylor's at Uppingham, yeah.
Yeah, beg your pardon, Arundel.
But yeah, loving that really. On the days off, obviously the summer is a little bit busier, so I don't get there as often, but no, really enjoy that aspect of it at the minute. It works quite nice with my cricket, so no, really enjoying it.
You're not insisting that your fellow players call you sir when you go into the dressing room?
Someone I was thrown at one of them the other day to help out, and he said, "How's that, sir?"
Oh, bless.
So yeah, that was Ben Green who was saying that, but chuckling as well. But no, love the work there. It's really very rewarding to do alongside cricket.
And you're working with all ages. You were telling me.
Yeah, in the winter more with all the ages, but when I go in during the summer, it's more kind of the first team that I kind of work with.
Sure.
But yeah, boys and girls, it's a fantastic setup they have there. So it's very privileged to join in. Yeah, fantastic facilities.
And do you have a sort of staff working under you? Or are you?
No, there's somebody above me.
Oh,
no,
right.
No,
okay.
Yeah. I'm just the cricket kind of professional. There's a guy above me.
Finn Hudson-Prentice back in the attack from the sea end, bowls to Rishi Patel, who leans forward on off stump, plays it calmly back down the pitch to the Sussex all-rounder.
But no, it's very, very well organised. School, the cricket is very, very good and very professional. I think you see why a lot of guys come through the system, to be fair, being in and looking at how much cricket they get to do through the week. It's quite remarkable, really. And
did you have to do coaching badges to sort of...
Yeah, I've already got my level 3.
Right.
So I did that a few years ago, just for this instance, really.
Hudson-Prentice is in long strides, bowls to Patel, slightly shorter of a length, still far enough up to bring Patel forward, slightly angled back, pushing it out to backward point, and there's no run. Will that process continue? You'll continue to do your coaching badges?
We'll see where it goes really. But I'm really enjoying the everything at the minute. To be fair, how it's both working. So
do you see yourself going on to sort of work in coaching with the pros, in county cricket or first class cricket, or
we'll see.
With different pressure, I guess.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Hudson-Prentice in past umpire Goff and bowls straight, and again Patel head nicely over the ball as he blocks that one, just leaning forward, not a big stride. Patel remains on 47, but you're enjoying it enough to
I quite
continue the process.
A few of the first week wasn't great when I got naught, and I went into training on the Tuesday and they said, "Unlucky, sir," and I think about 15 lads said it to me. So
do you think somebody had been prompted them, do you think?
They probably know as soon as you get out, to be fair. They're always looking out.
Looking for your scores. Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls onto the legs of Rishi Patel. Just turns his wrist, very nice piece of timing. A long chase around the boundary for Ibrahim. Picks up in front of the electronic scoreboard, and Patel turns and completes 3. He's had a couple of slightly unfortunate run-outs this season, but that brings up his 50. It's come off 72 balls in 99 minutes, 5 4s and 1 6, and he's had a lot of starts even this season, Rishi Patel. He's gone on a couple of times, but he'll be very determined to do so here.
He's playing very well this year.
Yes, he looks in
really good nick. He looks in really good nick and really positive as well. Playing beautifully.
Is that one of the benefits of sort of working a little bit with Jake Weatherald, if Jake isn't running him out?
think he's brought like an intensity to that opening
Yes.
partnership, to be fair, and kind of Rishi's just fed off it and kind of took it on. So yeah, he's played very well. They've worked well together, to be fair.
Now, Robinson, who is, as I say, an innovative captain, is making changes to his field. It's an interesting field. Coles has gone in at shortish mid-wicket. There's a conventional square leg, shortish extra cover as Hudson Prentice is in. And Bowles short pulled in the air above Coles. He got loads of it in the end, Tattersall. And although Coles put 2 hands above his head, it was probably about 2 or 3 feet above his hands. Out to the mid-wicket boundary it goes. So this is a positive partnership by the Foxes. 92 for 3 now, so gone well past the 50 partnership. Tattersall on to 28, Patel 50, and they are now just 10 behind on first innings. It wasn't looking good at lunch, but it's looking a little bit better for the Foxes now, a little bit more hopeful as in goes Hudson Prentice, and Bowles squares up. Tattersall a touch, that one, thickish outside edge, kept it down, squirted it away towards backward pointer. A good, if somewhat ungainly, tumbling stop there, keeps Tattersall in his crease. End of the over, 92 for 3. Hudson Prentice 1 for 18 from his 6 overs. Is it frustrating when you're 12th man having on a sort of an away trip, or a little bit? Or
It's definitely a different kind of feeling to actually playing in the week, because obviously you bat at lunch, you kind of run at tea, and then you run all the drinks, so you are quite busy. But it's a different feeling, because obviously you're not got the pressure of kind of performing and playing. But yeah, certainly different.
is that still in the back of your mind, that slight, I don't know, the slight nervousness before playing, if you like, adrenaline, I suppose?
Yeah,
as
I
much
think
as anything?
everybody has that when you do, especially at the start, your first ball.
Robinson is in to Patel down the leg side. There's appeal for a catch behind. Umpire Shunmagan is a hard man to move, and he's not moved on this occasion. Thigh pad perhaps, if it flicked anything at all. He's a hard umpire to get a decision out, a positive decision out of. Positive as in raising the finger.
And he just tapped his
Tapped
tapped the
his
side
right
of his
thigh.
leg. Yeah.
Umpires should have to do that, because it gets the message to us as to what it hit. I always think some umpires do just automatically do it, just to and it
To
is
tell the
so
bowler as they
helpful.
go past.
Yeah, just it is so helpful. Everybody knows then why a decision hasn't been given. Just the 2 slips as Robinson is in again. Patel drives, thickish outside edge. It's in the air for a good 40 feet perhaps, as it bounces down towards third man. So there was a shout of frustration, possibly from Robinson, possibly from Slip. Clark, not quite sure from whom it came. Probably Robinson, who's can be a volatile character. You've known them all over the years.
Yeah, not come across him much really. I can remember him. I think when he was really young, I think he tried for Leicester in the second team. I'm pretty sure. Going back years and years.
Another one that slips through the net. In he goes, and Bowles, Tattersall outside off stump, leaves, because he was at Yorkshire for a while, wasn't he? And,
I think that might have been before Yorkshire.
even before then.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It's obviously different player back then, and you don't know how people will improve and come on, do you?
I think he probably admits himself that he's still a boy really, almost at that stage. He was sort of
He was very
a little
young.
bit immature,
Yeah.
and he had a few sort of run-ins with authority, didn't he, at the time? Did a few daft things. He's not that individual anymore. In he comes and bowls outside off stump and left. And I think the fact that he's been made captain by Sussex is an indication of the manner in which he's matured as an individual as well as come on as a cricketer.
Yeah, he's been a fine bowler, hasn't he, for the last X amount of years, to be fair to him.
And you've got Tom Helm in the side for this match on a short-term loan. He's brought something extra.
Yeah, nice fella. Obviously we played against him for quite a few years for Middlesex, but really nice guy, just fitted into the change room really nicely and bowled but really nice in that first innings as well.
Third slip has gone in as Robinson bowls 2. Tattersall leaves. A little bit of something off the pitch there, a little bit of extra nip. Perhaps the heavy roller went on between innings. Has it does it deaden a little bit just for a while?
Yeah, definitely when you put the heavy roller on, it definitely changes pitches, I think. I don't think the light roller necessarily does a lot, that's my personal opinion, but it's definitely kind of flattened it out a little bit more for a certain amount of time. But we were saying the day, how long does it last, a heavy roller? Don't really know.
Depends on the individual characteristics of the pitch, I suppose. In goes Robinson, bowls. Patel looks to drive. He's probably a little bit too far up in a way, and he squeezes it out towards backward point where Ibrahim makes the stop. Are you involved in telling the ground staff at school what to prepare for matches, or do you let them get on with it?
No, that's to do with the head of cricket. He sorts all that kind of thing out. Yeah, nothing to do with me.
But you're following the results, I would imagine.
Yeah, they won yesterday.
Did they against?
So, yeah, against Stanford School they played.
Oh, did they? Well, there you go. The alma mater of
bit of rivalry. So they'll be happy. Yeah, Joshua and Alex Green, obviously.
Alex Green
at Stanford School. So I'm sure the guys will be happy. They won yesterday.
They've produced a few players over the years. Stanford, and Oundle and Upping. They have a Leicestershire lucky in that respect. There's a few big schools around that produce players. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls to Patel, who defends on the back foot, pushes it out towards mid wicket, and there's no run. And how's the testimonial year going?
Yeah, it's going really really well, thank you. It's huge privilege. Slightly surprised that I got it, but
so it's the first in my time that sort of 13,
it's
14
been a while. I think
years.
Claude was the last kind of
well, there we go. Well, that must be getting on for 18, 17, 18
I can't
years
remember when
ago.
he did it, but it was a long while. But no, they're going good, and the guys are helping out at the end of May. We've got a T20 at Lutterworth, so they're doing Lutterworth are putting on a really nice day and doing a lunch first, and then the guys have kindly agreed to come and play a T20 game against the first team at Lutterworth.
Leicestershire, so there'll be a good Leicestershire 11.
So we should have 11 of us that turn up, and it should be a great day. That's the next event.
Who will you be playing for?
Leicester. Yeah.
In goes Hudson Prentice and bowls with Simpson standing up to the stumps. He's lively to be standing up to the stumps. Patel plays it nicely off the back foot, drops it down into the offside. So that's on the 31st.
31st of May.
Right.
So that's at Lutterworth. So that'll be.
Can you get a ticket on the gate, or do you have to?
You have
buy
to.
it in advance?
There's a link on the Lutterworth website, and
right.
I think it'll go on Leicester's website at some stage before then. But yeah, it should be a kind of really fun day, and just celebrating kind of two clubs that have kind of helped me and
massively in your life. In goes Hudson Prentice and bowls again. Patel defends solidly back down the pitch, moving across to his left. There's Dan Hughes to field at mid on. Any other events? Sort of, you've done a couple already.
Yeah, I've done a couple. There's
Q&As and things like that.
It's been really good. It's really nice that so many people have kind of helping out through the year, which is amazing. And there's a couple of curry nights and a golf day, so it'll be a really kind of nice year to do really, and really very honoured to be given it.
Hudson Prentice is in and bowls again. Rishi Patel sort of waited for that one, leant forward, guided it to the ball, that is to backward point, and there was no run. Details of the golf day, etc., are they on a website
they're
again?
all on the testimonial website.
So
which
there
is
a Lewis Hill testimonial website, which is just Google it essentially, Lewis Hill
basically.
testimonial, and you'll find the details.
Perfect.
Other search engines are available, of course. We are obliged to say. It's gone a little bit darker again. Let's switch the floodlights off though. Did it do a little bit more under the? Sometimes it does under the floodlights, but I'm not sure it did really.
No.
In goes Hudson Prentice and bowls. Patel waits for that one. Again is circumspect in solid defence, pushing the ball down the pitch on the on side. 25 overs, almost 26 overs in. Is this about the stage that the ball just starts to lose a little bit of nip?
Even Jake was saying that when the ball gets kind of softer, it gets a lot easier. So hopefully, a few more overs, we can see that ball going a little bit softer, and you probably see spin play a bigger role in the game, I'd imagine.
Hudson Prentice, longest run is in again. Patel looks to have a lot of time out there as he just waits for that one and turns his wrists on it, pushes it out to mid wicket. And it is the end of the Hudson Prentice over. He's kept it tight. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18.
This is a big spell of the game, really. I think, looking at the game situation, obviously Robinson, their key bowler, and Hudson Prince, the other opening partner. So it's kind of a big stage to hopefully get through and kind of build a lead, hopefully.
There is, although just been talking about the ball getting softer, it is still relatively young at 26 over. There still should be a little bit of life in it as far as these two Sussex opening bowlers are concerned. Robinson having a word with, is that Hughes up there at mid-off, the senior player, so to speak, very experienced Australian. Down the slope comes Ollie Robinson and bowls to Tatzel, who goes back and tucks him neatly around the corner. Doesn't try and overhit it, makes sure he gets it behind square and therefore picks up a single. He moves on to 29, just quietly. He just accumulates nicely in the Hill style, perhaps.
Yeah, no, he's a nice player, and he kind of, you look up at the scoreboard, he's already got kind of 15, 20 before you know it, but he settled into life really well with us. I'm surprised he didn't play more at Yorkshire, to be honest with you, because he did.
Guess that's
he
why
got
he's
100 at
come
Leicester.
to us.
Did he get 100 at
Yes,
Leicester,
he did.
didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah. Robinson is in and bowls. Patel again waiting for it. Didn't possibly get up quite as much as he thought it was going to, but solidly behind it. And when you're coaching the boy, I mean, I guess when you're coaching the first team at Oundle, they're probably, their techniques are fairly ingrained, aren't they? I mean, they're 17, 18 year olds.
Yeah, 17, 18. So they kind of know what they're doing with a little bit of guidance. So
right.
No, they're all good guys. And
Robinson is in, bowls, pulled by Patel out
Good
to the
shot.
mid-wicket boundary. It didn't get up on him as much as I suspect he thought it was going to, but pulled it on length, and as you say, got plenty of it again. Rishi Patel.
like you say, he's got plenty of time, hasn't he? By looking from the side, and as I say, he's playing outstandingly so far this year. Probably get ran out.
I'm
That's
glad
his,
you can say that. I daren't now. Leicestershire
I
fans
don't
get
believe
very
in that
cross with
stuff.
me. You don't? Good. Because
Oh God, this
it doesn't affect. Honestly, folks, it's not our fault. Robinson is in and bowls. Patel waiting on the back foot, just turns his wrists on it, blocks it out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Henry Crocombe out there. A lot of talk about Crocombe as a potential Lions prospect. What do you make of what you've seen of him? He's sharpish.
Yeah, he's sharpish. Seems a nice bowler, to be fair. His Lions game this summer is there.
I believe so.
Is there?
A couple
Yeah.
of games.
There'll be a few people.
Sussex are worried because they could lose a couple
of course.
One of them is at Arundel, which is just
really?
up the road, obviously. In goes Robinson and bowls. A little bit of action on that ball, and Patel gestures with his right hand, says, yeah, that one moved a little bit and bounced.
It's a shame we've not been back there for a few years, to
I
be
know.
fair. It's a lovely place, lovely outground to play cricket, isn't it?
It is.
What year would we have been there?
We've been there twice in my time.
17, 18?
I think Joffre took 10 wickets against us there, 5 in each in the first
I think
time
Chris
we went.
Jordan played that day as well.
Chris Jordan was fast as well.
Was that when Clint playing that game? And Cozzy
Cozzy was playing.
captain? Pretty
Yes,
sure.
because in goes Robinson and bowls. Patel
right.
leaves. Bounce nicely left by Patel. End of the over, 98 for 3. They trail by just 4 runs now, Leicestershire, with those 7 second innings wickets intact. Who's the lad from the Channel Islands who played one game for us?
Will Fazakerley.
Will Fazakerley, and he had a
Yeah.
catch dropped on the mid-wicket boundary, and it may have been Cozzy who dropped it, I'm not sure, but that would have been his only first-class wicket. It was only first-class, and his
He didn't get a run, did he?
No.
Nice fella though.
Lovely guy,
He was a lovely
and his mum
guy.
and dad were there, and bless him. And when that catch went down,
Oh,
oh, is he
No,
not?
I played a school game against him, and the entire match he just bowled shots at me.
no.
I was just like, that's so rude.
So, nice guy, but no gentleman,
Yeah, I'll
it
have to
would
tell him
appear.
that if we see him again.
I wonder what he's doing now. But there'll be a few that you've seen, obviously, over the your time at Leicestershire, just
No,
come and
yeah.
go. Is there a sort of network? Do you keep in touch with most,
Do you know what?
or some
There
do you
isn't
do, or-
really. The one person I do stay in touch with quite a bit is James Sykes.
Okay, James.
Yeah,
Because he went to be a hairdresser, didn't he? Or
he's not doing that now.
Oh, okay.
No, he's still playing cricket though. He's playing for Cambridge. But I went to his wedding a couple of years ago, and yeah, he's
Tom Clark's on and bowling to John Tattersall, turns him off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Hughes has to move to his right to field, and Tattersall jogs a single. So he's playing cricket for Cambridge and he's wedded and he's married.
He's I think we worked out the other day that my cap number's 452, I think, and I think
Right.
the one that got the other day was like 529 or something.
Okay, so at
So-
least 70 or 80
Yeah.
outside off stump, cut away by Patel, but he's going to be cut off on the boundary by the sweeper running down the rope in front of the pavilion. So Patel has to settle for one.
Which is mad when you think about it, isn't it?
I
All the
suppose.
players that have been
Well, I was going to say, you
Yeah,
are the
now-
only constant factor in the many Leicestershire 11s that I have watched over the years.
was remember that Essex game at the start.
It was. It was.
But that was like my fourth game, I think, if I remember rightly.
And back at Chelmsford
2015.
next week. Andrew MacDonald was the head coach then.
Correct.
Andrea Agathangalou was batting with you at the time. In goes Clark and bowls. A no ball oversteps, and umpire Goff signals as such as Tattersall just pushes it out into the offside.
He was an unbelievable slip catcher, if you can remember.
I can.
Yeah. We dropped a lot of slip catchers that year. And then he came in and he just kept
Caught
catching
everything, catching
basically.
flies. He was also, you have to excuse me for saying it sounds sexy, he's a ridiculously good looking man as well. And, I just remember him coming into the radio station once. In goes Clark, bowls down the leg side. Tattersall doesn't get anything on it, and say the female members of the staff, there was a few jaws dropped as he wandered in. He knew it as well. 102 for 3. Patel 56, Tattersall 30. So scores level. Leicestershire sort of starting from here, 0 for 3 really, but they have two men established at the crease as Clark is in, bowled a little bit short on off stump. Tattersall back foot rides it, just pushes it down towards deepish gully on the 45. Well, difficult question, but what would you say you sort of took from your couple of years? I mean, obviously trophy and the club move forward, but as a I think you changed as a bloke as well a little bit in captaincy. It sort of
Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility. It's so a lot happens behind the scenes that you probably don't see.
Clark is in again, short, wide, and cut away. Beautiful piece of timing, but the sweeper is there. So Crocombe out there, I think.
Yeah.
And just the one to Tattersall, who moves on to 31.
I love doing it. It was something that'll always kind of be there, and you walk into the pavilion and the name's doing it. But after 2 years of it, I was definitely ready to
the
kind of
pressure was
move on. And
ramped
yeah, it's a
up,
lot
isn't
of
it?
pressure and a lot of organising people and people that are disappointed they're not playing. And
Clark is in and bowls. Patel is forward on off stump, defending.
yeah, so there's just more to it than just kind of managing
Dealing
fields,
with
managing
individuals
bowlers,
and-
and you got to deal
right.
with people that aren't playing. Obviously, they're probably the ones that kind of, because they're not in the team, they're the ones that want the conversation with the coach and the captain. And yeah, but I love doing it. Obviously, the day at Trent Bridge, we won't kind of forget. That was probably the best day I've had in cricket, to be fair. And it was unbelievable. But I'm glad I kind of gave it in after 2 years, to be fair. And these people that do it for so long, like, huge credit to those people, because how they do it, like, mentally and every day they perform is kind of, hats off to them.
Day at Trent Bridge for Sussex supporters is, of course, the we're referring to as the One Day Cup win over Hampshire, when Leicestershire recovered from, what were we, 20 off for 4. In goes Robinson and bowls. Tattersall leaves outside off stump, 30 off for 4, something like
And
that.
then about 70 for 6 or something. or other.
Harry Swindles got a century, and
Good man.
the middle and lower order sort of supported him. And then there was some amazing catching. Will Davis's catch, running in from
Sure was.
deep backwards square.
Yeah, it was,
Took it about
yeah.
half, a couple of inches off the ground. And
Yeah, Ackerman bowling, if I remember rightly. Good times.
that was some day, as Robinson is in and bowls outside off stump, and again Tattersall patient, leaves, lets it go through. 31 off 54 to John Tattersall now. Darkish around Hove. One of your favourite grounds or not? We love coming here. What are your favourite grounds? over the
Favourite
years?
grounds, I think, the Oval is
Because for
amazing
because
place.
it's lovely
No,
to
just
bat on,
'cause
or
of
just
just
its
the-
facilities.
Just everything about it. I think it's a lovely place. I like Worcester as well, to be fair. Worcester's a lovely ground to go to.
Robinson is in and bowls outside off stump again, settling for almost a containing role at the moment. Might bring one back in.
Just
towards
proving
the end.
outside off stump, isn't
Yeah,
he?
yeah. Testing the patience of Tattersall. So the Oval and Worcester would be up there.
Yeah, Grace Road, obviously.
You have to say that, don't you? But it's nice. Yeah, Leicester Piggott, you know the famous jockey. He was asked once which was his favourite race course. Epsom. Oh, why? The Rolling Downs, the Derby? No, because it's closest to home, he used to say. In goes Robinson and bowls, again outside off stump, again Tattersall leaves. And there is something in that. It's always nice to get home at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is, you're right. At most of the ground, there's no bad grounds around the county circuit now. I don't think like Somerset, we're not with Somerset much, but that's a nice ground as well to go
We're not
to.
at Taunton very often,
No.
are we?
We're not there this year, are we? We're at home.
No.
Yeah.
Chelmsford,
Next week.
yeah. I don't know what, it's a bit noisy at Chelmsford sometimes with that dual carriageway. In goes Robinson again outside off stump. Good action on the ball, but too wide to persuade Tattersall to be interested in playing at it. The noise of the sirens going down the dual carriageway. A pigeon lands right on the pitch. Flatten it, Johnny. No, don't. You get in trouble with the all
Yeah,
sorts of people.
yeah, don't do that.
Have you ever seen any of? I mean, most of the grounds seem to have a little flock of pigeons at some. Have you
Yeah, the
never
Oval
seen
does,
one hit?
doesn't it? The Oval. No, never. Only on TV once. I think it was at
Mm.
the Oval. I can't remember who was playing.
They seem to have. They seem to react quite slowly, but they always seem to get out of the way. 5 dot balls from Robinson as he comes in and bowls 2 Tattersall, and that's the 6th. Of which I think only 1 required Tattersall to play. So, again, he's the skipper. What's his thinking here? We settling? We're waiting for them to make a mistake?
I
or-
think so. Basically, he's just looking to probe away around that 4th stump line, isn't he? See if they can entice us into a kind of a defence or a drive that they get the reward from. But as I say, he's played for England. He can hold his length longer than most, and that's obviously what they're planning to do at the minute. That end, by the looks of it.
And if you're captain, are you saying that to him, or are they hopefully working that out themselves, the bowlers? Or are you saying, look, I just
think
want
the
you to
captain's
contain
kind of
here?
saying,
So
look,
you would certainly
Yeah,
saying
you'd
that.
say, look, and you should be able to tell by the field how they're looking to bowl. If they're going straight at the stumps, for example, there should be probably a lot straighter field. So you'd kind of your covers closer to your mid off because you want them to drive square if you're driving straight, and if you're kind of going 4th stump, you sort of see more people on the offside. So now there's 3 on the leg side. You'd hope he's going 4th stump here as well.
Right. Clark it
Just
is.
a guess.
It must be one of the most frustrating things as captain if the bowler then doesn't do what you want him to do. Clark is in and bowls 2 Patel outside off stump. Patel leaves. At this level, you would hope that they do what you want them to do. It's not always the case. I know you've been with us on T20 nights sometimes when you've accurately predicted exactly what each delivery will be, but it's red ball cricket is so different, and that different sort of situations and requirements of the bowlers and behaviour of the ball and pitches outside off stump. Driven, and he's gone. Rishi Patel reaching for the wide one. It wasn't quite there to be driven. Took the sort of top edge, flew to backward point, and Rishi Patel playing so nicely on 56. Will feel to a certain extent he's given that one away. It was a little bit of late away swing. Went for the drive, thickish, toppish outside edge, and flew more or less straight to the fielder, and Rishi Patel will be, I suspect, livid with himself. 103 for 4. They were playing so nicely as a partnership. The lead is only 1, and Leicestershire are 4 wickets down. He will be cross with
it's
himself.
a shame.
won't
Yeah, he was playing so nicely, wasn't he? Just hopefully Stephen can come in here and just continue the kind of the good work that these two started to do.
But that, in a way, bears out what you were saying about probing away on that outside. Again, it was another delivery outside off stump. Was he getting a little bit? Did he get a bit impatient? Did he feel he want to score?
It looked
Goes
quite
through
full.
the mind. It did, didn't it?
Full,
there
to
was
be
a
fair.
little bit
So
of
I
late
can see why
swing.
he's kind of tried to drive that, to be fair. But unfortunately for us, it's kind of not quite gone. But as I say, those two had a really nice partnership and got us back up to kind of even score. So hopefully these
Parity,
two can
yeah.
kind of continue.
Well, Stevie Eskenazi's had a pretty good season so far. He's an amiable character, isn't he? He's
Yeah, nice fella as well.
keeps things even.
Yeah.
He said he's been determined to enjoy his cricket since moving to Leicestershire. And that's not sort of as crass as it sounds, because I think sometimes at Middlesex he let the pressure kind of get to him a little bit a few times. And
I think all those cricketers, if you kind of, it's an easy thing to say enjoy your cricket, but if you are, you definitely play a lot better.
Clark is in to him, slightly short of a length on off stump, and he defends on the back foot. No run.
Yeah, when people say, how do you become a professional cricketer? And I think the first bit is just remember the enjoyment that you get from playing the game. To be fair, I know that's an easy thing to say, but you've just got to enjoy the game, and hopefully you can kind of keep doing it, even if it's not going as you wanted. Just remember that little kid who's 12 would have just given everything to kind of play professional cricket, really, and everybody now would.
Second slipper's gone in as Clark is in to Eskenazi, arrowing in on off stump. Eskenazi says it moved back a little bit to him, managed to keep it out. It isn't easy to do that though. If you're living, you know, it's your mortgage to pay and your living depends on it, and contracts are short and all that sort of stuff. Professional sport's a tough old business, isn't it?
It is, and you kind of, I don't think sometimes people realise how kind of tough it can get if you're not getting the runs you want, you're not getting the wickets. And
Clark is in and bowling, goes past the outside edge of Eskenazi's bat. Did perhaps swing a little bit late. Have to see the replay. Let's have a look. What was the movement? Did it hold its own off the seat? It did. Very nice.
It's a nice delivery.
He's getting a little bit of late away movement, and that was a factor in the dismissal of Patel, and it was nearly a factor in what could have been the dismissal of Eskenazi. Wind ruffling the fielder's whites as in goes Clark and bowls. Eskenazi reaches for the wide one and drives it away to extra cover 4-4. Exactly, I think, probably what Patel was looking to do, but maybe that little bit of extra movement. It goes over the advertising hoardings near the Sussex Museum. The gentleman hands it back, inspects it carefully, the ball. 107 for 4, Leicestershire ahead, but by just 5 with 6 second innings wickets in hand. Dig in from here, basically.
Sure is, especially at this
Wait
stage.
for the ball to get older.
Yeah, like I said, Robinson's got a big spell here, and hopefully if we can get through him, we can start to build that lead and get in front where we can kind of dominate.
Robinson is in. Tattersall leaves outside off stump. What would be a acceptable? Can you think in terms of a second innings lead? If the pitch, you always kind of hope that the fourth day pitch might offer a little bit of turn to Ajaz Patel, and who knows, a bit of pressure.
Yeah, just
chase
as
200
many
might not be easy.
As many runs as in front as possible, I'd say. Looking now, we'd be thinking just kind of short targets, little targets to kind of build to the big target that we want, basically.
Robinson is in, Tatzel drives down into the ground, bounces out through the vacant point area. Ibrahim runs up from third man to field, and Tatzel picks up a couple. He moves on to 33. I guess what Sussex managed to do, which Leicestershire haven't managed to do yet, two players got a good 100.
Yeah, we did that a lot. If you look at kind of
In the
last
games
year
exactly.
that we kind of won, there was somebody that always stood up and kind of got that big 100 or got the majority of the runs. And the games this year that we've drawn, we've probably people have got runs and hundreds, and
Exactly
it
that.
definitely helps.
Robinson is in and bowls, slightly squared up, Tatzel, but he leant forward, kept his head over the ball. Thickish outside edge, down through gully, down towards third man. Ibrahim runs to his left this time to field, and again Tatzel picks up a couple, moves on to 35. Coming to the end of the sort of first tranche of championship games, I guess it probably not necessarily a bad thing for the emphasis to switch to white ball cricket. I guess gives people a chance to reset to a certain extent. But
Yeah, there's T20 starts off in a couple of weeks, and there's a couple of overseas coming in.
Robinson is in, fullish, in swing perhaps. Tatzel waited for it, turned it along the ground out towards Crocombe at wideish mid-on. Any white ball practices yet or not?
Not yet, no. We're still kind of in this red ball phase, so everybody's still kind of focused on that really. And obviously I think there's a second team game a couple of days before the first official T20 game, so I think a few of the guys will be playing in that to kind of get their skills up and running for the T20 season. That will come around thick and fast and go thick and fast as
You
it does.
won't be involved or will be involved?
We'll
or
have
do you
to
know?
wait
You
and
want
see.
to be?
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
okay.
Oh,
All
yeah,
right.
definitely.
I wasn't
But-
sure whether you wanted to.
Yeah,
do
no, definitely. But obviously we'll see who's here and who's available. So we'll have to wait and see.
Robinson is in, down the leg side. Tatzel raises his eyes to the heavens because he feels he should have helped that on its way, perhaps down towards fine leg. Didn't get anything on it. Not always easy to do that when they're speared down the leg side. He remains on 35.
No, naturally, sometimes you kind of just go after it anyway. These guys that leave it down leg side, like Steve Smith can leave it. He's the ball very early, but I think most 99% of people kind of still follow that ball a little bit. Why sometimes you see caught down the leg side.
Robinson turns in, bowls. That's all very correct.
Play.
Forward on off stump, playing it out into the offside end of the over. Robinson 10 overs now, 2 maidens, 1 for 36. See to the extent to which he's not running in at full pelt anymore. He's looking for accuracy and a little bit of movement and the occasional effort ball.
So he's still probing away just outside off stump by the looks of it, isn't he? I say a couple more potentially from Robinson, and a new bowler comes on that end hopefully.
Well, mate, I appreciate you coming over because we really ought to give way to a little bit of Sussex input now. I suspect
No fine fancy.
from behind us. Adrian and Nikki, we've covered most things Leicestershire, but well, as you know, well, is Adrian around? No, he's not. So he's going to go and find Adrian. So we'll just do this over
Yeah,
from
no
Tom
problem.
Clark from the C end, bowls down the leg side, and just what we were saying. Eskenazi tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Simpson. But as you know, I'm sort of coming to the end of my stint,
I
and
know.
you have been the constant
I know.
factor.
So have
You've
you,
put up with
Richard.
me for 13
I think it's more.
years or
I think
so
it's more
now.
you put with me.
I think we've probably both changed over that
sure
period.
have. Blimey.
But it's been a lot of fun, one way or another. In goes Clark and bowls outside off stump, steps forward Eskenazi and leaves.
Nice bit of Essex next week, to be fair, when you finish, because kind of was that your first season?
It was my second actually.
Was
we
that
didn't win a game in the first season. It was.
Don't mention that, Richard.
No, that was a tough old season. That was. We had a couple of 2-day defeats. I remember.
Was that for 2014?
Yeah, I remember being
think-
blown away in 2 days by Mark Footed at Derbyshire.
I didn't.
You
to be
weren't
fair, I
played in
didn't.
that
I
one.
was. That's when I signed in the May.
Yeah.
May 2014 is when I officially signed, I was 23, hence the kind of my shirt number. So and then made my debut the following year at Kent. I made my debut. So yeah, I didn't play that game, but I was played in the Essex game, obviously, that we kind of ended the run of X amount of games, whatever it was.
33. In goes Clark and bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi. I remember the game at Kent as well. I remember Clint Mackay wandering around that supermarket there.
He's a good man, he was.
Yeah.
There's been plenty of players that have been around, come and gone in your time, really.
Some very fine players.
Yeah, very fine players.
Have come and gone. I remember very fondly some of the bowlers. Bassey on his day was absolutely unplayable.
Yeah, he was.
In goes Clark and bowls, and onto sort of middle and leg. Eskenazi playing in front of his almost bit of French cricket there as he pushed it out towards mid-on.
I always remember his spell against Durham when it was gale force wind, and Alex Lees tried to hit him out of Leicester because they were kind of not going great, and he bowled the next ball about 5 man-hour faster, and just shows how good he was, really.
Just trying to remember the name of the gale, but he did have one behind him that day, and my word, he moved it both ways. In goes Clark and bowls on the off stump. Eskenazi waiting for it, plays it firmly out into the offside, and there is no run. Bowled him out twice in a day, essentially, didn't he?
Yes, we did, yeah.
Durham?
No, it's been a pleasure anyway.
It's been
it's been very...
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it has.
Better than working for a living, isn't it? This thing. Imagine playing or watching cricket. And being paid for it. Not very much, but being paid for it. Outside of stump by Clark and worked away by Eskenazi out to the sweeper on the point boundary. And he will keep the strike as Clark takes his sweater. 3 overs, 1 for 9 for Tom Clark, Leicestershire, 112 for 4. And we will give way to Adrian, who is returning the cake containers to...
I did see that cake and I seen it was empty, to be fair. I'm not going to lie.
Sorry, mate. It was lemon drizzle made by Margaret in the museum.
Oh,
and,
lovely.
And
Good
very good it was.
I'll come back tomorrow if you can bring another one over.
Thank you, mate.
Don't tell the S&C coach.
So there we are. Really good to hear from Lewis Hill, chatting with Richard Ray. Fascinating conversation for half an hour or so. Ollie Robinson coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end over the wicket and bowls, and let go outside the off stump by Steve Eskenazi. Goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. So time for a bit of Sussex natter. I'm delighted to be joined by Keith Ridge from the Sussex Cricket Museum. I'll just get Keith sorted out with his headphones and all the paraphernalia. Can you hear me, Keith?
I can, Adrian. Yeah,
wonderful. Lovely to see you. We'll chatter away in between overs and in between deliveries. I think it's got a bit greyer, and I don't know. I thought the weather forecast was meant to be sort of improving as the day goes on, but I'm not so sure now.
No.
Robinson in bowls. Eskenazi's forward plays. What is the weather forecast that you've seen?
I think it improves tomorrow, Adrian.
Right, okay.
But I've just spoken to the ice cream man, and he's not a happy bunny.
I bet he's not happy. He's probably all right if he's selling hot chocolate.
He's not, unfortunately.
Right, okay. Yeah, it is definitely not an ice cream day, in complete contrast to yesterday. That was a glorious day here.
Yes.
But it's cold out there, and you can hear it in our effects microphone. It's pretty breezy as well.
It's the wind.
Yeah. Robinson, running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Eskenazi, who works this one down to fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 6, a total of 113 for 4. The Leicestershire lead goes up by 1 to 11. So Keith, curator of the Sussex Museum, how are things in the museum at the minute? I know you've got a lot on, but are you getting plenty of visitors? And
we are. I mean, obviously today the numbers are reduced because of the number of people that are physically here.
Yes.
And we do rely on people coming into the ground, obviously, to come into the museum, which is one reason.
Robinson in bowls, and I think that came off an inside edge onto pad, and Tattersall survives. He's on 34. Sorry.
One of the reasons why we're doing these roadshows in the next few months.
We'll talk about those coming up. What happens during the winter, Keith? I mean, is it because no one's coming here in the winter months? Is that a time for sort of cataloguing and work behind the scenes?
Definitely. Yep, we've got about 15 to 20 volunteers who will be coming in.
Robinson, 3 slips go down. He's in on bowls and Patel's up on his toes and just pushes that one onto the leg side, picks up another single. He goes to 36, 114 for 4.
There's always something to do, Adrian. Basically, we don't have enough volunteers.
Right.
And getting the exhibitions ready is quite a major task each year. So, but people are working away all the time.
Are you looking for more volunteers?
We would always like to hear from people, especially people with IT experience. That would be terrific.
Okay. And not necessarily cricket supporters. I mean, people. I'd imagine it's just good fun getting involved with people, isn't it? Perhaps people who are retired and looking for something to do.
It is indeed.
For a few hours a week.
Yep.
Robinson in bowls, let go by Eskenazi through to John Simpson. End of the over. 114 for 4. Eskenazi on 6. Tattershaw on 36. Ollie Robinson 1 for 38. And you're not looking for people to give a certain amount of time. Just
no, it's very flexible indeed. And people can come and go as they wish. We've now found a wonderful fellow that does some DIY for us, and he's really particular in carrying out bits and pieces in the museum. So it's any of these sort of things that we're looking for, but we really could do with bringing the museum a little bit into the 21st century with some IT.
If you've got a DIY man, could you send him around to my house? I'm hopeless. I thought you were pretty much 21st century. Just break off for a minute as Clark is in. Bowls, hits on the pad. That's a big shout, but umpire Goff says not out. The ball bounces out onto the offside no run. Because you've got your QR codes now in the museum.
We have got the QR codes, although they didn't work the other day when we tried them. The reception, it does depend on the reception.
Okay.
The Wi-Fi reception.
Yeah.
But we could do with something like a replacement for our quiz machine, somebody that's in the IT industry that knows how to operate these sort of things and to work out how to do them.
Clark in and bowls wide outside the off stump. Tattershaw rather misses out. He looks at the bottom of his bat as he played that to backward point fielded. I think that's Jack Carson in there, and there is no run. No, it's not Jack Carson at all. I'm not sure who that is, but he's huddled up against the cold. Might be Charlie Tier. And if there is someone listening, and you never know who's listening, which is the great thing about this, either on the stream or via the BBC, how should they get in touch with you, Keith?
If they send me an email to curator@sussexcricketmuseum.org, then we will contact them.
Excellent.
If they're in the ground or around the ground or around Sussex, then just pop in and see us. We're always open on match days.
And you don't have to be a Sussex cricket fan. You could be anybody. It's just a good group of people who...
That's right, not at all. Our friend Malcolm at the Bluebell Railway Museum, who we've got a relationship with, he always says to me, it's great if somebody walks into his museum who knows nothing about steam trains.
Right, okay.
But they just want to do something for him in the museum. So no, you don't have to know about cricket at all.
We're going to break in play because the umpires have decided they're going to change the ball, and I have to say I can't believe we're that far away from the floodlights coming back on again. It's got very grey. The lights went off just after lunch and it started to brighten up, and I thought, oh, perhaps this afternoon's going to be nice, but the clouds for me have got lower and greyer.
They have.
And it's got darker. So we have got a break in play while the umpires change the ball. So always lots going on over in the museum. Keith, just tell us what's going on this year and some of these events and road shows that you're going on.
Right, well, one of the issues with the museum is that the number of people that can come to it is limited by the number that come into the ground on the match days. We're open, as you're aware, for T20 games for an hour and a half before the game, and we do get a different audience into the museum on those days. But apart from groups of people who book in to come for a ground tour and a museum visit, we need to expand the coverage of the museum beyond this ground, and that's why we're doing these road shows. So the first one, Sheffield Park and Garden, and as you know, Adrian, we've got a lovely exhibition on Sheffield Park, and there's a particular relationship with Sheffield Park because of Lord Sheffield. So we have this relationship with Sheffield Park and Gardens, and on the 24th of May, 2 weeks today, we hope it's warmer and dry, the Gardens are celebrating 130 years since the Australians played there. The Prince of Wales attended, and W.G. Grace.
And if I'm right, isn't that where the Sheffield Shield, which is played for by states in Australia, gets its name from?
Correct. Lord Sheffield took a team out to Australia, and they still play for the Sheffield Shield.
It's amazing they've got that connection to Sussex, isn't it?
It is.
It's great.
Yes.
Sorry, the umpires have changed the ball now. We're back underway as a seagull swoops in front of the commentary box. Clark is in bowls down the leg side, well taken by Simpson. Low down, there is no run.
And of course, Lord Sheffield, two of the things he did, he advised the committee of the time to buy the freehold of this piece of ground that we're looking across now, which I think we would agree is probably a good piece of advice.
It seems like he was quite shrewd, Lord Sheffield.
We do actually have that letter in the museum, which he wrote, advising them.
It's like changing the field. Dan Ibrahim is just going a little squarer as in come at mid-wicket. In comes Clark bowls and Tattersall plays it straight to... It's not Dan Ibrahim at all, it's Jack Leaning who fields. It is getting really gloomy here. I'm amazed the floodlights aren't on actually, because it's not great. The lights on the scoreboard are really standing out clearly. The yellow numbers are really very clear. When the sun shines on that scoreboard, Keith, it's quite difficult to read what the score is.
Have the umpires had their light meters out?
Well, we don't think they have. I mean, we had the lights on this morning, but I'm not sure they've actually taken a reading, which is quite surprising. But you just get to know when the light's poor here at Hove, and it really is poor light now. Clark in bowls and defended by Tattersall up the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. So Sheffield Park, that sounds like a good day out. So that's the 24th.
24th of May, we'll be there. We're not quite sure. There is a game on that day. The Armadillos, who were a wandering cricket club but are now linked to Sheffield Park, will be playing a game of cricket. And I think it's going to be a day of sport, music, food and shared experiences.
Clark in bowls down the leg side, taken again by Simpson, and there is no run. I just wonder if the umpires are going to have a data together here.
Yes.
Clark, no, I thought Michael Gough was wandering in the direction. I think he's talking into his radio. I wouldn't be. Yeah, here they come. Here come the lights. And I'm really not surprised. So everybody welcome.
Yes, yeah. I mean, obviously, National Trust members will get into the gardens free.
Yes.
The cricket ground is quite a way, in terms of a walk, from the entrance to the gardens.
Okay.
But it is a beautiful ground, and it's the one where W.G. Grace did play. There is a plaque on one of the trees. He is supposed to have hit a tree with a 6, and I think the plaque is still there.
Just break off as Ollie Robinson makes his way down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls and Eskenazi's forward plays down the offside of the track. There is no run.
The National Trust are keen to promote the cricket ground.
Yeah, good.
I think they've got issues with climate change and the plants in the gardens, and the cricket ground is an obvious attraction. So we will be there on that day celebrating 130 years since W.G. Grace and the Australian team were there.
Wonderful. That sounds like a really good day. So that's you said the 24th. So is that 2 weeks today?
2 weeks today,
2 weeks
Sunday.
today.
No cricket in Hove. So
And that's a bank holiday weekend, I think.
it is.
And Sussex
yes.
play on the Monday.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In Kent, Robinson in bowls. Eskenazi solidly forward plays into the offside. No run.
Then in July we're moving on to the Brightling Flower and Dog Show.
Remind people where Brightling is for those.
Brightling is in the far part of East Sussex. It's about 8 miles north-west of Battle.
Okay.
It's a hamlet, not a village, I would describe it as.
Right.
Has
okay.
no shop, no pub.
Oh dear. There's Robinson. The lights are slowly getting into full bore as Robinson is in bowls. Eskenazi defends out of the offside. Actually defends, but he picks up a single to Ibrahim at backward point. One more to Eskenazi. He goes to 7. The total to 115 for 4.
this is probably where the museum comes into its own. We had an email which was originally sent to the club about 18 months ago from a lady who writes in the local Breitling free magazine, The Messenger, and the inquiry came in about the Buss brothers, Tony and Michael Buss, who played for Sussex late 60s, early 70s. We have since got in touch with her. We've built up a relationship. We've done a podcast over at Breitling, but we haven't published it yet because I've still got to edit it.
Robinson motoring in down the hill, bowls to Tattersall. Is it on the pad? There's a loud appeal, and it's turned down. It was an appeal that maybe lacked a little bit of conviction, but either way, let's see this again on the screen in front of us. Robinson in. I think that's going down leg side, but it's a good shout. Ollie Robinson certainly fancied it.
We also thought that A.E. Ralph, who played in the late 1800s, was a Breitling person, but one of our volunteers has since established that he was born in the Thatcher's Arms, the wrong side of the boundary.
In comes Robinson, bowls. Tattersall is 4, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run.
The Breitling and Burwash boundary goes down the middle of the road. The Thatcher's Arms is on the Burwash side of the boundary and not the Breitling side.
Is the pub still there?
No, it's closed.
Is it?
Yep,
Oh,
closed down. But these are the sort of things that we find out. And, we've got people who are in the ACS, and a lot of the records have had to be changed because we've now established that he definitely is born in Burwash and not Breitling.
Right. Robinson again, just the 2 slips in place. Over the wicket, bowls, forward comes Tattersall, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. The end of another accurate Ollie Robinson over. He is now bowled 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39. Leicestershire 115 for 4. Eskenazi on 7. Tattersall is on 24. You're listening to myself, Adrian Harms, in conversation from Keith Ridge, who is the curator of the excellent Sussex Museum here at Hove, talking about events that are coming up this summer. We've heard about Sheffield Park. We're now hearing about events down in Breitling. And when does that one take place, Keith?
Breitling is Saturday the 18th of July, 1:30 start. It's a very rural festival.
Right.
They have a stall where they will be checking on all the cakes and the vegetables.
Clark in and bowls. Eskenazi plays nicely through the onside. It's going to scatter the pigeons as the ball races away towards the boundary in hot pursuit. He's not going to get there. Well, he does actually. That's a good piece of fielding by Daniel Ibrahim in combination with Jack Leaning, who gets in the throw, and they save 1 run. Eskenazi goes into double figures. He's on 10. Leicestershire to 118 for 4.
So there is a beer tent there,
Right.
and they serve tea in those lovely green china cups
Oh, well,
with
look.
saucers. And cakes are all homemade. I think you can toss the hay bale. It's very rural.
Very rural. Is there a dog show as well?
There
or?
is a dog show
Right,
as well.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
you can bring your dog along,
Right, that sounds
and
good.
we'll be there.
Right. So you're going to be there. You're going to be there with your stand promoting the museum and
We will have
Clark. In again, bowls defended by Tattersall down the offside of the track. No run.
We've got some boards which we take around with us on famous Sussex cricketers, famous Sussex grounds, and we'll probably have something on the Buss brothers.
Yes.
We're rather hoping that Michael Buss, who came into the museum recently,
Oh, excellent.
will come and appear at the show. So we're looking forward to that.
He took a few wickets in the day, didn't he?
He did take a few wickets. And his brother Tony, of course, who
Yes.
was the main bowler. Michael was more of a batsman.
Okay. Clark, just the 1 slip in place now. In and bowls and defended by Tattersall, very straight to bid on. There is no run. So that's on July the...
July the 18th
Excellent.
from 1:30.
Okay.
And I think it's important for the museum to go round
Yep.
the county and to just show people what we're doing.
So they are 2 dates for diaries.
And we've actually got another one which has gone in now when we're going to Hurstpere Point College.
Right, okay. Just up the A23.
Just up the A23.
Tom Haynes went to Hurstpere Point. In comes Clark bowl. Tattersall plays firmly into the onside. Good bit of fielding by Leaning at mid-wicket. There is no run.
And of course Martin Spate.
Right. Oh, he was Hurstpere Point, was he?
He was.
Okay.
So the museum has recently published a book, Beyond Boundaries, Derek Semence, A Life in Cricket. and until 2022 he remained the person who was the youngest to score a century when playing cricket for Sussex. So his son has written this book.
In comes Clark and Bowles. Let go outside the off stump. That was a good leave, actually. It wasn't far away from the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. And the book is called
Beyond Boundaries. It's been written by Mark Semments, who is currently the headmaster of Repton College.
Right. Okay.
Where Martin Spate is also the cricket coach now.
Excellent. Yes, because he was at Sebra, I think.
He
wasn't
was. Yes.
Right. Where's Repton? Is that
Derbyshire?
Right, Derbyshire.
Yes.
Okay.
This has been selling well, this book.
Right. Good.
So
is that available if people are...
It is, yes.
Just break off as in comes Clark Bowles, and driven by Tattershaw through point. He's going to pick up just a single, though, fielded out on the boundary edge by... That's Hudson Prentice out there. It's a long way away. Either way, it's another single, 119 for 4. Lead goes to 17. How could people get hold of copies of that?
Again, they can go onto the website and send an email to the info address, or they can pop into the museum. They are going like hotcakes at the moment.
Right.
Price £12 each. And the reason we're going to Hurst College is because the Sussex Martlets will be playing there on Friday the 7th of August, and we're going to have our little roadshow there, and we'll have a little exhibition as well.
Excellent. Finn Hudson Prentice is going to change ends, actually, as we go back to cricket. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. He's going to bowl down the hill for the first time in the match, I think. Who's been bowling primarily up the hill. And what about exhibitions within the museum itself, Keith?
About 5 of them have been changed this past year. We've got a revamped one on Sheffield Park, because our main exhibition is currently on display at the Bluebell Railway Museum.
Oh, lovely. Yep.
So that was one of them. We've got a cabinet on the Australian tour in 1926, which is the year of the general strike.
Exactly 100 years ago. In comes Hudson Prentice Bowles to Tattersall, who that came off the thigh pad. It did, hence the loud inquiry from Hudson Prentice. 1 more to the total, 120. 120 for 4. The lead is now 18.
We've got a new booklet coming out in relation to a cabinet that we've put together on George Cox Senior, who took 17, I think it was for 106 at Horsham 100 years ago.
Right, great.
I think he was 52 at the time.
Wow. In comes Hudson Prentice Bowles, and Eskenazi defends down the track. There is no run.
One of our volunteers has managed to get 3 cricket balls from the Cox family, and they are on display in the museum.
They look like cricket balls of today.
Yeah, they do.
Do
yes.
they?
No, they do.
No.
They have got inscriptions on them. We've also got a celebration of Sussex in 1926, so 100 years ago. We had a gentleman who came over from Florida to the museum about 1.5 years ago, and he brought with him a case full of memorabilia of his father. And we've managed to display part of that.
Listen, what, he just turned up?
Yeah.
In comes Hudson Prentice Bowles. Eskenazi defends down the offside of the track, no run.
Yes, he told us he was coming over and he had this material.
Right.
And obviously there was extra carriage.
Yes.
He brought a case full of material from his dad. That was Jack Eaton, who didn't play a lot for Sussex, but we've got his cap and it's on display in the museum.
Hudson Prentice back to it. It's got a bit lighter, actually. Perhaps that weather coming in from the west. In comes Hudson Prentice again. Bowles takes a step down the track to Eskenazi, then plays with soft hands into the offside, fielded by Charlie Tier at backward point. 1 more to the total, 122 for 4.
We've got to celebrate John Wisden's birthday in September. I think it's September the 4th or 5th. His bicentenary. So 200 years since he was born, which we'll be doing in an appropriate manner.
If you were to go to Leicester to watch cricket, you would see Richard has got all his Wisdons lined up on the bookshelf,
Right.
in the commentary box. He's got a good collection there. As in comes Hudson Prentice gliding down the hill in and bowls, and Tattersall plays the ball into the offside, and then was going to pick the ball up, but Daniel Ibrahim came and saved him the trouble, and there is no run.
We've also been very grateful to Storrington Cricket Club. So you probably remember that last year we had Linfield as
Yes,
our club
I do.
and club corner.
Yep, just outside of Hayward Heath.
That's right. And this year we've got a number of pieces of material from Storrington. And
Hudson Prentice bowls up on his toes, cut away by Tattersall to backward point, fielded by Charlie G. Sorry, Richard.
correct. Yes, Hugh de Selincourt.
Wow.
Yes. And the first edition, that's right, it was featured on, he used Storrington as the base for his book.
There we go.
That's right. Yes,
So we've
yes.
got a man who knows. I'm looking clueless. I'm thinking, what?
You must come and have a look at the original copy we've got. So, which he has been given to us, or loaned to us. We've got a scorebook which is beautifully written with 4-ball overs in it.
Right. I'm just watching a very cold Paul Farbrace walk past us, actually, just down the bottom of the corridor. Oh, he's going to sit on a chair.
Oh,
Oh dear, I wonder if he's going to listen to what we're saying.
the wind's going to be catching him there. He's
as
got his
in-
shorts on as
Comes
well.
Clark, he's got his shorts on, yeah. I reckon he might be a postman in his spare time. Clipped away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 121 for 4. Postman Paul. Anyway, he's sitting right down below us. He looks cold. Floodlights on. He just come to sort of give some encouragement, I'm sure, to his side. As Tom Clark runs away from us up the hill, comes in and bowls to Eskenazi, who is forward placed to mid-wicket, and again there is no run.
Yes, so this book, The Cricket Match, as you rightfully say, if anybody can get hold of a copy, it is based on Storrington, written by Hugh de Selincourt.
I'm sure I've played at Storrington, actually.
Yes, well, the museum is hoping to publish Chris Winter, who is really interested in the history of Storrington and has provided most of the material.
And comes Clark again, bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson, no run.
Has got very excited by the fact that in the last year he's been able to prove that in fact he can trace the history back to 1791 and not 1793.
Right, crumbs, so even further back than he
yes,
thought. Right.
that's right.
Okay.
And we're hoping to publish a book on the history of Storrington later in the summer.
You've got a lot going on, Keith.
There is a lot going on, Adrian.
Comes Tom Clark over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes leaning, plays into the offside, and there is no run. But the main things you'd like to, that we want to get in people's diaries is the 24th of May
24th of May
at Sheffield Park, and the 18th of July
at Brightling.
Brightling.
It really is a beautiful location
Yeah, I'm sure
in
it is.
Sussex. 7th of August at Hurstpierpoint College.
As Clark wheels around, so get these in your diaries, folks, as Clark is in again, bowls, and Eskenazi's hit on the thigh pad, the ball bounces down in front of him, and again there is no run, so nice and tidy from Tom Clark in this over.
And as well as that, we'll be appearing at Arundel Wednesday the 29th of July in
For-
the Metro Bank
Yes,
game.
for the one-day match.
Yes, which was a brilliant day for the museum last year.
Was it? Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, it was
Yeah.
brilliant for Sussex as well.
Yeah, it is.
It's a huge crowd.
Yeah, unfortunately that's not something that we cover under our BBC ECV contract, which is a great shame. In
Yes.
comes Clark and bowls. Eskenazi drives through the covers, picks up a single, and one more to the total. End of the over, 122 for 4. Eskenazi 12. Tattersall is on 37. Leicestershire lead by 20. I noticed actually there's a game at Arundel. England Lions are playing down there.
That's right. Yes, this
against
month.
South Africa.
Yes,
In a,
that's right.
So that should
Yes.
be. I'll enjoy going down there and playing in that one.
Yeah. And there's one other thing we're doing in the museum, Adrian. We've got this Ranji album, which I'm sure you've seen.
Yes, I have.
Which, has always remained closed. And we've come up with an idea that it should be opened
Yeah.
at some point. most of the museum volunteers had never seen it opened, but we did have a peep in the cabinet and opened it up.
There's Hudson Prentice smoothly down the hill, bowls, and forward comes Eskenazi, plays into the offside, no run.
So the idea being that we ask supporters if they would like a chance to open a page
Okay.
of the album. We're going to do it on the first day of championship matches in the lunch interval, and they will get the album out. We'll get the album out and we'll put it on the Ranji table. They can sit on a Ranji chair and open up a page of the album.
Will they pay for the privilege?
They will.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Eskenazi's beaten, flashing drive outside the off stump taken by Simpson, no run.
We're suggesting a small donation.
Yeah.
£5 has been suggested, so it won't break the bank.
No, that doesn't sound unreasonable.
And we will also give them some mementos of their visit. I'll give you one of these.
Oh, thank you.
Adrian,
A Ranji badge.
a Ranji badge. I'll give one to Richard as well to take home to Leicestershire. And we've got some information here for your bookmarks,
Oh, bless you.
all signed by Ranji.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls let go by Eskenazi through to Simpson, and there is no run. Excellent. When he batted, a strange light was seen for the first time on English fields. Sir Neville Cardus.
Yes.
There we are. Oh, great. Well, thank you, Keith. That's very kind of you. So that's going to be. So the next championship match here, I think, is Glamorgan. Is that right?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Sometime we go into T20.
Yes.
Because Sussex, we haven't had much cricket here really. We've only had 2 home games.
That's right. It's
4
the
away.
second game.
So there'll be a run of home games that people can go to the museums. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls. Eskenazi is forward, plays into the offside. Well placed by Eskenazi. He's picked up a single, 123 for 4. I can see James Coles was warming up at first slip, so I don't know if we're going to get a bit of Coles.
When's tea due?
T will be with 42 overs. Sorry, 32. We've still got another 10 overs to go, so we're way behind time today. And I suspect with this light, I'll be quite surprised if we get through.
But we've remained dry, Adrian.
We
today.
have, which has amazed me.
Yes.
So, it's great to hear from everything that's going on at the museum, Keith. Anything else
Thank
you'd
you.
like to mention?
No, I think that's it, Adrian. We'll probably get you to do. I mean, podcasts are terrific.
Yes. Well, I'm indebted to you guys, really. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and driven down the ground. That's a nice looking shot by Johnny Tattersall. Ollie Robinson is in hot pursuit down towards the long on boundary. Not sure he's going to get there, Ollie. Well, he does actually. Oh, don't injure yourself, Ollie. And he does well. And I can hear Brenda yelling her applause from the Spenk Harbour Pavilion from here. Well done, Brenda. Well done, Ollie.
I thought you were soundproofed in here, Adrian.
Well, we could pick it up through our effects mic. And I could see Brenda was over there actually when the ball was changed. Brenda Lowe, she had a big mac on.
Yes.
And, it's a big
Oh,
mac.
it's freezing today, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. Yeah, horrible.
The wind chill.
Yes, not very May.
No,
and
definitely not.
I know you're a very keen runner, Keith. Well, you're very keep fit enthusiast. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Tattersall defends into the offside. And there is no run. End of another over. Hudson Prentice 9 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 22. Richard is also a very keen runner. So when you're doing your park run on a Saturday morning, what sort of time do you go round in?
Yesterday at Hove Park, I did just about 28 and a half.
Well done, you.
So I was at Hendon last Saturday.
Oh, what were you doing there?
Sunny Hill Park. We were up in London. We went up to see the
For the
match
game
at
at the Oval. Yeah, yeah.
Yep. We had a family engagement in north of London. Sunny Hill Park. It was sunny and it was hilly, believe it or not.
Was it? And what time did you do there?
I think I was about 31 there.
Right, that made you puff a bit.
Yes, it did. It did. I cycled here today and I've got all the winter gear out. I've got the gloves, everything. It's that cold.
Well, the umpires have got gloves on as
Yes.
well. We're right about James Coles, you know.
Yes, it's coming on.
From this, we'll chat for this over, then I'll pass the baton on to Richard
Lovely.
and Nikki to carry on for the.
Thank you, Adrian, for all the help the mentions you give to the museum and all your help with the podcast, which have been brilliant in attracting a wider audience to the museum, which is what it's all about.
Well, that's very kind of you to say, and it's always a pleasure. I can see Paul Weaver, who's a local journalist, who I think, as Coles comes in, played into the offside area, I think he's realised that Paul Farbrace is on the boundary edge, and I think he's trying to sort of sneak a couple of quick words with him. So I think we might turn up our effects microphone. I don't want to miss out on a scoop that Weaves is getting. In comes Coles down the leg side, taken by Simpson, and there is no run.
course, their new Hove and Away.
Yes, they are. Yes, do you
website.
subscribe?
I have subscribed,
Yes.
yes, and we've done some mutual advertising for
Have you?
them. So,
Coles in again, bowled down the leg side. Good take by Simpson, and there is no run.
in fact, Paul's coming to Brightling with us.
Yes, he said he was
Yes.
actually. I saw him in the press box
That's
earlier.
right, yes.
And he said,
So-
I'm coming to Brightling, so, yeah. He knows Richard as well, going back years in
Right.
journalistic roles. Motor racing, I think the guys were involved with.
Oh, right.
As in comes Coles, played into the offside, no run. And of course, you're an Albion fan.
Yes,
You
I
got-
didn't
you
go
got your-
yesterday.
Oh, but you got your passport sorted out. I mean, and the women have done well today as well. They're into the cup final.
Oh, they are?
Yes,
Oh,
they
right,
are. They
well
won
done.
3-2
Oh,
as the ball is
goodness me,
clipped
yeah.
through the leg side. One more to the total.
Unfortunately, the 24th of May, which is the last game of the season, I can't go because we'll be at Sheffield Park.
Oh,
so-
right, okay.
But, yes.
Well, the women's cup final is the following Sunday on the
Right,
30th. I
okay.
think, of Sunday? Yes, that'd be right. 30th or 31st of May, one of the two.
I'd forgotten cricket went on quite as long into May.
Yeah, in comes Coles. Bowls forward comes Tattershaw, plays down the track. There is no run, so James Coles will certainly hasten the over rate on a little bit. We've still got 40 overs to be bowled in the day. So Keith, lovely to see you.
lovely.
Thank you very much. There's Paul and Weaves having
Oh,
a chat.
yes.
Look, yeah, he might have a scoop, you know, Weaves.
Oh, yes.
Do you think it's a new signing, or I don't know? Looks quite a convivial conversation, doesn't it?
It does, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Farbre's still got his shorts on. So
Yes, I wonder whether he's referring to him as Postman Paul.
yeah,
Probably not.
He's
But
counting the numbers on his fingers.
yeah, 3 new signings, does that? Or 3 players are injured. Oh dear, I don't know.
I hope you. Thank you for the quiz, Adrian, that
Yes,
you read out.
yes.
I hope it's useful to
It
you.
is. We've had good fun with that, actually.
Yes.
Richard and I think we might have got a few right. As in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Eskenazi, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
We have gone a bit digital this time as well. The club has
impressed.
helped us with that.
Yes.
But
And the lads are very good at promoting it as well. So it's
Yeah.
you know, on the website. And
yeah,
everything,
no,
so it's good stuff.
It's terrific. Thank you very much for that.
Pleasure. So what do you do now? Do you cycle home, or do you stay for a bit more cricket?
No, I'll stay for a bit more today. I think the grandchildren are coming round later, so I
Right.
probably can't stay till the end.
That's-
Hopefully
that's
the
gonna-
light will go.
That's going to keep you busy.
It will do.
How old are the grandchildren?
We've got a nearly 4-year-old and a 6-year-old today.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Ball goes through to Simpson, and there is no run today.
Today.
Does that mean there's others?
No, there are others, but they're not around today, and I think the 4-year-old will probably be coming down here tomorrow.
Right. Oh, good.
So,
I missed a wide ball then as we were chattering away. The ball went through to Simpson. 127 for 4. That's going to keep you busy. And how far have you got to cycle home, Keith?
it's about 3.5 miles, but it's up a hill, but I've got an electric bike.
Ah, have you?
Pedal assist, I think they call it.
A friend of mine was talking about electric bikes, and he said, "Oh, you must get an electric bike, blah blah blah." And then he told me that he bought one second hand. It was $3,000, and I said, "Well, not on BBC wages." In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, let go by Eskenazi through to
They
Simpson.
might take your van away from you.
they might do. Yeah, so I'm going to have to rely on pedal power, I think, for a little bit longer. This mate of mine swears by it. There's a hill close to us, and he says, "Oh, I'll get up there, no problem at all these days."
It's the best way of going around Brighton and Hove
Yeah,
on
I'm
a
sure,
bike.
yeah, there are a lot of hills.
Yeah, no.
So, we'll let you go at the end of this over
Okay.
as Hudson Prentice wheels round. This has been a gutsy performance by Leicestershire this afternoon, because at 38 for 3 they looked in trouble at lunch as Hudson Prentice again beats Eskenazi, taken by Simpson.
How
There
long
is
has
no run.
Eskenazi been at Leicester? Because he was at Middlesex first.
He went there last season,
Right.
towards the tail end of the
Okay.
season, and as I think an astute signing. He's a bit of a sort of a Jack Leaning, really. You know, been around the game a bit, makes good runs. And Tom Helm, we understand, is good mates with Eskenazi. He was
Right.
on loan from Middlesex for this
Okay.
game. John Simpson, another Middlesex connection
Yes.
as well. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Eskenazi, plays to long on. And just one other thing I'd like to say to you was thank you last week for your help, because when Jack Carson and Ollie Robinson both got hundreds at the Oval, and I think you were there, and,
Yes.
and someone said in the press box, has that ever happened before in an innings? And you went away and got your various people to look up records. We know that's the only time it's happened.
Right.
So thank you.
That's Ray, who's a member of the ACS and is brilliant on the statistics.
Yeah, well-
Absolutely brilliant.
But that's quite, I mean, that's a pretty remarkable stat, really.
It is,
First
isn't
time
it?
in all the history
Yes.
of the county championship that 9 and 10 have got hundreds in the
Yes.
same innings. In comes it. Hudson Prentice again, and Eskenazi plays a loose drive outside the off stump. He rehearses the shot, but that's twice in this over that Hudson Prentice has gone past the outside edge.
It's not ideal batting conditions, is it, out there?
No, it's anything but. I mean, lights on, cloudy. I think Leicestershire have done well here to lose just the one wicket since lunch, which was Rishi Patel.
I'm just noticing the flag at the top, which I heard your comments this morning that it's the wrong way round.
Yes, it is. Yeah, someone got in touch. I mean, it's remarkable, isn't it? Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, defended by Eskenazi to backward point. It is the end of Hudson Prentice's over. It would have been a main over, but for the wide. 127 for 4. Keith, pleasure to see you as always.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Adrian.
Thank you very much.
Yep,
That's
terrific.
Keith Ridge, who's the curator of the Sussex Cricket Museum. And if you're listening across and you're planning a trip to Hove, please go and see Keith and his volunteers. Don't forget those dates that Keith gave where they'll be taking the Sussex Museum on their road show. First one coming up on the 24th of May at Sheffield Park, which is beautiful with a lovely cricket ground. So thank you to Keith, and we've been very blessed this afternoon. We've had 2 guests. We had Lewis Hill and now Keith Ridge, as James Coles comes in from the C end of the ground, bowls and plays into the offside. I'll bring Nicky Chowdhury back into commentary in a tick, because we've had Nicky off commentary for a little while, so I shall make way, and probably Nicky and Richard take things through to tea, if that works for everyone.
By all means. That is a brilliant, brilliant museum. Coles is in. Back goes Tattersall. Delivery that just drifts onto leg stump, turns him around the corner and picks up a single. Well, what Sussex have done, they may have only picked up the 1 wicket, but they, over the last 10-15 overs, they have controlled the scoreboard to a certain extent. Eskenazi's 14 has come off 42 deliveries. Tattersall, who started quite quickly as Coles is in and bowls to Eskenazi, pushes to mid-wicket. As his 40 has come off 89, so Sussex, the patience that they're showing is effective. Forward goes Eskenazi, pushing Coles back up the pitch towards the bowler. Gloomy conditions at Hove at the moment, but we play on. Coles is in. Eskenazi pushes forward. Everybody freezes for half a second, and suddenly Eskenazi realises there's a run to be had, because Hughes is quite deep at mid-on, and calls Tattersall through. Tattersall, thankfully for Leicestershire, responds, and Eskenazi moves on to 15. Coles is in. Tattersall forward, pushing out into the offside, but still just a single off the over, the Coles over. 2 overs for 3 runs for Coles. Hudson Prentice 10 overs for 23 runs, as well, of course, as the wicket. So Sussex squeezing, and Leicestershire still, despite the amount of time that's elapsed, are only 27 ahead, with 4 second innings wickets down.
6 overs left till tea. As in runs Hudson Prentice from the Cromwell Road end. This one's jagged back and hit Eskenazi on the hand, and he's dropped his bat, actually thrown it in pain as he walks towards the square leg umpire. This has hurt him. And he's immediately taken his glove off as well. Ouch.
He does have sore fingers, Stevie Eskenazi. They're bandaged, often are bandaged, and that jumped on him. Let's see, and hit the right hand, and his body language let everybody know that hurt. So we're going to have a bit of a delay while out come the various 12 men with drinks. Josh Hull leading the charge. Behind him is Lloyd, the Leicestershire physio, and he's going to inspect the Eskenazi fingers. He's shaking off his right hand at the moment.
And with the temperature it is outside and how cold it is, that's going to sting a little bit more than what it should. Ouch.
You tend to be alright when you're batting though, don't you? Because you're hopefully running up and down a bit.
It's still-
Usually
I think
fairly
it's
warm,
still-
but yes, look. Oh, it's frozen. The screen, that is, as well as
Not the players,
The blood
yet.
out there. I was wondering, everybody's standing very still for a minute, but they're standing very still because the screen is. Head coach. Sussex have had some fairly approachable head coaches over the years. Mark Robinson was always good for a chat, or was with the press. Jason Gillespie.
This one left alone outside the off stump by Hudson Prentice, by Eskenazi.
Peter Moore's maybe less so, but very successful head coach. Who else has there been, Adrian, in that? I'm thinking back in my time coming here. Mark Davis, yeah, I didn't really. I think you were probably Division 1 at that time.
Apprentice in. Eskenazi turns this to mid-wicket off the front foot, no run. Just taking a look at what's going on in Sussex women's game. They have Northamptonshire 5 down. They're 120 for 5. Northamptonshire need 149 runs to win, and they're 25 overs left. So definitely looks like it's going Sussex's way so far.
It's been a good old few days for Sussex sport, one way or another.
It has. Hudson Prentice into Eskenazi, forward in defence, ball goes to mid-off. No run, Hudson Prentice on track for a maiden over.
That is one of my regrets, as I say, as my time at Leicestershire looks like it's coming to an end, that the club has never established a museum, and the Sussex one is so good, the Somerset one is so good, and I do think it's so important for counties of a certain size to pay tribute to the tradition of cricket within that county.
Hudson Prentice in, Eskenazi drives to mid-on, takes on a quick single, and has enough time to scamper through. Just the one run from that over. Leicestershire 130 for 4. Tattersall on 40. Eskenazi with 16. Yeah, and I do really enjoy going to the museum here at Sussex because there's so much history, and they've had some great players come and represent the county over time as well. So it's a nice place to go and visit if you are down here at Hove. There's so much history, and I think what fascinates me is just the cricketing history that there is, and especially amongst counties. We've had so many great internationals come over and play in English county cricket, and that's what's created.
Coles in. Oh, popped up in the air for a few feet by Eskenazi, who's still shaking off his hand. It's all right though, out into the offside.
It's created this culture.
Coles sort of appears from behind umpire Goff and bowls quicker, flatter delivery, pushed on the back foot back towards him by Eskenazi. Remains on 16. The electronic scoreboard, the letters and numbers are very, very bright. Always a sign of indifferent light at best. Eskenazi drives out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who underarms the ball back to Jack Leading. So just the 1-2. Eskenazi moves on to 17. Apparently Leicestershire do have a amount of memorabilia, etc. in stock, but it's in storage, for which they are, I'm told, paying at the moment, which seems crazy. That one is cut away off the front foot, driven off a thickish sort of outside part of the bat by John Tattersall, and it beats the chasing Robinson back to third man, crosses the ropes in front of the players' changing rooms, which are above the indoor school here at Hove. And Tattersall moves on to 44. Seems to have been late 30s, early 40s for a long time. He has been for a long time, because Sussex have bowled very well at him. Slip goes down as Coles is in. Tattersall goes back and cuts, but this time straight to Robinson. Picks up and throws. A lone seagull wheels overhead, calling into the wind as Coles is in. Bowls forward goes Tattersall, pushing it a little uncertainly out towards mid-wicket. Picked up there. And there is no run. Tom Clark is the fielder there. End of the over. 135 for 4. So these two have added 32 now. We're well past tea time, which is theoretically 22-4. And we have still 5 overs left to bowl today. Well, in this session, we've got 37. Theoretically today, it might just get a little bit too dark, but umpires keeping them at it.
Hudson Prentice runs in under the floodlights. Eskenazi's forward in defence to mid-wicket. I haven't seen the umpires bring out their little light.
No, we haven't had an official meter reading as yet, I
Light
don't
meter.
think.
That's what it's called, the light meter.
As I said, I'm pretty sure that this season that they have been, whether it's an edict of some kind, keep them out there unless it's really, really bad. Which should be the edict anyway, shouldn't it, really, let's face it.
Hudson Prentice in, Eskenazi defends into the offside, no run. Leading by 33.
It's not a lot with 4 wickets down.
Yeah, in essence, they're 33 for 4, aren't they? So definitely not a lot. Eskenazi plays and misses, goes to drive through the offside. That beats the bat.
3 times in the last 4 overs he's wafted away.
He's not very close to the ball. Hudson Prentice bowled that outside the off stump, and Eskenazi's played it as though it's on that middle off stump line.
Getting it a little bit of swing, nice little late out swing. He's bowled really nicely actually in this second dig, Finn Hudson Prentice, 1 for 24 from 11.3, but he's bowled so nicely.
It's in again now, Eskenazi forward in defence. Ball drops metres away to Hudson Prentice's right. Spectators who are sat in the Shark stand are nicely wrapped up. Hoodies on, caps on.
I think you'd be better at the far end today with the wind sort of behind you, huddled into the deck chairs.
I think I'm quite happy in this room actually. As Hudson Prentice in, this has worked off the back foot down towards fine leg for a single. Brings Tattersall onto strike. Yeah, as much as the far end of the ground probably is the better option, but the commentary box in the media centre is nice and toasty. Tattersall's on 44. Final ball of this over as the Hudson Prentice storms down the hill. And this is worked to mid-wicket. They think about taking a run and they decide against it. As Jack Leaning pounces on that ball. End of the over, just the 1 run from it. Leicestershire 136 for 4. Let's have a look at what's happening in the Women's International as well. England women taking on New Zealand at Chesterley Street. New Zealand bowled out for 210. England are currently 46 for 3.
But it's cold up there.
I bet it is. Actually, I did see a photo earlier and there were blue skies. So it looked
Doesn't
like
mean
there were...
anything.
Really? I've not been up
Yeah,
to
just
Chesterley Street, so
yeah.
I'm not sure if that's just a photo that makes a fool of you. But yeah,
Could be.
it's,
Yeah, yeah.
it was a nicer setting for cricket than what it has been down here at Hove today.
Coles round the wicket with his left arm spin, bowls short and wide to Eskenazi, who cuts him, but only as far as the sweeper on the offside boundary, so he just jogs a single. That one's covered a one day in England, West Indies one day international up there when Chris Gale had just come into the West Indies side. Shows how long ago that was. In goes Coles and bowls. Forward goes Tattersall. I know I've never seen a player emerge for the warm-up with more clothes on than Chris Gale had that day. Must 5 layers. He just looked like a Michelin man. He probably had 2 bobble hats on as well.
He's probably thinking, I signed up for a summer sport.
Coles is in. Again, a little bit short. Back went Tattersall. Didn't try and overhit it. Steered it. Punched it off the back foot. Again, out to the sweeper. Inching towards his 50. 45 now from 96. 138 for 4. The lead just 36. Hughes just drops a few feet at mid-on as Coles is in. Eskenazi is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to James Coles. Coles sort of floppy haired, something of the Hugh Grant look in that respect. Tosses his hair back, a mane that he's wearing. In he goes and bowls, and outside off stump and left by Eskenazi, and it thumps into the bottom of the pads of John Simpson. That was all a little bit messy. He didn't even put his gloves down there, he just sort of let it hit the bottom of his pads. Coles is in, and Eskenazi is a little bit loose as he goes forward there, and you heard the doo from Coles as his hands started to go in the air. He did reach for it a little bit and stroke it a little insouciantly out into the covers. Got on top of the bat. Overs. Tea.
Gonna have a change in bowling as well. Jack Carson's being brought on to replace Finn Hudson-Prentice from the Cromwell Road end. What's 6 overs, 0 for 36 so far.
All from the C end, so he might get a little bit of something different. I think he took his wickets in the first innings from the C end, but Robinson, as ever, trying something new. Silly Midon's gone in as well.
Carson in with a slip. Is in to Eskenazi. This has hit him on the pads. And the appeal is turned down.
More turn though. Turn and a little bit of bounce. Hit him outside the line. Might well have gone on to hit, but hit him outside the line.
Carson in to Eskenazi's defending on the front foot to a silly mid-on.
Good to effort from Carson as he released the ball there.
Carson in to Eskenazi, who's forward, drops us into the offside and will come through for a single. This should move on to 140 for 4. Tattersall 5 runs away from his half century. Awaits as Carson skips in. Forward and wrapped him on the pads. Then that was
a bit of a celeb appeal. Missed everything.
That's yep. Appeal for a stumping.
Carson was playing for the catch behind, I think. Ay,
oh, this one's edged and just
I thought that was short.
Short of slip.
But it may have carried.
Ooh.
Oh, I think it carried. I think it carried. I think it carried. Robinson falling forward at first slip, seemed to get two hands to it.
Off the back foot, this is cut away down towards deep point. Singles taken. An eventful over. Leicestershire 141 for 4. 2 overs remain until tea. And just looking on the replay, I think that carried. Was
I do. Two hands, and he sort of trying to scoop it up. Here we have another look. I think it did look to, because he was almost shouting in triumph as it came to him. Brilliant camera work, guys. And he was holding it up in one hand, and maybe in the act of so doing that he didn't quite manage to hang on. So we'll mark that down as a chance. Tattersall on 45, 140 for 4 at the time. Will it prove important? In the first innings, none of the Sussex catches that went down did prove really important, or doesn't look that way at the moment anyway. But that would have been a huge wicket, you feel, just before tea. 2 overs, first of which will be bowled by Coles. James over pitches and flicked away by Tattersall down to deep mid wicket. Ibrahim is quickly onto the ball. Eskenazi is a little bit slow going for the second there. I don't know quite why he hesitated. It was a long way for Ibrahim to run to pick up the ball, and also a longish way for him to throw. Always looked to be 2 there. Coles is in again to Tattersall, goes back, cuts, and a good work out there at backward point. He's just waiting for the number 2 appear. Can't quite see either way. It was good work. I think it's Crocombe. Oh, Crocombe actually, no, he's on the boundary. Coles is in and bowls. Back goes Tattersall and defends on the back foot, back down the pitch. No run, 143 for 4. The lead 41. Going up so slowly as Coles is in, gives it some air but spears it down the leg side, and Tattersall has nothing to do with it. Neat work as ever by John Simpson. Offers the ball to the stumps, that's all, doesn't bother demolishing them, thankfully. Coles in, bowls, again just drifting towards middle and leg, and nibbled around the corner to square leg by Tattersall. 1 is taken, he moves on to 49. 144 for 4. Coles to finish his work pre-tea is in. Eskenazi is plunging forward. Coles a little yelp, because he did go rather early, Eskenazi, but it didn't really turn. Paul Farbrace below us picks up the chair that he found and heads off to replace it wherever he found it from, and to complete his walk, because it is nearly tea and he probably fancies a cuppa. Looks chilled, Paul, in every respect, both cold and cool.
He's wearing his shorts.
Well, he got over that advertising hoarding. He's not as limber as he once was. Adrian and I speak from experience in that respect.
Slip, backward point, deep cover, mid-off on the offside as Carson is in through to Tattersall's forward in defence, and defence back to Carson. Leg side, we've got a 45 who's a little bit deeper than your normal 45. Deep square leg, mid-wicket, and a wide mid-on who's neither here or there, rather in between where one would be in the ring and on the boundary. As Carson's in, offers a bit of flight. This is turned into the leg side to mid-wicket, no run. And a lots of pigeons grazing. Pigeons graze. Is that the correct terminology?
I think they do. They're pecking away, but yes, they're nibbling away there.
They found something in the grass. It's time for their tea, right in front of the hospitality stands. Carson is in, and this is turned to mid-wicket yet again for no run. Tattersall on 49, just looking for that single. Taps his bat as he awaits. It's forward, drives us into the gap, and will come through for the single. Mid-off comes round to cover, and that brings up his half century as well. Leicestershire move on to 145 for 4. And Johnny Tattersall brings it up in 108 balls with 6 fours in his innings. Slip and a short leg in play. Eskenazi forward, and just beats the bat and goes through to Simpson. It's a very big lunge forward. This one just straightens on him. Just kept guessing, getting one delivery from Carson that spins, another delivery that doesn't. Keeps a question mark in the batter's head. As Carson's in, goes for the reverse sweep, and that is stopped by Ollie Robinson at slip, and that will also be tea. Yes, it is going to be tea. Bails have been knocked off. The players are heading back towards the dressing room. 145 for 4. The score?
So half an hour late, so we will be finishing probably around about, light permitting, 22-7 you would think. And it does at the moment just about look as though we might yet be here tomorrow. Leicestershire's lead is only 43 with 4 wickets down. The Sussex players congratulating each other, and had they managed to pick up that wicket of Tattersall, Robinson had managed to scoop that up, but as it is, just the 1 wicket in the session, that of Patel, who just after passing his 50 drove Tom Clark in the air, reaching for one to backward point. 103 for 4 at that stage. It's been hard work. The Sussex bowlers have made it very hard work for John Tattersall and for Stevie Eskenazi to build another partnership for the 5th wicket, but they're beginning to do so. At the moment it's worth 42. So we'll be back with you here at Hove in around about 18 minutes or time, but also's time. Nikki, Adrian and myself, Richard Ray, and hopefully you'll join us for the final session on this 3rd day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Sussex and Leicestershire.
Well, I'm not sure who out there is listening, but if you are, thank you for your persistence and patience. We've got some more cricket. The players are coming out. I have to say, it is gloomy. The floodlights are on. It's bitterly cold here. I'm just talking to one of the journalists in the box next door. He's been for a wander around. It's bitingly cold. But we are going to get some more cricket. I mean, it hasn't really rained, in truth. It's just sort of some light in the breeze. I think there's more around, if I'm being honest. But we are going to get some more cricket. There are some brighter patches, but the light really isn't good, and I think that's going to be the main problem going forward this evening. Anyway, credit to the umpires, they've got us back out there. I'm Adrian Holmes, Richard Gray next to me, Nicky Chowdhury, the third member of our commentary team. We're sort of refreshing ourselves where we are, actually, because we've been off the field. I didn't make a note of what time we went off. Well, it was tea time, wasn't it? They were running a bit. It was about 4:10, I think, wasn't it?
The bottom line is we have only lost 2 overs, potentially. We have 30 overs, in theory, left to be bowled tonight. And if we get them all, we'll all be amazed.
Yeah, and we'll all be asleep because it's going to be a very late finish. And of course, the overs we've lost today, we cannot make up tomorrow because tomorrow's the last day. Tom Clark's going to get us underway. He's coming in to bowl to Johnny Tattersall, who's 50 not out. Clark is in bowls and clipped away by Tattersall down to fine leg. Picks up a single. I'm not even aware the umpires have taken a light reading, Richard.
If they've kept us off, I think they have to, don't they? But I'm not sure. When they came back out, when they decided all was well, that should be the sort of line in the sand, that reading they take then. But,
yes.
I'm sure that they will have adhered to the appropriate regulations.
Clark makes his way in again. Over the wicket, bowls, defends as Tattersall onto the onside, fielded by Leaning, and there is no run. I think the weather is coming in from the west, where the skies are, in fairness, a little brighter. Not much brighter. The numbers are really standing out on the clock tower scoreboard.
Flags suggest that the wind is still sort of northerly.
Yeah, it's a pretty miserable afternoon. In fact, those spectators, I mean the hardy few are here now. It really is, as in comes Clark and bowls, edged through the slips, 4 runs. Well, if they had a slip in place, it would have been a chance, but if they had another slip, he probably wouldn't have played that shot. As Eskenazi goes to 25, and the 150 up for Leicestershire, and that means the lead is now 48. Weather forecast for tomorrow, not great. Okay in the morning, but then a band of rain coming through, and looks like that might hang around for a while, so we could have a late finish again tomorrow. Clark is on his way. Bowls. Oh, it always hit Eskenazi on the hand. That was nasty. Eskenazi shakes that right hand. Yes, the second time he's been struck, isn't it? On that hand.
It is.
Lifting delivery.
Before tea, he wore one on that hand as well.
We're going to have another delay.
Shaking it off again.
Yeah.
Examines his fingers. Glove straight back on. Doesn't need any help. Hard man.
Johnny Tattersall's. I won't be a bit surprised if they're come on, umpires, it's a bit gloomy out here. Goes down and does a bit of gardening, does Eskenazi. Just the one slip in place. In fact, the light is slowly improving. As Clark is in bowls and he beats Eskenazi outside the off stump there. I think actually, did you see that from Steve? I wonder if he is saying it's a bit gloomy. He just made a signal there for saying they might be in the umpire's ear here. Sussex making a change in the field. Jack Leaning is going into second slip.
Well, he's played one in the air through about third, hasn't he? And then played and missed at that one. Clark
in again. Bowls. Eskenazi lets that go. Through outside the off stump. Taken by John Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. 150 for 4. The numbers are very, very bright on the scoreboard. Yellows and whites. But as I say, it is a little bit brighter as you look up towards the downs where we think the weather is coming from. But Either way, it's not really a day for cricket. It's very, very cold, and the cameraman is just showing a picture across Hove. And Henry Crocom's going to bowl, so he's not holding back here, Ollie Robinson. He's bowling his quicks.
1 for 12 from his 6 overs so far, Crocombe.
Yeah.
He banged it in his spell post lunch, which seems like days ago, frankly, but he might be asked to do the same again, and if he is, it'll be interesting to see what the umpire's reaction is.
No, I agree.
Umpire Shunmagan with the old snood up around his nose as in goes Crocombe and bowls. Tattersall solidly forward. 3 slips behind him.
But impressive, Tattersall.
He has. 112 at Cardiff, 27 and 61 against Nottinghamshire last week, and now 20 and 51 not out against Sussex. So he will play in Chelmsford, you would have thought. And goes Crocombe, bowls to him. He looks to drive, bit of an inside edge onto the pad, and the ball trickles out into the offside. And interestingly, as Charlie Tier picks it up, he also takes a rag out of his pocket and didn't really use it too much on the ball, so
No.
the rope did go round the outfield a few times. There was very little rain, and it was in the wind, so it was sort of whisked
Yeah.
through and across the ground rather than falling on it as such. Crocombe in bowls, comes back in a little bit on Tattersall, who goes back and just manages to get back down on the ball, pushing it out to mid-wicket, and this time mid-wicket gets to work on the ball. Finn Hudson-Prentice. Cole's clapping his hands at first slip as in goes Crocombe and goes past the outside edge of Tattersall's bat. And having played and missed at that ball on the back foot, Tattersall sort of made a bit of a gesture at the umpires as well. Sort of, how am I supposed to see that in this light sort of gesture? Yes, he did bring the bat back inside the line, but after he'd played at it, and then there was a sort of, what can I do gesture towards umpire Shunmagan, and they will, as Adrian suggested, I think try to play on that with the umpires for a while. In goes Crocombe and bowls. Tattersall goes back, drops it out towards point. That was an Eskenazi no run. The vaguely Australian, South African, English accent, a mixture of all three for Stevie Eskenazi. It's a twang anyway. Certainly wasn't Tattersall's broad North Yorkshire tones. I assumed, coming from Knaresborough and being born in Harrogate, that Tattersall would be a Leeds United supporter.
Yeah.
But when I tasked him about that a couple of weeks ago, in goes Crocombe and bowls, slightly squared up. He looked to turn that into the leg side and something of a leading edge down towards mid-on. After they'd just pulled off an important win against Manchester United. Don't like football.
Is that what he said?
That's what he said. I think he's a rugby league man. So if I talk to him afterwards, if he goes on and makes a good score here, he's already made a good score, but if he goes on, I shall find out. Attempt to do so. 150 for 4 remains the score.
We talk at lunchtime about seamers, and people talk about Ollie Robinson and various things in England. Only someone I think is a good seam bowler is in comes Clark and bowls, and driven by Eskenazi to mid-off. There is no run. That's Ethan Bamber. I like Ethan Bamber. I'm just reading in here. He's picked up 3 wickets in the Yorkshire second innings. Yorkshire are 33 for 3 with Lythe, Bean and Walton all back in the pavilion.
Short, big ears. Remember Ethan Bamber?
Yeah, just
scurries in.
Yeah, scurries in, bowls at a decent pace, moves the ball about a bit. Clark in bowls, and back in his stumps is Eskenazi, plays to backward point. There is no run.
Was it Middlesex, wasn't he?
He was at Middlesex, yeah. I mean, when you think, they've had some good players, Middlesex. You think of the likes of Bamber and Higgins and Eskenazi, Simpson, Helm in this game. But they've had all sorts of issues, haven't they, over the last few seasons?
Financial, which is so tough on them, really. Everyone thinks that they're
that they're rolling
wealthy.
in it. Clark in bowls, Eskenazi defends into the offside. There is no run, fielded there by Carson. Ollie Robinson is sort of standing at mid-off, hands in pockets, looking very cold. I'm just sort of thinking of scenarios for tomorrow as well, because this is the 52nd over with this ball. Sussex, I think, will be just keen to stay out there, but they might want to rattle through these overs to make sure that tomorrow morning, because if there is rain about tomorrow, they'll want as much time as they can to try and get wickets. But this lead is just getting useful now. 48. In comes Clark, bowls, and Simpson doesn't take that cleanly. I suspect he didn't see it. It rattled past the outside edge, through into Simpson gloves, and he spilled it. Not that it was a chance. But I've got my own sort of light meter here, Richard, which is at the far end of the ground where those blue garage doors are. It's up by the groundsman's hut. There's a light there. And generally when that comes on, the lights are not good. And I would say that we're right on the edge here. In comes Clark, bowls, let go by Eskenazi, taken by Simpson, no run.
Why would that light be on anyway?
I don't know, I always think when the light's bad, I think, is that light on? And you think, oh, hang on, I can see the light. So I don't know why it's always on.
Does it?
Possibly.
Is it always on?
No.
So is it triggered by
light?
It thinks it's dusk?
Do you know, I need to ask Ben the answer to that question, but whenever there's bad light, I always think, oh, I can see that light's on. And you can also see the floodlights reflecting in the flats and all the windows around the ground as Clark is in, bowls, forward comes Eskenazi, plays to mid wicket, no run, end of another over. 150 for 4, Eskenazi 25. Tattersall is on 51. On we go. Another 27 overs to be bowled tonight. Ollie Robinson was just having a natter there to Michael Goff. No, they're going to... Jack Carson is coming on, I think. Is he? I think... Is there a debate here about the light? Because Michael Goff is just saying something to Ollie Robinson. Yeah, it is going to be Jack Carson. Well, that's a bit odd that Henry Crocombe just bowled the one over.
It does suggest that they have been told that
it's too dark. Well, John Simpson did yeah, and James Coles is warming up as well. I'd wonder when John Simpson didn't take that ball cleanly, whether he didn't see it. And I thought Eskenazi earlier in the over was sort of making his hands as if to say it's pretty glue. I don't know why Michael Goff's just standing there.
Well, John Tattersall did it as well, didn't
Yeah.
he? In the over from Crocombe. I'd be doing it if it was blinding sunshine with Crocombe bowling.
Yeah, so would I.
Can't see it. Sorry, ump.
I'd be at square leg.
So the pads are being donned by the close fielders. We're going to get spin from both ends for a while.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised in terms of preparation that Sussex didn't do this. Like, nothing irks the umpires more than the delays. And Sussex have been off the field for a little while, but I thought that probably they thought the spinners were going to bowl. Well, Charlie Tier's now got the pads on.
But I guess if both spinners are bowling, then we should get through these overs tolerably swiftly.
Well, you'd have thought so, yeah. Yeah, I just think it's too dark to face someone like Henry Crocombe in this. I mean, I think there's no real break in the cloud with it. It's slightly brighter, isn't it, up towards the downs, but there's heavier cloud behind it. I mean, it's pretty miserable, really. Charlie Tier's still not ready, Now he is.
So,
we are
now finally ready.
Yes.
Carson's going to be bowling to Tattersall with a slip and a short leg. Crocombe is now at a sort of backward point as in goes Carson and bowls. Back goes Tattersall. Works it on the bounce past the reaching hand of Charlie Tier out towards deepish. Square Coles picks up. Recognise him because he threw with his left hand. And one is taken. Tattersall onto 52. Carson steps in, tosses it up. Grunt of effort, putting the revs on the ball. Forward went Eskenazi, killing any spin stone dead, pushing it out into the offside. Alphonso Thomas appears almost below us, directly behind John Tattersall. In the umpire's eye line, I would suggest.
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah,
Trying
totally.
to make a point as well.
Yeah.
In goes Carson, bowls, back goes Eskenazi, turns it down into the ground. Tia fields and flicks the ball either onto the stumps or into the gloves of Simpson, who takes off the bails. 1-1 t'other, because Robinson, that slip is obscuring our view slightly of John Tattersall as he waits with, in fact, Eskenazi as he waits with bat raised. Again, he turns it past short leg. No, 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 says Tattersall as Eskenazi turns it to Coles. But quite quickly it went to Coles rather than gently, so there probably wasn't a single. Well, there definitely wasn't a single in it. It would have been very risky. Carson steps in and bowls forward. Eskenazi, thick outside part of the bat, runs it to Crocombe at backward point. Who hurls it to mid-off to do the polishing. Carson spins the ball in his right hand, grips it carefully, and bowls. Back goes Eskenazi, turns it on the bounce, and Tia, looking away, looking around, it actually hits his shin on the bounce, of course, and drops at his feet. End of the over. The 53rd of the Leicestershire second innings, 151 for 4. The lead is just 49. The run rate for the innings as a whole is 2.85, so that's what I mean when I say Sussex sort of have control of the scoreboard. 49 for 4 essentially, but at the moment Leicestershire going nowhere, and the fear is that a bit of bounce, bit of turn, and if a wicket falls they're not that much further advanced.
Yeah, I mean that is the one consolation here for Sussex. They're not taking wickets, but Leicestershire aren't getting away. So even if we do get some delays tomorrow, but it's getting a bit brighter, and some brighter skies drifting in. I think that's where they're coming from. But if it's coming from the northeast, then it looks not very nice. Anyway, we shall see. Coles in and bowls, driven by Tattersall to short extra cover. I mean, it is gloomy, isn't it? There's no doubting that. Coles waits. In and bowls, forward comes Tattersall, plays down the offside of the track. Again, there is no run. Edwin Hughes probably wonders what he's doing, really. I mean, he come over from New South Wales and standing here with his hands in his pockets and about 8 degrees in May. I mean, Coles again, bowls. Tattersall plays that into the offside, fielded by Clark. Again, there is no run.
Wages will be a compensation.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Yeah. You just think about Bondi Beach or somewhere nice when he's freezing in the outfield. Coles bowls, turned away from the right-handed Tattersall.
I've been cold in Melbourne.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, yeah. In fact, they get more rain in Sydney apparently these days than they ever used to. In comes Coles, swept by Tattersall. He gets a single. I mean, I'm just sort of watching the track of that ball, and just for a moment, the fielder, they didn't see it, Dan Ibrahim. Eventually, he did. He's picked up a single. As Tattersall, he goes to 53, 152 for 5. The lead is 50. This ball is now 53 overs old. Coles in again, bowls, a bit of extra bounce through to Simpson, no run, end of another over. Well, I think the umpires will be quite happy to keep this going all the time the spinners are on. I suspect, and there are some brighter skies away to the northwest.
For the first time, really.
Yeah. It's not blue, but it's just slightly a slightly lighter grey.
Just away to the sort of across the ground to the north, just slightly. So
I think I think this cloud is coming in from the northeast. You know, the wind is coming in from the northeast. So I reckon we're getting that, which is over in the can't see on the radio, but the northeast corner of the ground. I think that's where it's coming from. And in that direction, there are darker clouds, which means that lighter sky, I think, is moving across. Anyway.
Carson then to continue from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Off spin bowls and swept. Attempted to be swept by Tattersall. 1 or 2 hands go into the air. He seemed to get on top of it. Fetched it from outside off stump, but picked out Coles at backward square to the right-hander. Optimistically wearing a sun hat, but probably because it's fleece-lined or something. Carson is in. Already on the front foot, waiting for it almost, is Tattersall, just pushing it in defence out towards mid-wicket.
I know Worcestershire today, Richard, they were something like 54 for 2, then bowled out for 102 by Durham.
My word.
Durham going great guns at the top of Division 2.
Carson in. Back goes Tattersall. Just turn a little bit, so he has to push it back towards Carson rather than cut it away, as he might have been hoping. Yeah, well, from what we've seen from some football during the tea interval, it looks sunny and warm up in the north.
I think it is, yeah, they've got best of the weather, no question.
Carson is in, Tattersall is forward.
I've had a bit of a rip, didn't he, Jack?
You can hear the grunt of effort as he tries to put the revs on the ball, and does, I'm sure, but pitch isn't really offering him too much, and what turn he's getting is slow. It's about bounce as much as anything. If there is any. The ball is now pretty soft, I would think. Carson steps in, bowls again. Well, I think to take it as read that he will grunt with his delivery. Turn to mid-wicket this time.
Yeah, I guess from a Sussex point of view here, I think if they can get through these overs tonight, at least tomorrow morning a new ball is not far away.
Yeah.
Which would be a bonus.
Carson in, back goes Tattersall, plays it firmly down into the ground though, didn't try and pull it. Was careful in defence, played it down into the ground. Charlie Tier made the stop at short leg on the bounce, and another maiden over is past. His Carson's first, I think, none for 40 from 10, so he's at least improving his runs conceded rate. Cole's his runs conceded rate is pretty good. 15 from 6 overs, 152 for 4, and the lead is pretty static. It feels pretty static. It's 50 with 6 wickets remaining.
Yes, they are. So they got the heaters on over in the corporate club away to our right hand side. It used to be the players club as Coles is in, and
remember.
Eskenazi is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Families used to go there, didn't
yeah.
they? Now they go next to the pavilion, a little enclosure there.
There's not many of them over there today, I don't think.
Behind the glass.
Behind the glass, yeah, you're right. Coles. Around the wicket, bowls clipped onto the onside by Eskenazi. They take a single, fielded by Jack, leaning at mid-wicket. And go through for a single. We'll have a change over in the commentary box in a minute. And is it Richard's turn to have a breather? And Nicky will be back with us. It's definitely where the weather is coming from, to the right, where we're sitting from the northeast. So the brighter skies have sort of drifted away. Coles in and bowls, worked onto the onside by Tattersall, who picks up another single. He goes to 54, and the total to 154 for 4. So lots and lots of 4s in the score at the moment. Hi, Nicky.
Hi, Adrian. How are you?
I'm okay. It's the game is sort of a bit of a stalemate. I mean, to be fair, Sussex clearly can't bowl the quick bowlers because it's too dark, so they're bowling the spinners. And I have to say, Tattersall and Eskenazi look reasonably comfortable. In fact, they just brought up the half-century partnership as in comes Coles. Tattersall plays down the offside. Yeah, last week went down at 103 for 4. Now 154 for 4, so this is a partnership worth 51, so well done to these two. Hasn't been easy with the lights on, and
I wouldn't be surprised if... I'll come back to it after this.
Coles in bowls, Tattersall defends, down the onside, again there is no run.
I don't think we're going to be out there for much longer, really. I'm just seeing that the players' shadows are becoming a bit more prominent under the lights as well, so... And with the weather coming in from behind the scorebox. I don't know if that's east or west, to be fair.
Yeah, it's east. Yeah, that's
okay.
that's sort of northeast. And I think that's. I was looking at the weather. That's where this sort of bank of cloud is coming in from. Coles again. Bowls. Eskenazi is forward. Plays down the onside of the track. Again, there is no run. End of the over. 154 for 4. Tattersall 54. Eskenazi 26. The umpires are going to have a chat. I think you could have made a good call there, Nicky. Steve Eskenazi just wants to get off.
He's already walking.
He's walking off. He's had enough.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going off.
Signal to the ground staff, and it's starting to rain. It's raining.
Yeah, it's raining and it's dark. And it's pretty miserable, to be honest. So we're off for bad light again. Bad light and rain. With a score on 154 for 4. How many overs have we had? 56 overs. So we just had 7 overs in that little spell. Tattersall on 54. Eskenazi is on 26. And we're off again. Bad light and rain. And I have to say, looking at where that weather's coming from, it doesn't look great, does it? I'm sure the Leicestershire lads would be very happy now to just say thank you very much. Let's come back tomorrow. In fact, some heavier sheeting is coming out now, which suggests that maybe there's going to be a bit more rain on this occasion. So, we're going to have another breather.
I just got on air.
Oh, sorry, Nicky. Another ginger nut. Might even see whether we can do our, well, post-matches, because the umpires are out in the middle, and I just get, I mean, looking at where that weather's coming from, it'll be surprising, I think, if we get an awful lot more play. The covers are coming on. So, 154 for 4. The lead is 52 for Leicestershire. We've still got a number of overs, 23 left to be bowled. Whether we've got any, well, we'll be losing time as well now. The umpires are out. I mean, it's not hosing it down by any manner of means, but it's horribly dark, it's grey, it's cold, it's miserable, and I'm sure suddenly the Leicestershire players would quite gladly pack up now and go back to the hotel for the evening. But we will stay, and we'll see if there's any more play. But for now, from myself, Adrian Harms, from Nicky, and from Richard, it's ginger biscuit time.
Yummy, yummy.